The GRC, Global Repatriation Council, their job is to try and just get everything back to normal. They have to reset borders. That's what they want to do, and that's what our villains are trying to stop them from doing. But as far as I can tell, in every single scene where they travel anywhere, borders are up and active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The world building is pure nonsense.
Yeah, because
It's
people
insane.
want a functioning world, so borders will exist.
We'll probably get onto that at some point, but I find it laughable that they're like, we gotta get rid of borders. Like, you fucking nuts. we can't get rid of borders.
And why, after the blip, did borders go away? Why and how?
That's actually
Governments
something I have
collapsed,
a
I
little
think,
less
better
trouble
touch on.
believing. Could I envision a world where there's no real countries anymore because it's so chaotic? It's like, maybe. I don't know. It's
Yeah, we don't see that. That's for sure.
Oh, certainly
Well,
not. Which is part of the problem.
Certain regions, but
We went over how anybody who's writing any stories post-Endgame is going to be fucking furious with the Russos. Like, thanks, guys. I have no idea how to deal with this. But none of them have been trying so far. None of them have given a shit. Falcon is doing some kind of contractual work for the government. Was there any trouble with the Accords? Because he was a vigilante. No? Alright, yeah, he's working for the government again. Okay. And the first thing Falcon does is poke his head through the fucking pilot's window. Like, that's probably not a good idea, dude. And maybe somebody would say, well, idiots, what's he supposed to do? He needs to see inside there. It's not like he has like an X-ray vision or some shit. Like, what? The funny thing about his vision that I noticed, I think it was on a second watch through or something, but it literally tells him signal matches for hostiles and friendly.
You think it would just say, like, friendly and unknown instead of just declaring them hostile because it doesn't recognize who they are?
I suppose.
Like, how many people died because of that?
I suppose they just decided, like if they have guns or if they if they have aggressive body language, they're hostiles. So yeah, he could have just done this to open with. And what's funny is, like, he gets spotted and we were like, oh, but then the pilot isn't believed. He's like, oh, there was nothing out there. It's like, what?
There's no way there's any
Hallucinating
heroes
stress.
who have jetpacks trying to stop us right now.
Not
Shut the
only
fuck
was there clearly a person there that he saw, but it's Falcon. Do you not know Falcon? He's like one of the most famous superheroes on the planet. It's Falcon. And if you went, oh, boss.
Who would be the Avenger they send? If they were to send, Ivan, if they were to, theoretically, of course, if they were to send in any of the Avengers in their current roster after us, right at this moment, who do you think that it would be?
This scene's filled with closing the distance, a common infection in a lot of action movies.
Yes, I hate it so much.
Where you can't fire your gun unless you're within a 2-meter distance.
In a world where guns exist and are very effective, as it seems to be the case, you have an issue as a writer where you have to keep that in mind when you're writing your scenes. And this is often, unfortunately, remedied by lazy-ass idiot writers deciding, you know what, I'm just gonna have the guys with guns just run up towards the person they want to shoot while not shooting so that they can be disarmed, and then they could start punching each other.
Torres, his little helpful government dude, is watching this fight and goes, oh no, he's outnumbered. Of course he's outnumbered. Why would he? That's the mission.
Yeah.
It's like, what a shocker. It's like, wow.
If I was in the car, I'd be like, what do you mean? Yes? Like, do you mean that there's more than we thought? Is that what you're saying?
There's more than one hostile that he's going up against. It's like, yeah, he's outnumbered. It looks like he's wearing his seatbelt in there. Did it just snap off because he was moving fast?
Imagine if the seatbelt was on and then you pull him out and it's just the top half of him.
That's completely gone. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, you're right. I think he is wearing a seatbelt. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Oh, that must have
unclipped it really quick. So.
Oh no.
Look at that. It looks pretty strong too. Like, this is the kind of straps that just...
Well, yeah, seatbelts are strong.
It's a helicopter, man. Like,
well, yeah, I was gonna say, like,
yeah.
Out he goes.
They're designed for This is exactly the thing that a seatbelt is designed to prevent: someone being ripped from the seat suddenly.
Oh, that would hurt. Because the funny thing is, we might have complained that he didn't have a seatbelt if he didn't. But now it's like, well, it's good that he was wearing a seatbelt, but he's pretty much just dead. Group called the Flag Smashers, which, by the way, did everyone else also go like, oh, what a name for...
What a terrible name.
You can't smash a flag.
Like fabric.
You have to freeze it first, and then you can smash
The
it.
flag cutters.
The flag rippers, the flag terrors.
The flag burners
Burners.
would have been better.
Flag burners. Yeah, that's
flag.
What about how about the flaggots?
the massive
Flag
flagons.
smashers. Flag smashers sounds like something a 12-year-old will come up with.
Yes.
We're the flag smashers. Yeah.
And you're like, did you have any other options? What were the other options? I want to see when you had the board meeting. They think times were better then, but they weren't. Like Torres is the rational person in this conversation. It's like they were not better. Anyone would be able to tell that. And then Falcon's like, well, unprompted by the way. When one thing gets good for one group, it can be bad for another group. Yeah, just put it And like if I was at the table, I'd be like, why did you say that?
It's even worse. He doesn't say sometimes. He says every time. Every time something gets good for one group, it gets worse for another. Or something like it's insane.
That is.
Nothing
not
ever
true.
happened in the history of the universe that was simply beneficial. I think his PTSD should be taken very seriously. And as much as this person has a history with people dealing with people who have PTSD, she says, for us, that the government is still worried about him being the Winter Soldier. So that already, I was like, wow.
Oh.
How is he allowed to walk around? He's still worried that he might just go nuts and kill everyone.
Becoming the Winter Soldier again. Ooh.
Full pardon.
You're on a pretty tight leash.
But yeah, so I was just like, okay. But the way she says it isn't like we still have a lot of concerns about, like, state of mind. We need to make sure that you're stable and that nobody can, do what Zemo did, basically. The way she says it is, we got to make sure you're not, and then mimic stabbing. And I remember just being like, what the?
Funny. It's like, it's kind of comedic, lighthearted scene.
How inappropriate, I don't know, maybe I take therapy a little bit more seriously. I'm just like, oh, yeah, don't be stabbing, okay? It's like, fuck you. This is literally when my mind gets taken over and I'm used as a weapon. And you're like, don't be stabbing. Felt awkward. Reminded me of Iron Man 3, which is not good. But that's further down the list of my issues here, because we get a big info dump. And it's specifically because this whole episode info dumps basically tells you what Bucky's arc's going to be, and then ignores it until episode 5, and then ignores it again. He's very sad, very alone, and has PTSD because he needs to make amends for the life he led as Winter Soldier. He has 3 rules: nothing illegal, nothing to hurt anybody, and to make sure that the person involved is told he's no longer the Winter Soldier, he is Bucky Barnes. Which, by the way, when you rewatch this show, and you realize that identity and labels are very important, to the point where they change it from Falcon and the Winter Soldier to Captain America and the Winter Soldier. That's pretty fucking awkward.
Oh,
that's kind of
right.
Oh, that's interesting. Bucky's still the
Captain
Winter
America.
Soldier.
Oh, that's a really good point.
Big miss on their part with that one.
Yeah.
They made him the White Wolf. That's like what
exactly.
They
Should have been Captain America and the White Wolf. Should have been his new identity, his new hero name. He's the White Wolf. But nope, they fucked it up. It's just like, oh
damn.
Oh,
wow, I didn't even Jesus Christ.
It's all on Sam. Sam's the one with all the development.
Yeah. So these rules, very important. She basically implies that, like, if he's to breach any of them, and if she's to find out about this sort of shit, that he's, like, obviously, like, going to prison. He does them anyway, and it's funny, right? The scene is portrayed as he goes through the rule, and then we see him break it. And it's like, tee-hee. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because apparently, right, the scenario is there's a senator who got into her position of power thanks to the Winter Soldier, so he wants to go and depower her, and the way he's going to do it is giving a bunch of files to her associate, or something like that. That's what he says. However, in reality, he attaches some kind of thing to her car, listens in on her conversations, and then remote controls the car to put it into a position he wants, and then beats her passenger unconscious, and then tells her he is no longer the Winter Soldier, he is Bucky Barnes. Those are comedic payoffs. How in the world would she not know about this?
Exactly.
That's
gotta be government tech.
Involved, and where did he get all these gadgets? And I mean, they're arrests and sirens and everything. Was this not should have been in the news? Like a corrupt politician was.
We see him leave, and the police show up. The police don't care about him. They let him walk by. It's an active crime scene from what we imagine, and they don't care about him. They let him go. But if you walk up to them, you'd be like, "So who beat this man? Who? Oh, sorry, I don't even know if there was a smashed window. Ignore me on that one. But and like, who did this basically?" And the woman will be like, "Well, the man said, I am Bucky Barnes. I am not the Winter Soldier." So I feel like that's a big indication. Bucky goes to jail about 7 times in this season if you pay attention to everything that he does. But he only actually goes to jail once, and he's bailed out immediately because this show sucks.
Wow, he must be very appreciative of whoever bailed him out.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Doesn't she say later on that like she knows when he's lying, but she doesn't know when he's lying about like that he broke all of those rules?
Yes,
like,
she can tell, but she can't tell when she would literally have been told. She is his like carer. They would tell her.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, is she faking it, and so that like she can keep him out of jail because she wants to?
Well, she wouldn't be able to do that, right?
Or
Because
something?
that's just official. It would be like, there's an accusation that you did this to these people, and there's strong evidence that you did because we saw you walking away from the scene. But wouldn't even
And
need
you
her.
said your name when you did it, so
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. There's a witness. There's 2 witnesses actually, and you told your therapist that you did get her arrested. So seems like we got a pretty good case against you.
Probably gonna need a good lawyer, but you know.
Yeah. Part of what kills these shows, and this isn't like a death sentence, it's really hard for writers that are already shit. You have to have 2 big fight sequences per episode. So you have to make situations where that's going to happen. And so if you're focused on the structure, you haven't even thought about dialogue yet, or like character arcs, you're just trying to make sure you get those in place because they've been mandated. Like, oh, I could see that fucking with people so much.
That's something that I noticed throughout the entire show is there's a lot of like they need to make excuses for action to happen. Like that's the thing with the Dora Milaje and a lot of in episode 4, they're just like, we need more action. It's like, how do we do this? I don't know.
How about when they take Walker's shield from him? That scene is so awkward.
Oh my god.
Why the hell did Walker flee the scene and walk into this abandoned like
they needed a fight.
Exactly. It's like it's so there's no witnesses. It's like, dude.
Well, what upset me more on the second watch because I missed it on my first was the first thing he says when he sees the both of them is, "You guys should see a medic. Make sure you're all right." What an asshole, you know?
Yeah.
And it becomes so clear, like even to Walker, by the way, because I'm on his team in that scene. Like I am literally fucking Team Walker throughout the whole scene. He says like, you know, they're like, you have to stop. Once you kill one person, it doesn't end that way. And he just looks at Bucky and he's like, "I'm not like you." And I was just like, oh, quite the retort, because Bucky is like almost condescending to this military veteran, right? He's not.
Yeah.
You don't get to be like, "Oh no, I've been alive longer than I've existed in more decades than you, so I have more experience." Like, no, shut up. He has 3 medals of honor. It really fucking annoyed me that they didn't even mention Lamar. They're just like, "Give me the shield." You fuckers. You watched his friend die. Like, you don't even give a shit. And yeah, and Falcon is basically just like, you know, we don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt anybody. And the scene dies down. I was talking to Rags about this the other day because I was just rewatching it. It's so insane. It all dies down, nice and silent. And then, you have to give me the shield. And Walker's like, "Oh, that's what this is about." And I was like, I had the same feeling. I was like, oh my god, Falcon, you selfish little bitch. You just want the shield. It's not about anything else, is it?
You have to give me the shield. Like, oh, someone's wishing they didn't give it up, huh?
Yeah. Too bad, bitch. Government property now.
Yeah, you can't just take the shield away from Captain America, who it belongs to.
It is kind of surprising that the movie doesn't seem to care about Lamar either. Also, because he's black, you know, you would think based on everything else that happens in the movie or the show that they would care about him, but they don't.
There's no moment for Lamar, like, other than the family crying, right? But that scene is only there to set up that Walker wants to get Carly. That's the only reason for that scene. They don't have a moment that's just for Lamar, where they have like an appreciation. This guy died defending Captain America. This guy who was in a fight with 3 other people, by the way, on his team who are all better off than he is, technology and you know, biology wise. He was there fighting the fight, and he lost his life, and no one gave a shit.
Yeah, Lamar is basically just like the supportive Negro character.
Well, I assumed that they did that with a white Captain America and a black sidekick to mirror what we had with Cap and Falcon, and to almost be like, see, look, it's almost like the next generation, but they're not as good people, you see, because Walker gets angry when his friends are killed. You're like, oh, damn. Have you guys seen all the stuff where people are like, Cap would never do that, even if Falcon was killed in front of him, he would never kill someone like that? It's like, bullshit. We don't know that.
Yeah, I have.
He kills people.
I don't. Yeah.
Not only does he kill people all the time, he gets angry because he's a human.
Yeah.
It's not just like
this. He killed that guy that he kicked in Winter Soldier, whose legs broke when he fell off the ship and he drowned to death. And there was that time in Age of Ultron where Cap grabs a dude while he's on his motorcycle and drags him along the ground for about 5 seconds before throwing him into his buddies. Just, again, this universe wants to pretend like there's never been blood on Cap's shield. There's a lot of blood on that shield.
Where are the guns? Nobody has any guns.
Yeah.
Smashers like punch people. If you have a gun, they're really easy to kill. Just shoot them in the head.
There's a gun shootout by the storage containers, and when it happened, I was like, "Oh, right, guns exist."
Yeah, guns.
People can shoot at each other. Holy shit, I forgot.
Falcon has guns. He
does.
whips him out in like Civil War.
And if you'll note,
Red Wing has like a machine gun on him.
Do you remember when at one point Walker is like, oh, why is it always knives with these guys? Like it's like a funny like hee hee, but it's like, Walker, you have a gun. It's right there. It's the sidearm.
Yeah, shoot them with your gun.
Guns are really good against knives, actually.
Guns with knives, yeah.
Well, as we learn, guns are primitive, not like our spears.
Okay. So I want to. This is one of the ones we haven't gone over yet, actually, as an example of what Cap does. So if you guys remember Civil War, it's a pretty cool movie. Sometimes he throws a shield, bounce, hits this guy in the neck, and he does like a Mortal Kombat sort of low health bar move. You know what I mean, Fringy, right? Where he's like, oh, he's dazed.
How did he not dead?
So what I want to highlight here is that this guy's fucked. He's out. You could probably push him over with a pinky finger. This is what Cap decides to do with a combatant that's probably donezo. Kick him so hard he flings across the room and slams into that table. That guy's probably dead. By the way,
if that
I want to make
vein getting compressed didn't do it.
Yeah. I want to make it clear. I have no problem with a person doing this in what is the heat of the battle with concerns that this person could kill them. You know what? If this person was a super soldier that Cap just did that to, I'd be like, holy shit, you might want to do more, just in case. Like, I don't know. Could get up. Could, for example, throw a stone pillar at you in an attempt to kill you or something while you're chasing them. Dunno.
Instead of surrendering.
Yeah. So...
also, about a minute after he restrained you so that Carly could stab you in the heart.
Yes, there's so many, and this is the thing that Fringy brought up right at the beginning. It's less about what the direction and the music is telling you. Look at what happens. Look at the actual things that happen.
Look at what happens as if there's no music. What we see is that John Walker just saw his best friend get punched so hard that his organs turned to jelly. He's naturally pretty upset about this. Jumps out the window and sees the guy who not a minute prior was restraining him so that Carly could kill him. And had he not done that, Lamar wouldn't have had to tackle Carly and he would have been punched. So this dude says it wasn't me, but that I don't care. Fuck you. Like,
I was trying. I tried to kill you.
Regardless of like him trying to pin somebody down or not, you still run with these motherfuckers. You run with people who blow innocent people up.
Precisely.
So if the leader does some shit, you are also involved in this shit, and you can get got too.
Well,
you are not exempt. You were not exempt because I didn't blow it up. You're still part of the plan, you dumb shit.
Relating to that very point, right? I wanted to be in the scene where Walker said he killed Lamar, and then Bucky said no, he didn't. Which, by the way, a technicality in terms of like a truth. If I were in the scene, I'd be like, no, you're right, Bucky. They killed Lamar. They as a team killed Lamar. Like, it's all their faults for many, many reasons.
Carly didn't mean to do it. She didn't kill him.
Yeah, she didn't mean to. You gotta appreciate that. She meant to burn to death the innocent hostages. Yeah, but like she didn't mean to kill Lamar.
Why? Why did she kill him?
Why?
He didn't matter. She doesn't kill people who don't matter, which is a really smart thing to say to a man who's very angry with you for killing his friend.
Imagine they're like, you need to calm down. You're killing people, and then Walker is like, don't you ever want to ask me why I would do something like that? They killed Lamar. I have a good reason. Don't you think I have a point? Don't you think you should talk to me, not take my shield?
Also, they're like bad guys, super soldiers. Like,
nah. That's what I mean. It becomes so transparent. Falcon just wants the shield. So give it
Falcon is more confrontational to Walker than he is to Carly.
Yes, which is unacceptable.
So is the movie.
With Walker, I'm gonna break your arm to steal the shield from you.
I wanna I want to have a deep, long conversation with Carly about, who she is and why she's doing what she's doing. But fuck that guy on our team who saved my life and just watched his buddy die. Fuck that shit. He needs to give me his crap. Fuck him.
And plus, Carly is just cold-blooded throughout the entire show. Cold-blooded.
Absolutely.
Like, she just... Well, I wouldn't have killed Lamar because his life didn't matter anyway.
Dude, that is one of the best lines of the whole season. She is a moron. Like, how do you say that? What do you think you're going to achieve? I only want to kill people who matter. It's like, what?
Not like his friend Lamar. He didn't matter. Not to me. It's like...
His black life didn't matter.
So fucking dumb. I was honestly like convinced that it would be that he goes, "You killed Lamar," like he's really angry, and then she goes, "I'm sorry, like it happened. I didn't want to kill. I didn't mean to." Just as simple as that.
But she means to stab him.
Well,
like, oh, yeah,
that would be our conversation.
so
We'd be like,
cool.
"What do you mean? She's totally on board with murder and stuff." But instead, she didn't say that. She said, "I didn't mean to kill people who don't matter."
I just find it funny. Like, literally 1 minute before all this happened, the dude was holding him there so that Carly could stab him. And they're like, "Nah, you crossed the line, buddy." Like, you really should have done
Lamar. Everyone's like, "Oh, punching people sometimes kills them." It's like, I didn't realize that.
I just wanted to, inconvenience him, hurt him enough to where he wouldn't follow me anymore.
John Walker in this whole show tries his hardest.
He really does.
Constantly shit on.
It should have been his season. Fuck the other two.
Yeah,
well,
he gets
it reminds me of Poe in The Last Jedi, honestly.
He just keeps doing the right thing and then gets fucked over.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he first gets inducted as Captain America, they shit on him on sight.
Yep.
They don't even try.
Yeah. Well, if you remember how the scene plays out, after John saved their lives, they got split up. They just left Walker and Lamar behind. And then they get in their car and they're like, "Hey guys, let's work together. You want to hop in the car?" And they're all like, "Fuck you, you're not Captain America." It's like, dude. Like, what's wrong with you?
It's actually bizarre. Like,
not trying to replace him. So it's like, why do they hate him so much?
And then it's funny. One of them says, like, "Have you ever jumped on a grenade?" It's like, "Yeah, 3 times." They ignore that. It's like, he's got 3 medals of honor, guys. Like, there is no person ever who's received 3. Cap jumped on a grenade, and that was what demonstrated what a hero he was.
Yep.
Walker jumps on 4 grenades, and it's like, whatever. You just
off screen, it doesn't matter.
It was especially frustrating because Bucky watched his like his introduction, and he explicitly says like Cap was all about like strength, courage, and defending people, and he inspired me, and I wish I could like even come close to just doing what he did. Like, dude, what else do you need? Like, this is just. Why do you? And then he saved your life, and then you ditched him. Like, what? I don't understand.
And then again, it's right at the end of the show, after they keep rebuffing, like they keep just kicking him in the nuts. He's like, "All right, then fuck you." And then the show's got evil music, like as if he's the one who's the bad guy. And then, of course, in the next episode, "Do you know who I am?" It's like, oh, I hate you so.
That scene is so transparent with what they're trying to do. I'm like, dude.
Well, it's like fuck you. I just want to, do whatever I want. If it means burning down your house, that's what I'm gonna do. And the music starts playing behind them. It's like da 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 da, like a powerful yeah. And you're saying like, what the? What is that music? And you go, no, you can't burn my place down. And then you just hear bum bum bum. You're like, what? What's going on? Like,
that doesn't seem fair. It's the music tells you that he's a bad guy. And again,
and it works on so many people.
It works perfectly.
It works on. It's so easy. People are so easy to manipulate.
Again, like Mola mentioned, the Dora Milaje throw a spear at him, and if he hadn't dodged it, I guess Captain America would have a spear through his neck in Latvia from Wakanda. I'm sure that's not going to cause any geopolitical issues at all.
Yeah, I'm sure this will go over great.
Soldiers on a mission. Oh, we have jurisdiction wherever we are. It's like, oh, I'm sure Latvian citizens feel very comfortable knowing that you can just come into their country and throw spears at people and get away with it.
Also, the Wakandan, female soldiers, they want Zemo out of there because they don't trust him, and so does he. So they're kind of on the same side, and they start fighting anyway.
That might require them to listen to him for 5 seconds.
He put his hand on their shoulder.
So I was talking about how like Bucky just gets summed up in this episode. Super awkward date he has with a person who's not a person. She is just a plot device. She just spews out a bunch of shit that's really hard to deal with. Like, hey, do you know how when you lose a kid, they don't have a name for it? Like, you become a widow or a widow or whatever? Must suck. Must suck for him to have lost his kid.
They had already laid on the exposition thick with when he was at lunch with the old Japanese guy. Like he had like this PC, like he had this Vietnam flashback, like, oh, my son liked these red bean thingies, and then like, but it keeps going now. He keeps saying, oh, he was an ambassador at this thingy thing, and he was at school, and then he got shot by a very mysterious long-haired man with a metal arm. That was weird.
So this is the thing about yeah, this is the thing about ideas versus the execution. If I told you Bucky is going to find the families of those people that he killed that were absolutely innocent, try and hang out with them for a bit, get to know them, and then explain the situation and apologize that any of it happened. Like, oh, that's a kind of cool idea. So give me an example of one of the ones you're going to do. It's like, okay, so he walks into a bar with this old dude, and the old dude just goes, oh my god, you know, sometimes I just think about how my son died, and it was really sad. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's one way to tell us. And you know what? What's really sad about it is I don't know how he died. I'd like to know how he died. Sad. Okay. I feel like all you did was you had an idea and then you just showed me your idea. I didn't even see a story. I just saw your idea. My son loved the red bean mochi.
all they had to do was stop there. Like, have the old guy look at that thing really sadly and say, oh, my son liked this, and then just stop the fucking scene.
Yeah.
End it there. Like, then we could, like, oh, I see where this is going. But like, they just, and then what's hilarious is, like, I think at the end of the episode, Bucky goes to his fucking house after the date, right? Yeah. And he opens, like, old Japanese guy opens the door, and his big ass picture of his the guy he killed is right behind him. I'm like, like a big auga horn. Like, yeah, just in case you didn't know, he killed that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's they frame it just with so little talent. It's like the door only shows X amount. Nakajima fills up most of it, but the remaining piece, there's a big photo of his son. It's like, isn't that sad? You killed him. You're like, yeah.
God, I'm glad I don't have any more dead sons. I'm running out of room in my apartment.
Like, it would have been, they might as well have had like a group of people praying over the fucking picture behind him, like it was surrounded by a bunch of shit. Like, Jesus, we get it. Like, he's dead.
This is your field of view. I've got it on stream now. This is an artist's work. So all of this has to be covered at least by the human. You're like, right, so what would we do with our remaining space? It's like, well, this will be the shrine, and this will be the image. You're like, good job, guys. You nailed it. You could really...
It's just glowing in the background.
How many years have gone by since this happened?
Sorry, you interrupted me. I was crying about my son. It was really sad. Also, I was playing sad piano music, or like I've got it on a stereo. What's up, Bucky? Interrupting me while I'm really sad about my dead kid. Who
hi there, Bucky. It's me. My son's dead. Oh, I mean, it's me, Mr. Nakajima.
You know, I think the worst part is not knowing how he died. Anyway, what's up with you, Bucky?
Oh, man. Knowing how he died, that would be closure. So,
anyway, I'm sorry if I was, brooding on this fresh hell that I wake up to every day because my son died. What are you doing? How are you?
And so, genuinely, you will have people who are like, what the hell? That is meaningful. It's his son that died, and Bucky sought him out just to, like, make amends. It's like, I don't think you... If you're not really hearing what our criticism is, I don't think we can do much else. It's just incredibly overt and talentless to be able to do it this way. And they have to do it this way because we don't get any more Bucky now until episode 5.
Sam's sister is a twat. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh, she's an asshole. Right, totally.
She's a bitch. Yeah.
Let's do that first then, all right? Because she gets a little angry at Sam here for no fucking reason. She's just a horrible person, and she basically rips into him for not having been more involved with the family when he was around, and then for trying to make an effort when he hasn't been here for 5 years, which is a pretty fucking hilarious thing to say to Sam. Very frustrating that she's like, Mom and Dad did all this stuff, and you just, you went off to the army, and it's like, his fucking wingman died. And it put him in, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you say this like this to this man? What is he here doing right now? Trying to help you. Like, can you please accept that? And that's not even talking about...
She acts like she's the only single mother in the world. Like, suck a dick.
And You know, like, how many times he dies almost in the MCU, and she's just like, you are off fighting aliens or whatever, and that's great, but, you know, we had problems here. It's like,
are you kidding me?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Seriously,
you were fighting interdimensional space aliens and saving the world. Yeah, well, our boat doesn't work.
Yeah, we can't even sell it. It's like, okay.
I smell like shrimp every damn day. I'm suffering.
And then he's like, "Hey, maybe we can get a loan." She's like, "Nah, the bank's all in with the big business. I don't trust them."
Yeah, all the banks are racist, and they won't give us a loan.
And so there are theories, right? There's two ways to assault this as a huge issue, but it depends on how you view the season. I think there's the actual way, and then there's a way that people are trying to invent to make it sound better. So the way they try and say it to sound better is that, no, of course Falcon has money. She just doesn't want to take his money. She wants to get the loan herself, and she can't. Falcon's like rich and stuff. It's fine. It's like, no. The guy says,
No.
wait, doesn't Stark pay you? And he's like, it doesn't work like that. So why would they say that if the loan was specifically just for her? And if you remember the loan, he says, you haven't had any earnings for the past 5 years. And then she's like, well, how would someone have earnings when they've disappeared? This isn't a problem you can have, show. Falcon's too rich.
I don't believe you. Falcon is too insanely famous.
Yeah, he's famous, rich, and he has current government contract. You know when he was fighting those helicopters? If he had grabbed, like, one of the missiles that were fucking fired at him, he could probably sell that and you could buy a new boat. Like, that's how expensive the technology he's dealing with.
Start up a YouTube channel and be like, hey, it's Falcon, I'm playing.
So, again, people may laugh at that, but that is genuinely something he could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, like, he's supposed to have money, and like he acts like, oh, we got to go to the bank to get the loan to get the boat fixed. But why don't you just loan her some fucking money as an independent military contractor? Like in this review I read for like it's Entertainment Weekly review for this show, they said, well, he should be loaded because like military contractors, like regular ones, make bank. Like on average, it's like $22,000 a month.
Well,
and in this universe, and him being associated with Tony Stark, a billionaire anyway, his bank account should be fucking stacked. So regardless,
this is the sources of revenue, right? So the contracts, that is one. 2, savings. He would have had a bank to begin with. He didn't just respawn with $0. It's not how that works. Third, Tony would have given him money and support, and he's got a direct line to Pepper Potts. So yeah, that's another source. Fourth, the YouTube idea. Absolutely. He would just make a channel, make some videos going. Again, people find it so amusing, but it's like, imagine he sold it as, I'm going to vlog while gaming even about my time with Cap. Literally like the world's most famous hero, the most beloved hero ever. Wouldn't you guys watch that? I probably would.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to hear about the guy who saved the world and what he used to do in his private time. Like, tell me about the fucking TV and music he liked. What did you guys joke about? What did you do to, like, you know, how stressful are all your missions? And again, and you can monetize the shit out of it, even then have merch. But one of the ones I think that really would happen, he would be able to get a whole bunch of deals to go on talk shows.
Black man poor, Mauler. Black man poor.
I'm surprised they didn't retcon it and explain that this whole time Nick Fury was just scraping to get by, just living paycheck to paycheck.
It is absolute bullshit, and this is the prime example of, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to tell it. You're like, you can't because of all these things that are in this world. It's like, I don't care, I'm telling it. And you're like, okay, but if you do this, you damage everything. It's like, I don't care. Like, oh, well, okay, that's the world we're in. Everybody is whatever they need to be at the time because you have a goal. And this goal is, his family are poor, they need help, and it's going to relate widely to the different problems, the different income inequalities, and how these are the people that need to be taken care of, and the GRC missed them. Which, by the way, if you're the GRC, you know, the global resource management, there are people in the world who aren't getting any food or water, they're like dying, and then you, Sarah, his sister, have so much of your own skull in your ass that you're like, I need to be looked after. Yes, I can eat and drink and have shelter. Yes, I can make money. But I feel like I could use more. And the GRC are like, oh, well, there are people who are literally dying right now. People who are moving across countries trying to get back to where they belong or where their homes are.
Yeah, but their boats work.
Oh, gosh, we better get someone in there to fix your fucking boat. Jeez. It is insanely selfish. And just like, with the context of this world, again, it just damages how I understand these characters and what they're doing with their situations. Again, I've spoken with Rags about this. It's so bizarre to watch on the second time through. The problem, as stated, is they do not have the money to be able to fix the boat, to be able to sell the boat, / have the money to simply just go on. Otherwise, they're going to lose the house. What's the solution? And it's like, well, you know how, and these lines actually fucking kill me to listen to, and I know we're skipping around, but that's okay. They're like, hey, you know how Mum used to feed everybody all the time, like you also do? You know, you take care of literally everyone. And it's like, excuse me? And it's like, so a lot of them will probably feel like they owe us favors, right? Because, you know, we're just so amazing and we look after everybody in this community. It's like, yeah. It's like, what if we called everybody to fix the boat? And then they do. Now, that was pretty dissatisfying for a lot of people. I saw a lot of complaints about that. It's like, what? They just had to call neighbors? That was the end of the problem. It's like, but it's on theme, you see. We have to work together for each other. It's just like, no, but it just doesn't... it just feels so like, oh, well, why was there a problem? And
we're all in this together, painting family boats because the bank hates blacks.
So... they don't address the problem, though, which is they don't have money. It wasn't that the boat needed fixing. It was the boat needed fixing so they could potentially sell it. They just skip over that part of the season. They're like, well, we fixed the boat. And
then they don't sell it, right? They keep
they don't. Yeah, they keep the boat because it's a part of their legacy.
So they still don't have money.
The problem was that they were at risk of... He says, like, I'm invested in this because the house is about to be sold because they can't keep everything running. And, of course, he loves the house. That's his parents' house where he grew up. And you're like, okay, I understand that. And so at the end of the film, well, the storyline, they're just like, well, the boat's fixed. It's like, that doesn't address the problem. Like, what are you guys talking about? You don't have any money. I thought that was the point. And it's just like, I picture people out there being like, well, he has money now. Because,
they're like, no.
No.
No, that never happened. You're imagining that in your head.
Falcon's friend, like, literally, he is the only person in the government that apparently, like, gets an eye on this shit himself. He happens to be friends with Sam. He sees them in person, he sees them do stuff that implies they must be super soldiers. So he calls Sam, and he's like, look at this shit. And Sam is like, okay, buddy, keep this between us. Like, what? No? He works for the government. Why would he keep... What? It's so strange.
That's not how this works.
I can't even think of a reason why Falcon would want that. It's like, you don't want the government to know there might be super soldiers running around doing super soldiery things. Why?
Especially after they just hurt your friend.
The scene itself, I don't really care about. There's closing the distance again. This like tismy just stuff. They're stealing things, and then yeah, the friend is just like, it's confirmed. Flag smashers are clearly juiced up on something. And so when you get to the next episode, Falcon wants to go inspect this himself, and I have no idea why. They goes on this entire mission just because he happened to show up like 1 minute before Falcon left, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll come, I guess." It's like,
I feel like they were supposed to.
Does the psychiatrist not have any say in that? It's like, is he allowed to do that?
Well, you see, when you're dealing with a potential psychotic who might kill people and is trying to talk down about like all of his issues and stuff, can he go on a mission to go and attack a bunch of super soldiers in where is it, Munich? It's like, yeah, I guess so.
I feel like there was a lot of. I was gonna say. I feel like there was supposed to be a lot of build up for them meeting again because like she made like the shrink made such a big deal about him not connecting with people. He hadn't called Sam, so I thought it'd be like at least until episode 3 is when they start hooking up again and working together. But like no, he just shows up at this random bunker. It's like, Sam, you shouldn't have given up the fucking shield.
This is an MCU. This is an MCU TV show. There's no time to spend, because as we see with WandaVision, you're penalized by the audience if you spend a lot of time trying to build up something.
When he just walks onto the scene and is like, "What did you give?" I think Falcon is like, "Nice to see you too." It's like, yeah, that's how we feel. We're like, what the fuck? Why is this happening?
You know, you killed many people, and she says in response, "Okay, but what if like I'm making a difference?" Like what?
Yeah.
What?
Do you like how when he's talking to her, she says something that's just like overtly horrible, like she always does. Then she's like, "Wait a minute, you're making me sound bad."
You tricked me. You got me saying things that sound evil.
How could you have done this?
You have done that yourself.
Why do they have to give her a British accent? I don't want to be responsible for her. Like, go away.
It's one of those. It's one of those really shit British accents as well that just comes across as really fake.
Oh, super standard.
You know, like it's not from anywhere in Britain. It's just a generic kind of accent that could be anything.
This would be one little thing on that list, among others, of Falcon being a bad person, and that list gets filled by the time we get to the end of the season, and that's when you realize,
oh yeah,
this isn't Sam Wilson, the guy that I know from the MCU. This is somebody else. This is like a crazy asshole. We got to watch out for him. Hopefully we can stop him. Becomes clear that he's the villain by the opening of episode 4. No, episode 5.
Becomes the villain and he's the main character.
Bucky is super depowered and
stupid.
What
stupid? Yeah, he's stupid.
Mega idioted.
He's
What's
dumb,
the phrase?
Yeah.
They make him stupid and incompetent and way weaker than he should be. After watching Winter Soldier, he's insane. He's crazy. You feel if you feel like the Winter Soldier is coming after you, you've got some problems. That's a really big deal. But I feel if Bucky Barnes was coming to get me, I'm like, okay, I could probably just hit him with a pan,
distract him with a flashlight. Who is this character? You know that they're trying to do buddy cop, and they've decided that Falcon is the straight man and that Bucky's the wild card. It's like, he's not the wild card. That's not his thing.
It should be the other way. This is his element. This is what he does better than anything else that he does.
I think
there might be no one alive who could do this better than him. He might be the best in the world at this.
But I mean, throughout this whole show, they kind of want to do that whole buddy, like that line where they say, "I went left, like you should have gone left." And then he says, well, it's in every action movie that you're meant to follow me. It's like, you're in the military, my dude. Like, why are you referencing action movies?
When Red Wing first analyzes the whole area, she's not there. And then suddenly when Red Wing analyzes it again, she's suddenly there. Like, out of nowhere.
She's there to evil smile to be like, hee, I'm the bad guy.
You are right about that. The first scan doesn't show her, the second scan does. So apparently she climbed in there with no restraints.
Oh, that's because Red Wing scans for souls.
Oh. So yeah, they would have seen her get in, is kind of where I was going with that, and they'd know that she's not a hostage. They don't attach any trackers or any signal at all to these things, and by the way, by the time we reach the Walker getting here, they established they've lost them. They don't know where they went. They're on a fucking highway, they're two enormous red trucks, you had a helicopter. I don't think it's gonna be that hard to find them.
And like satellites,
they just give up because they crashed. It's like, why not just fly back and get back into the fight? But they just don't.
This is like Batwoman logic, you know, where they just let the bad guy get away, even though they could stop them.
The trucks that they see leave, the first selection has a whole bunch of people in the back, the second one has one girl in the back, and Falcon starts running after them. Then, something weird happens. They switch positions, the trucks. The one with all the people that was in the front is now at the back, and the one with the girl in the front is now in the front. Don't know why that happened. First thing we thought when watching this was, whoa, Bucky, they can see you. There's a driver. They probably got comms. He's gone for the wrong truck that's got more risk, but he turned out to be in the right truck, but he doesn't alert the other driver somehow, apparently. You can't really tell. I guess the driver's just like, what's that guy with the arm doing? What's going on there? It would honestly be a great cue for comedy, because it's just, you'd have to rely on Winter Soldier to be a fucking moron, but you have the driver go, the Winter Soldier is on the trucks, guys. Like, what? We gotta do something. Falcon just disappears.
Despite the fact that he should be moving faster than everybody.
There is no reason for this, outside of trying to build tension for the fact that Bucky could get something bad happen to him and Falcon will do his hero entrance. It is stupid as hell, and it risks Bucky dying, so it's a point against stupid Falcon. He sends the Red Wing in first, by the way. Like, he flies away, launches Red Wing, it gets destroyed, and then comes in. Is he just a coward? I can't wait to hurt you. Why? Whether or not she knew he was a super soldier, this could have killed him easily, right? Because you just have the truck, he hits the side, then the truck runs over him and he's fucking dead. So, pick him up by his arm, and then just, like, hold him while punching him. And he's just like, oh, you got me. It's like, what the hell is happening? And I know that someone's going to be like, well, they're super soldiers. It's like, I don't care. Like, he's the Winter Soldier.
They are. But they are just regular people that have been dosed with the super soldier serum, so they're stronger, yeah, but they don't have combat experience. Whereas he's got decades of it. It's like, even if you're outmatched strength-wise, you must be able to use that to your advantage.
And surely his vibranium arm is going to be able to do something.
It's essentially like a sledgehammer hitting your face, and that will kill you. Like, getting punched by that metal arm very likely could just kill you.
Here's a reference.
Oh, yeah, that would shatter all the bones in your face, yeah.
When he goes to stab Cap with his vibranium arm in Winter Soldier, Cap manages to sort of hold it for a moment, and then there's like this sort of sense of it being charged up or really pushed, and then Cap like can't hold it. It comes into him and he has to dodge it, basically. Like it overpowers him. That was the metal arm, not the vibranium one.
Oh.
So yeah, I don't know. We have to watch Bucky be shit, and then it's for a joke. Red Wing turns up and fires a minigun, by the way, or whatever this is, at Carly. Misses every single shot, even though, and I really have to show this, she grabbed it by its, like, nose, where the bullets were fucking coming out. So she should be in serious pain and or dead.
She should be dead here. It makes no sense how she survived. It makes no sense why Red Wing got within grabbing distance when it has a firearm. Red Wing's just as dumb as everyone else, I guess. And also can fly. It makes absolutely no sense, but...
Why is Carly so good at fighting people?
No idea.
Just some person.
She's a kid who wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to be a teacher. She's got serum, but now she's like better than Winter Soldier. Remember, she goes toe-to-toe with like everybody in the show several times.
And what was she before this? She was just like some Amnesty International kind of person?
She was just like a refugee.
We've got 2 people holding down Falcon, both super soldiers. 2 people holding down Bucky, super soldiers. And a person on either truck preparing to execute. So they're done. That's it. We lost everyone. What a show. So sad. If only they were more competent. But then, as if against all odds, in comes a new character that doesn't get the appreciation he deserves. By the way, he has like a ninja helicopter. This is I don't understand how nobody heard it coming, but it's just there. It's like, oh, suddenly helicopter. And holy shit, he threw the shield down at someone to deflect whatever they were about to do to Falcon, and it comes all the way back up to him.
And it bounces up. Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that after watching the show, the shield is a wizard.
And these 2 arrive and save our heroes' lives.
And save the heroes' lives. And what do they have? What do they get in appreciation?
I just want to
sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Just yeah, because I was gonna say like it's kind of neat as well because they do all the saving and they land and they've knocked everyone down. They're really happy, and then they do their little like secret, partner handshake thing, and it's just like, look at these 2. It's totally ready to save their fellow soldiers and do the right thing. It's just like classic good guys. And then you have like Falcon. Look at his face. He's like, oh, for fuck's sake, here they are, these guys.
Yeah,
he's like, what the hell?
Saving my life. You were about to die.
Here comes Whitey and Coon. Here comes.
And unfortunately, you have to deal with this more and more as the episodes go on until they eventually break his arm. And they even introduce themselves. And again, Falcon's fucking face. I don't understand. Bucky grabs the shield at one point in this, and then Cap immediately takes it, and Bucky's like, ugh. It's like, dude, why are you so... And people like, don't you understand? They're upset about the shield. Like, I really don't care. I consider that incredibly petty. It's like, fuck the shield right now. How about we just, stay alive? That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. And all thanks, the fact that it's even possible is all thanks to John Walker, also known as Captain America.
Yes. Who more than earns his title. Whether or not the show agrees.
No, he doesn't.
Lamar is near death right now. Falcon's laughing with Bucky, so it's fine. Don't worry about that. So while he's battling Carly, he draws his gun to help Lamar. It's like, wait, you had a gun this whole time?
Okay. He had a gun this whole time.
And while you're on the helicopter, you should have just shot them.
That would have been
great.
you'd
think you just shoot him from the helicopter. He shoots without aiming, just eyeballing it at a guy who's grappling his friend while he's on a moving truck going down the highway.
Yep.
Oh.
He doesn't shoot the person right in front. He doesn't shoot the person who's like right next to him either.
Yeah, for anyone
he
wondering,
take all the time he wanted. Yeah,
of course,
because that's Carly. We can't kill her yet.
Of course, he is aiming, quote unquote, but he's not really aiming.
It's pointing.
Yeah. How come they didn't play evil music when he shot this guy?
I don't know. I think the guy was out for the day.
You're not allowed to kill terrorists.
Oh, and it's worth mentioning.
No, they're activists, Rags. They're activists. Peaceful protesters.
This is their truck of peace. Yes.
Falcon grabs Winter Soldier, gets them both out. They are safe. Lamar still has to deal with Carly and the other one. Cap throws the shield, and he ends up bouncing on it, and he makes it. You might have been distracted with how shit that scene was from thinking about how, wow, Falcon and Winter Soldier ditched them. He left them for dead.
Despite the fact that they saved their lives.
These guys literally. And like, it was too much for me. I was like, I can't watch this anymore. I can't watch Falcon, fucking Bucky be horrible people all the time.
It's like, who's the hero of this?
Didn't even try to catch up with the trucks.
Walker shows up and he's like, "Hey guys, want to ride?" And they ignore him because they don't like him.
Because
because
they're petulant children.
It would be more interesting from a writing point of view if they actually do trust him initially. You know, he seems like a decent guy. This is the kind of guy we can work with. Maybe Sam feels almost that, you know, the shield is in safe hands.
Maybe I made the right decision. Yeah.
And it's only over the course of like the next few episodes that faith gets gradually undermined, and he realizes, oh shit, this guy isn't what I thought he was. And okay, yeah, you can move forward from there. But yeah, he just hates him right off the bat, and it never ends.
Well, the problem is that the show preempts, right? So, like, a lot of people, when he's like, "Oh, stay out of my way," and screaming about, "Do you know who I am?" People are like, see, he was a cunt, and it's like, oh, you didn't know that though.
Yeah, they
kind of just spring it on you out of nowhere. There's no build up.
We need to post hoc justify why they were being assholes to him when, for all they knew at this moment, he was a really good guy.
Yeah,
they could smell the evil on him. They could smell it.
And I feel like him being a cunt later is assassinating the character they set up, because the switch he makes is stupid.
There's one thing that's of note that's just neat, that's sort of on its own, where he's just practicing announcing himself as Captain America, and obviously he's trying to get the voice right because you want to come across as strong and and everything. And so it's just relatable that he would just be like, oh god, it tells you a lot about him already. Like, he's not quite ready. This is a big job. And he says, like, of all the things I've done, like, this is different. This is a constant job. This is going to be big boots to fill. And, the wife is like, oh, don't worry. Like, you're going to be great. And same with the friend, just trying to make sure he's going to be all right, unzipping the outfit. And it's just like, yeah, here we go. And then all of the extravagance of this thing, plus the description of his history, which, unfortunately, the writers didn't realize what they'd locked him into. They made him like one of the greatest human beings on planet Earth.
Yeah.
That intro was great, because there's not. I mean, it's great that it makes him likable, but then it's terrible from a writing point of view in this show, because it doesn't even establish a hint of, that there's a bad undertone to him. It's not like he's arrogant about it. He's not like, I totally deserve this. He's a guy who feels the weight of the responsibility of doing this, and he's desperate to try and live up to it. Those are all great traits. It's just, it doesn't really fit. It doesn't factor into what he becomes later.
I mean, the show toys with him a little bit, like pulls at his strings and tries to manipulate you with all kinds of like the filmmaking around it. But then at the end is like, no, yeah, he's a good guy. We said that. We said he was a good guy. And you're like, I don't like you, show. Like, I find you frustrating. I was happy with this intro, and then I was already annoyed. And it's like, wait, why would you be annoyed? It's like, because they're gonna do something to him. They're gonna make him evil. They're gonna make him do something that's stupid or something. But
we knew it. We knew it was coming.
Yeah, they lost the Flag Smashers somehow. I have no idea. They also explained that they found the Flag Smashers and these guys because they followed Red Wing. And Falcon has the balls to complain about this when it's not even his. It belongs to the government. And it's so awkward because, again, Walker is doing everything perfectly. He's like, oh, well, it's government property. And then he points to himself and Lamar goes, we're government. This is like, yeah, lines up. And yet you just have them frowning. And then comes... Again, because this is all horribly written and they have no idea what they're doing. Bucky leaves first because Bucky's embarrassed by the fact that Lamar calls himself Battlestar. He's like, oh, what a lame name, I'm out. Walker's desperately trying to win him over, and he says a bunch of things. There's some really good quotes in there for like convincing him of his character. And like, it just makes me so sad. I'm going to try and show the faces because I'm so on Walker's side.
It's just the scene where he's like, I want you by my side to help me with this because we need your help.
Well,
and that's when Sam's.
I'll get there. I'll get there because this is something that really fucking pisses me off about this. He's like, Cap was Goodman. I want to be Goodman. He was strong, helpful. I want to be a team. You guys, blah blah blah. It's all good. It's all great. And Falcon's kind of being won over. I think at least he's listening to him. But he ends the sentence with a dreaded word. The word is wingman. Says he wants Cap's wingman.
It's not like you're a literal wingman.
So,
both literally and figuratively.
Falcon's like pissed off, and he's like, "Yep, always that bit at the end," and then he leaves. It's like, oh, and look at Walker.
Wingman's not even a subordinate position. It's just an equal who's there.
It's my buddy.
I got someone that makes it.
Look at his face.
I got someone that makes this much worse than you guys would even possibly get from just this scene. Because you're right. You're absolutely right that nobody would react this way. This is fucking absurd. And Walker, after trying so hard, fighting for their lives, arguing his character, knowing he's done everything right, he just sees this guy leave because he said wingman. And he's like, poor guy.
Maybe Sam just hates Top Gun references. I don't know.
That must be it. There were two people who had those like experimental Falcon packs, and they would rescue people, they would power rescue people. And part of his story that's so tragic is like, that guy died, Riley, and do you know what Falcon calls him in Winter Soldier?
Oh no!
Wingman, perhaps.
Calls him his wingman.
No.
Oh.
Imagine if he was alive to hear you say that. Spit in your face.
Yeah, I if I were Riley, I would fucking punch him. How dare you call me a wingman? So yeah, I was a little bit disappointed when finding that out. I was just curious if it's ever come up in the MCU, like just referring to people as wingmen. Has it ever been? Because I've never known it to be offensive. And literally,
me neither.
Falcon describes
if someone came up to me and said, "You're my wingman," I'm like, "Oh, awesome, man."
It's never been derogatory, nor does it necessarily imply a like lower position, like a wingman. Go ahead.
Yeah, if he'd said something like sidekick, okay, fine. That's got a kind of derogatory tone to it, or a condescending at least.
If you're in the military and somebody says a word you don't like, that's not a good enough reason to not work with them.
Well, they're children, so good enough.
Like, oh, he called me a wingman. It's like, fuck you. Get back to work.
He called me a soldier in an army.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not cut out for this, Sam.
I just wonder.
This is legit, like just a diversity seminar or whatever, converted into an action adventure. People get triggered by a certain word and they have to just up and leave because they can't handle it. Like, this isn't how real human beings interact with each other in the slightest.
I mean, if this is how you interact, it's like, god damn, you worthless. Like, you can't even talk to me without getting pissed off. Because I said wingman and it's a word that you don't like? Like, get out of here.
And hence why...
you called me wingman?
If you look
you might as well call me nigga.
if you look at Walker as the car drives away, he's just pissed. It's like, yeah, he should be. Like, what the hell is this? What does it take?
I'm trying the best I can. I saved your lives. And this is like, goddamn.
Is so lame, and I just don't know what to make of it, because I just look lost, because the show is clearly telling you Walker's annoying, we don't like him, fuck Walker. And you're like, why?
Yeah, annoying man.
We don't like Walker, he can't sit with us.
And you're like, but we do like Bucky and Falcon, those jokesters, those fun action stuff. He's like, no, I don't like them, though.
I like these new people who seem great and kind and skilled and humble, and just all of these wonderful traits that they have. It just seems
because next episode he's gonna go up to a guy who was aiding and abetting terrorists and scream in his face, "Do you know who I am?"
Spit at him. No way.
That does mean he's a bad person, really.
Oh, well, that's to come. Before we can even get there, they have to arrive first. People are searching for us now, so he says something like, I'm going to scrub our aliases from the internet. Like, what?
He's going to
I'm gonna have to hack the internet.
He's going to hack the mainframe. Dies.
The best part, guys, they show a loading bar. It's like, what?
Well, yeah, all the unloading has to load.
And it says, Interpol notice, wanted, Carly Morgenthau. What do you change about this?
They hacked Interpol.
She's wanted. This too late. They know her name. Like, what do you propose to do?
Down on a piece of paper.
Armed and dangerous, extreme caution advised.
It's done.
Like, our files disappeared. Let me replace them.
Anyone print out the Carly thing? It's like, yeah, I did, boss. Good.
I only remember what's
all
on
the
the
case
mainframe.
officers assigned to it would just instantly forget who she is. It's like, we were supposed to be searching for someone, but I've lost it now.
Oh man,
okay, on to the next case.
Our hard drives, they all got deleted. Like, oh no. It's so funny because he just sits. This is a brand new safe house. They've never been here before. He just sits down on a computer and goes, "I gotta hack the internet."
Yeah, it's just some guy's house that like, hey,
if this house didn't have the computer, then I'm guess all right. He would use his phone.
He's like,
let me call the internet. Send the internet a text to delete our personas from the interweb.
He sits at the computer. He's like, "Is this got hacking
delete our chat history?"
And they're like, "Oh, well, we've got
scrub all of our tweets from the official Flag Smashers Twitter account, which Twitter would probably allow to exist.
Oh yeah, it'll be fine. They could talk about freedom and stuff. It'll be fine. That's the context. But yeah, they're like, do you have hacking software?" And the guy's like, "Steam."
I got Windows 10. That's all the hacking software I need.
Which takes us to
big brain.
To the next part of this episode, which is going to be so much fun to talk about. Let me tell you.
Oh
no! This is the episode that killed so many Disney Plus subscriptions.
Dude, it was obvious this would have pissed off so many people, especially people I know. I'd be like, because it's just a bunch of stuff you listen to. And you're like, wait, what? Like, when did any of this happen? You're like, oh, that's the thing. It was a secret. But we open with a really weird, like, I'd like to talk to the writer about what the goal here was. They have a black kid say, "Hey, it's Black Falcon," and Falcon's like, "No, it's just Falcon." And I'm like, why would anyone call you Black Falcon?
This scene stands in stark opposition to the message of the show, which is that race matters a lot.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Yeah.
I feel
it's
like
weird. The show seems to go in loads of different directions with this because, like, Sam's final kind of realization of I'm going to wear the Captain America shield and I'm going to take on that mantle, even though people are going to judge me for it for being black and think that I shouldn't. It's like it tries to steer this middle path where it acknowledges all of these different grievances, but then tries to kind of push them aside so that he can take on the Captain America persona. But then it doesn't really have a coherent message in the end. It goes in two different directions. And it's like, this is like an example of... like they're trying to get across this point here really awkwardly that Sam just sees himself as... Falcon. He doesn't define himself by his race, or he doesn't want to. But then his experiences over the course of the series try and pull him in that direction, especially when he meets Isaiah.
It's hard to make more history because it's probably going to trample on something because they've already kind of done it now. It's like whatever would have happened with a world with more super serum people or more X, more Y, we should have probably heard about it. Like, the more films that go on, say, for example, they introduce the world-famous Winter Soldier assassin that everyone knows about and is terrified of and is a ghost in, like, the 27th film. We'd be like, that's weird. He hasn't come up, like, ever before, but it's, like, this guy that everyone... Okay. But
yeah, this show, along with WandaVision, really sets up the idea that they will happily make things up that existed retroactively, just to have really whatever they want for whatever reason.
Yeah. That's what Captain Marvel was, right? That's just like, it was just stapled on. We had told that they kind of cracked some sort of serum, kind of, with Howard in the, is that the 90s? Yeah, 91.
Yes.
So that is taken, and then they make a bunch of super soldiers out of it, but they were unstable, like, they're scary, they're beating up the scientists, oh god, and then they get put on ice. And so that's basically it. But now this show's saying, actually, and this is from what I remember from this episode and from the one we get down the line, episode 5, more serums were made, more experiments with people were done. Do you guys have any issue with any of that?
I'm okay
well, who did them?
Yeah. But who?
Might be a
presumably,
like exactly.
Well, Isaiah makes it sound like the American government, ? Vagueness, but it would have to be S.H.I.E.L.D., presumably.
Or I guess Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, that's definitely worth considering, right? So it would, because this is the thing, if we were all in S.H.I.E.L.D. when all the stuff in Cap 1 happened, I would probably be like, so what of this kind of stuff do we have left? It's kind of established that in Civil War that they eventually cracked something, not a good serum because it's unreliable, in the 90s. It's like, does that line up? It's like, I guess so. Without Erskine, who's revolutionary, like, yeah, they have a huge amount of trouble getting this to work again. However, we are told that they created a whole bunch, and they experimented with a whole bunch of dudes. And they sent all of these dudes on a mission. Now, according to Isaiah, a couple of them straight up died. A couple of them were unstable, and a couple of them it actually worked, and he's one of them. Unfortunately, loads of them were captured behind enemy lines, and so the government, or SHIELD, or whatever, panicked, like, oh fuck, they've got our super soldiers, we best blow them up to get rid of the evidence. That seems a bit weird.
That's same. It seems like they're trying to make.
Want to hide it, yeah.
It seems, especially when Captain America is going to be so front and center.
Well, I'm going to bring that back in, because I think there's more problems with this, right? So, like, we're supposed to believe that they wanted to kill them all so that there's no evidence of them having existed. Now, if you were so obsessed with them never being captured, why would you have dropped them all out there without having tested them at home? Been like, can you guys survive in stressful environments? Can you do blah, blah, blah? Instead of just being like, I don't know, throw them out, see what happens. It's like they've been captured. Oh, kill them, I guess. What?
Right, and if it turns out that Isaiah was a successful case, why the fuck would you leave him with your opposition? Why wouldn't you try to get your property, quotation marks, your property back?
And remember, Isaiah leads a one-man mission, I think, or a selection to get them out, and he's successful. It's like, wow, why didn't SHIELD just do it? Why didn't America just do it? Why did they just get their people out? They're really important. That's eerily close to Steve's story, if you remember. He goes and does a mission to save people when he was told not to.
Yeah.
That's probably deliberate. Anyway, he comes back, and he's like, they put me in prison. It's like, oh shit. Well, you know, I wouldn't want to quibble over whether or not they would be allowed to, like, legally with how he's broken orders. The fact is they did mean things to him, which I found strange. And then if you roll it back, it's like, wait, how did they get these powers again? Like, what was the nature of it? It's like they were told they were getting tetanus shots, but they were actually getting, like, the super soldier serum. It's like, huh. They didn't lie to Steve. Like,
I'm guessing that might be to mirror the thing that happened in, like, the 70s, wasn't it? Where a bunch of people were lied to that they were going to get, like, some sort of a vaccine, but it was actually like an experiment being run to figure out, like, the biology of African Americans or something, some crazy, like, secret government project, I think.
The thing is, he never makes it clear if all of the soldiers were black or not. He just says that they were soldiers.
Yeah, it's unclear, isn't it?
Which the show relies on a little bit, and I actually do think is cowardly. Like, they want to push the race stuff, but they also be like, ooh, we better not go too far. Like, we can't straight out say, like, yeah, America murdered.
You gotta ease them into it before the final essay. Yeah.
Like, were they testing on black people specifically? Because, oh, well, no one's gonna give a shit about these darkies. Let's just use them as test subjects. Even though with the Winter Soldier program, I think, weren't there, like, multiracial super soldiers?
Well, that was in the 90s.
Like, gals too.
Yeah, one of them was a girl, at least.
Yeah.
Again, though, that was in the 90s, so they would just argue it's a different time, you see. 90s were more progressive.
Yeah, they keep proceeding on, like, they rely on the audiences, like specifically the Marvel audiences view that the government is bad, and they just rely on that and expect them to fill in the blanks with their own, with their own, like, distrust of the government instead of just explaining the shit.
Yeah, a lot of the show relies on the proverbial evil they.
For sure. More problems come in with how, like, Falcon doesn't even bother throughout this entire season being like, Isaiah, who do you think did this and why? And then we can talk about, because I happen to know that SHIELD were completely infiltrated by evil German Nazis who were doing all kinds of experimentation, and that we actually squashed them. And so, sorry about all of that shit, but that might have been them and not, like, strictly America. Like, can we go over a lot of the because you seem like a very bitter old man as a result of the things that happened to you, which is natural. I just, maybe it's worth clearing up. Maybe you'll feel better about your country if you knew that it wasn't necessarily your country that did this to you. I don't know. There's lots of things that don't get talked about because it's a very simplistic sort of this accepted. We're gonna inject a bunch of dudes with this and send them out and just see what happens. It's like, that seems like a really dumb fucking experiment. I don't know. Like, think of how do you don't have
I feel like
control.
as important as the serum is, we'd really be keeping a close eye on all this stuff and be super careful.
A waste of your resources in the whole point of the test. Like, wouldn't you want to keep them close, try to figure out, like, why it worked and how you can potentially replicate?
Exactly.
You would have them in labs and controlled environments for months, if not years,
and you have
to
them
study the long-term effects of it.
You give them all a punching bag, and you're like, everybody approach and attack the punching bag, and then we'll monitor you. You don't throw them all out randomly, right? And then you have, like, Patient A, C, and F came back. The rest died. And you're like, did the rest die because of the fucking serum? It's like, well, they were shot, so I don't know.
This is this is fucking Umbrella Corporation style of test subjects, you know.
And for something so
just
important,
throw them into combat immediately and just see what happens.
Yeah, so really, really weird. But then gets even weirder, I would say. So he comes back, and they all get jailed because it's a big spooky secret they don't want anyone to know about. It's like, that's weird. Steve was very public, even the operation was. And at this point, while Isaiah was in prison, Steve was being used for like promotional stuff. It's like they wanted people to know he was a super soldier and stuff. It's like that's, I'm just like, okay. And it's like, well,
weird.
Well, Isaiah was black, and you're like, yeah. I guess I'm just a little bit lost on this.
But like, why would they have, if that's the attitude they had, why give it to a black person in the first place?
Exactly. Why would you waste that good shit on a darky? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so he can feel like he's being slighted, and because he's black, so he can like stage a whole mutiny against your dumbasses. Yeah, that's smart. That's really fucking smart.
The concept of like black war heroes like isn't. It's not like it was ever covered up in the past. Like, did you not have like entire squadrons of black airmen that were widely celebrated?
Well, the show accounts for this. The show accounts that if you remember in episode 5, I think, he says a bunch of those red tails went up there, and yet when they came home, there was burning crosses on their lords.
He said this nurse like made up some papers for him or some shit, or let him go, whatever.
Yeah, like, do we get to know anything about her, like the context of that, or is it just like, no, it's just a nurse?
They need
someone to pity on him.
If you think about it this way, Drake, it's like, well, he's describing how he was just permanently imprisoned and experimented on. So how's he in this house? Like, he got out. Someone got him out. Got up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he got out.
You know, my assumption there was like, okay, that whoever this nurse was, she is going to become a character, or some character who's already in the show will get revealed to be her.
He apparently met Winter Soldier at some point during his tenure as like super strong soldier man. But if you remember his story, he was injected, he went out, his soldiers several of his friends were captured, he was told you can't free them, he did, he came back and was imprisoned, so they only let him out to fight the Winter Soldier, presumably.
Yeah, it was in Korea, wasn't it?
So they did, when was that? Which, if we can try and find a timeline now?
Well, right, Korea was the 1950s, so like 56.
Yeah.
So he would have been released temporarily in his 30 years of imprisonment to fight Winter Soldier, yeah? Like, we are supposed to believe that. And he didn't do anything to escape or make noise or anything. He did his job, he beat the fuck out of the Winter Soldier, he tore his arm off, apparently, which, by the way, alright, if you say so, I guess. Yeah, and then he went back and they imprisoned him again. It's like, They wanted him for his blood, right? They were farming him, and it's like, wait, if his blood was like so... God, can you imagine how much blood they got out of him, by the way? 30 years of pumping that shit every day. It's like tanks of it.
Eventually, they come up with some form of a breakthrough after going through all that much blood. It's like, dude, something's got to help.
Yeah, either you come through with a breakthrough, or the other side's like, literally, we've got the silos of this shit. We don't need it anymore. Like, you can release him.
It's just gratuitous amounts of blood now.
They tell us that there wasn't any progress made. However, they kept the blood because the guy who makes the serum now says that it was the blood that gave him the breakthrough. Like, wait, they just had the silos of blood frozen, and they just passed it over.
And this guy's the only guy who came up with a breakthrough. None of the teams that were working on this anything with the blood.
It is, this timeline is so strange, and it's just to shove specific payoffs at specific times. Because the other thing I was wondering is, like, wouldn't they want to farm Steve's blood? The, like, top tier, like, perfect... And you know what? If they said, hey, Steve, as he's doing some of the missions, can you please just, like, bloodlet a little? Because we need to basically try and get this formula back. We need to help more people. We need to get more soldiers. We need to win the war. I think he'd be okay with it.
Yeah. Like I said, instead of the first Avenger, he actually does, like, they draw a lot of blood from him. So it's like, why not just keep doing that? Like, his was like the perfect experiment. It worked. So why not use his blood to recreate it?
Isaiah's was apparently perfect as well, but they just had a constant tap. They erased his entire... That was the funny part for me, when they were like, they erased every last scrap of me from history. That's why you've not heard of me. You're like, okay. Bucky knows where he lives. How?
Be found in a file erased from history.
What kills me is he just randomly tells Sam this, like, there's something you need to see. Like, why? Why?
Bucky somehow decided, you know what's likely? The blood they drew from him across those 30 years back what started 1940s is likely been used to synthesize a new serum. So we need to talk to him. He'll know nothing useful. And then we'll just move on. You're telling me there was a black superhero this whole time and nobody knew? And you're like, wait, Sam, why did you phrase all of that way? What the hell? Because when we first watched it, I was like, oh, I'd just be outraged that a human being was locked in a fucking cage and bled every day. Not that he was black. Like, that's a strange... Exactly. But okay.
And you know damn well they were not doing this specifically on black people, like just black people. You know that. Come on, Sam. Come on.
Dude, I
use your brain.
I doubt they even needed to just use like black people like cattle or whatever. It's like, can you imagine during wars, you're like, oh, we're experimenting to make people super strong and super fast to help in the war effort. Any volunteers? I think you'd have quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck yeah. I could be like Captain America. It's like, well, sign this, you might die. Just like he may have died, like he could die too. I'm still pretty sure you'll get loads of sign-ups. Especially people who want to fight, but they're like Steve, where they're too short or too scrawny or whatever. And before you can recover from this, before you can discuss it, before you can deal with any of this, a cop car shows up.
Oh my god.
And it's like...
This was physically painful to watch, how contrived it was.
It's like...
It's beautiful.
We just dealt with all of that, and it's like, it's really hard to try and reconcile everything. You just change the entire history to do with soldier serum and stuff. It's like, hey, this black guy bothering you?
And then another guy comes out and it's like, oh, wait, Bucky, you've got a warrant out. You're coming to jail. So, like, it takes a really long time to figure that part out, too.
Well, yeah.
Like, if they wanted to impress me, they would have been like, as soon as they roll up, Sam thinks they're going to go to him and start antagonize him. But they're like, no, Mr. What's Sam's last fucking name again?
Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, is this abrasive cracker bothering you? And there's a warrant out for it. Then I would have been like, okay, fine, whatever. But they had to like do the racial thing first and then say Bucky had to go to jail. Like, shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
What were they doing exactly? They were just walking across the street.
I think the thing I find awkward in the whole scene is that there are two people arguing in the middle of the street, and then a cop car rounds the corner. It's like, oh, why are you two arguing in the middle of the street?
Yeah,
the cars meant to be on the street, not people.
Instead, their first thought is, this white man, he's being attacked by this horrible black man. We gotta save him.
Yeah, and you think they'd recognize Sam on the spot, but no.
Well,
no, it takes them a little while to figure that out.
Especially the cops.
Those two are incredibly famous.
Yeah, particularly they're there to apprehend Bucky, aren't they? Because he missed his counseling thing, so they've got to bring him in. That's like the terms of his parole. Yeah, so they are already there looking for him to arrest him. It's like, who's he likely to be hanging around with? Ah, yes, that Falcon guy.
Dude, it is so blatant. Not only should they instantly recognize them fucking anyway, but when they go like, oh my god, dude, that's the fucking guy. And he's like, oh shit, oh my god. It's like, oh. You're like, yeah, it's lampshading again. The show is like, see, they probably should have known. And it's like, yeah, show, they probably should have. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Like, well, we want to have our payoff. Which, by the way, as I established, he should be going to jail for a bunch of things, Bucky. He's potentially going to jail here because he missed his fucking therapy appointment. Like, wow.
On the plane with Sam, if like there's a warrant put out for his arrest if he misses one of his psychiatry appointments. It's like, wow.
And yeah, and so that's that, and so yeah, a lot of people were just like,
contrived.
God, is this the show? And then to top off this wonderful fucking episode, Walker is like, hey guys, you know, we saved your lives, we're totally cool with you, we try to pick you up, we're on board, we got you out of jail, it's all good. What do we have? We should work as a team and find Carly. And they literally tell him, fuck you, you've got no information, we're free agents, we're gonna go work on our own.
The show has given us no reason to like these guys.
No.
I mean, it's entirely based on us being, knowing them from the movies and liking those characters. But if it was just if you came into this show cold, you'd just be there like thinking these guys are complete dicks.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, why would I support them?
The thing is, I liked them from the previous movies, but when I watch this, I'm like, this isn't even the same characters. It's just like
I don't think so. And yeah, like Falcon's logic that threw me for a fucking loop when I was watching the show, because like I said, the world building doesn't make any sense. He's like, you guys, when you go anywhere, when you do anything, you got to get approval. We don't. I'm like, how? How are you using government technology, government like weaponry, without the government's permission on where you can go? This sounds like a fucking political disaster. You just arrive in countries with like USA vehicles just doing whatever you want. Like, no, we know this isn't true. We watched Civil War. You can't get away with this. And they're like, nah, we're free agents. Fuck you.
Work underneath any agency whatsoever. They don't have any authority to respond to, like any supervisor, nothing. They plan their missions, judge, jury, and executioner, apparently.
If they are free agents, then is he paying for all of this out of pocket? Like,
nope.
I thought he was broke.
It has to be the government. Well. They ruined it when he had on that huge like plane that he jumped out of for Munich. It's like the government paid for that. They would never do the. Who would they honestly be like, hey Falcon, if you want, you could just go ahead. That's fine. It's not like the world is strapped for resources and accountability right now. It's fine. Do whatever you want. The funny thing is, I think it would be the reverse. I think Captain America and Hoskins, Battlestar, whatever, they would probably be able to operate with relative ease. They'd be like, we need this to go here. They might not even have to say why. They'd be like, it's a part of our investigation. We're doing blah, blah, blah. We need to go here. It's like, yeah, we'll get the sanctions you need. Free agent man, be like, hey, government, can I borrow a plane? Be like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's like... There we go. Even if they said, like, oh, we're searching for the flag smashers, going to stop him. It's like, that's nice, but you're a free agent. We only come to you when we have a contract. Otherwise, fuck off. Like,
especially when he's kind of sympathetic to their cause and makes it quite known that he's kind of sympathetic to their cause.
And they could have gone away with it. If they'd integrated maybe with Pepper, they were like, they get their resources from her, and she's, well, then there's the money issue. Like, it can't work.
Then potentially you've got a good setup for Zemo, where it's like, oh, this guy's insanely wealthy, and so we need his resources and his jets and stuff to be able to fly around the world. We need his help to do that. We don't just need him for information, we actually need him to support us.
Yeah, that just ends up being what they use him for writing-wise, but the characters didn't even seem to be aware that that's what they would need him for until he just supplies it.
No, exactly. Like, he just happens to have it, but it's a surprise to them, yeah. It's like, whoa, you're rich, you've got a jet, I didn't know that. Now, obviously, everyone's been returned, and those resources are scarce again. And they're fighting this terror campaign to try and reverse that, but like, how? Are you going to force half the world's population to kill themselves or something?
There's going to be the big problem of, I am willing to bet that more than half of the world like the idea of nations. In fact, it's probably more than half. It's probably more like 90%, if not more than that. But also, when you achieve your goal, what does that look like? Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but as it stands right now, it's going to be pretty logistically impossible for one government to oversee the whole world effectively. There's kind of a reason why a lot of big countries have states. Even small countries have states. Doesn't Germany have like 10 or 15 states? It's just, you need to start figuring out, all right, how do we address the problem in this area? Okay, that's still a big area. How do we address the problem in this area? And then all of a sudden you have states again. Like, I don't see this end outcome here working for them.
Well, that's the thing. The GRC is already kind of what they want. What they want the GRC to do, though, is give more resources to people of their choice, not the GRC's choice. That's it.
And it's so bizarre, because you would think that, half the population blipping back into existence after 5 years of adjusting to the new paradigm would throw everything into chaos, and there wouldn't be enough resources for them, period. Like, there just is not enough. But they act like there are, they just haven't been giving it to them.
Well, that's my point. It's
that
like
doesn't make any fucking sense.
They want a fairer redistribution of non-existent resources, and I just don't understand how that's meant to work.
Here's an
and how does killing them help?
But
how do they meant to know who to give them to?
It's not even just that. The show, I think the show believes they make an argument, but I'm sitting here like, oh, They're really stupid. Like, not the writers, Carly. Carly's like, you have this place. It's got 6 months worth of resources in here, and you're just sitting on it. I think the writers were like, yeah, see? So there are some resources that aren't being used. I was just sitting there like, six months? Well, yeah, you're going to need more. Like, having... So, say, for example, there's a meal. And you go, that's a day's worth of food for someone. You're like, yes. So you probably want more than 1 meal per person, presumably. So if you have 6 months worth of this compound that's being spread, presumably through this city or something, that'll last them some time, but they're going to need more. And Carly's like, no, you shouldn't have it at all. It's like, what? How do you figure this out? What are you thinking?
It feels like it's one of the consistent through lines when you watch this show is like, whoever wrote this show, I don't think that they understand how the military works. I don't think they understand how like supply chains works. I don't think they understand how governments work.
No.
Oh, they don't.
It's fascinating. It's so unreal to watch a show where at the end of it, they're like, and I guess we'll get to that later. It's like, I don't know. Maybe that's a good thing. It's like, it's not. Like
that's the most baffling line I've ever heard in my goddamn life. I cannot believe he said that unironically.
Yeah,
in
I
this
don't
show.
know. And maybe that helps me. It's like, you know what? If I was talking, imagine if you had an engineer who's like, yeah, so we need to put some support beams up here to make sure that we can keep the balcony stable. It's like, I don't understand how any of this works, and I don't think I want to. I want a giant, like, 10-foot long swimming pool over the top of my house. It's only 6 feet. Oh, wait, a 10-foot. Wait, no, I need to rethink. That's all right. Go ahead. I totally destroyed my own.
The hero of the supposed hero of the show says in the final culminating like monologue he has that like, you know what? Maybe I don't understand how complicated this situation really is, but maybe that's a good thing because now I can be idealistic.
Yeah. One of the officials hits him with a straight up like logistical question. He's like, what are we supposed to do with all these people that have come back and they've found like someone else living in their homes? Do we just turn them out on the street? And Falcon just stares at him. Like he's got no response to it. And then he just kind of moves on. It's like, you can't just fucking brush past that.
He tells him to do better.
That's the whole reason that this problem exists.
Do better. I think it's retarded that they were like, right, we need info on super soldier serum. What about Zemo? It's like, what?
It's like it's just clutching his straws.
Zemo had any knowledge about any of this inside of Civil War. It's like, what did he have to do with like the super soldier serums? He found out about the super soldiers like after the fact. Bucky told him about it.
This is the thing, they've retconned it. So Zemo in Civil War was simply looking for everything that he could find about like the Stark's death, and it led him into the serum stuff, and then he was like, fuck, there's still soldiers, I gotta kill them, because these people with too much power is like, you know, that's how it went. It wasn't like, because they change it in this to, he was like studying serum stuff and super soldiers this whole time. He knows loads about all of it. After they show Walker is like stressed out, they do the thing where the camera's like getting close to him, blurring and shaking, and he's like, oh god, I can't, oh jeez. And it's like, uh-oh, he's gonna explode and kill somebody with his shield. Who knows what's gonna happen? First of all, we know that Winter Soldier is not quite trusted yet by the government as someone who isn't gonna start stabbing people. They're worried about him. There is no way in the world that he's gonna be anyone would let him stay in the room with the last man to program him to kill everyone. Not gonna happen. And it's funny because the second he steps in, he immediately starts saying the words. It's like, oh shit.
It's one of those things where he's like, that doesn't work anymore. It's like, dude, whoever let you into that room probably shouldn't have let you into that room for that exact reason.
Well, this is the funny thing. It's like, imagine Bucky comes to them and the German police are like, oh, you're not allowed to see him anyway. And he goes, no, I am. And he goes, okay, well, you're not allowed to see him because you might be a horrible murderer. And he's like, no. I was at Wakanda. They've sorted me right out. Like, that's nice. You're still not allowed to see him because I don't know if I believe you. It's like, no, seriously, they said the words. I was looking at a fire. It didn't work. It's like, okay, have you tried it with Zemo? No. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work with Zemo if it didn't work with the Wakanda lady. That's the same, I guess. And then it's like, okay, Bucky, do you know if there's another code he could use? No, maybe. So, yeah, you're not going to see him, buddy. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. You can leave now. Also, we're going to let the government know you tried to see Zemo, because why wouldn't we? It's a very strange thing you're doing. I imagine the therapist would probably be like, he tried to see Zemo? What the fuck? What's going on? Why is any of this happening? But if only him seeing Zemo was the biggest of the issues with all of this. They want us to believe that Bucky then must have gotten a book, but the key. How did he get a key card? How did any like?
Yeah,
but he got
that's what
it.
I'm saying.
Put it in a book, and then he managed to sneak that into the stuff that would go to Zemo's room pile, and then it did. It gets him through every single lock at every level in the entire prison. That seems weird to me. Like you'd need.
That was lucky.
Yeah, they have the entire system. Every single lock for every single room has one card that gets through all of it. I don't know that that's normal. I feel like that's not normal at all, actually. To make everybody busy with a riot, Bucky tries to convince prisoners to kill each other.
Yeah, so if any one person died, wow, you guys are super duper fucked morally.
That's incredibly unethical, Bucky. Not cool, bro.
The fact that the guy buys it as well, like he just slips him a note saying, this guy's going to kill you tonight. And so he immediately just launches himself at the dude and tries to kill him. First, like, you wouldn't think to investigate this a little bit before you act, because like this guy could kill you in return.
You ask him about it, see what's going on, see like it's like, hey, you got a problem? Like, did I do something to offend? Like nothing. He just instantly tries murdering him. It's like, wow, that worked exactly the way you thought it would.
Yeah, it's like no, it couldn't possibly be like one of your fellow inmates, perhaps, who's trying to provoke you into killing one of their enemies. It's like, no. He just, I'll believe it instantly and just go for it. Knocks out a guard, steals his uniform, and just kind of puts the cap down a little bit lower, and like nobody recognizes him. You know, like probably the most dangerous prisoner in the entire prison. Like, and none of the other guards like happen to notice that he's in that guard's uniform now.
His door being opened by a key card would set off notifications everywhere. It'd be like, Zemo's prison cell's opening. What the fuck? Wait, how does he open the door from the inside? You wouldn't even think that would be like an option.
Yeah, it'd be weird. Hey, you want to put like a cell where you can unlock it from the inside?
Why would we have that?
When is there going to be a scenario where the person inside the cell needs to be
locks themselves in?
Well, not even then, because the other guards will be like, "Oh, Jerry,
I was gonna say that's
just him inside with Zemo again."
Like an idiot Jerry.
Classic Jerry.
Classic Jerry.
I don't. Also, if a riot happened, imagine they just did a lockdown that like prevented anyone from getting out of the main doors.
Yeah, like gates close or drop down, or the computer system
what they would absolutely
locks up.
do.
Yeah.
A prison riot is not a good idea to like get someone out of prison because it's chaos.
And killed Zemo.
Yeah, it's like that could very well happen.
So at this point, they're vigilantes again. They've broken out one of the most famous, like most important prisoners probably around these days. Like he's high value as fuck when he blew up the UN. That probably gave him quite the profile. Assassinating King T'Chaka, that probably fucked up relationships with Wakanda a little bit. There's a lot of reason why you want to hang on to him. And if you see these two carting him around, like just random example, I'm thinking like hypothetically here. If like a government agent, like a GRC agent, like a guy who works for them, like a captain of some kind, was to find them, he would probably be like, "Wow, you've broken every law. You have to go to prison. You guys have fucked up miserably. You've aided and abetted a very wanted criminal." Like, how ridiculous would it be if he was like, "Yeah, I'll work with you guys."
I always get worried when once again we just start inventing places like this that were here all along and it's not a real place, because this could have been Hong Kong or some South Sea.
Well, the problem is that you can't have it be Hong Kong, and the reason why is because Hong Kong wouldn't be the place that it was if it was lawless. This lawless state can't exist. Well, that's the first flaw. How can they have skyscrapers or buildings or infrastructure if there's no laws?
It's
not like South Sudan, all right? Like it's
we have lawless places.
Is highly developed.
We have lawless places. They don't work out really well. They're horrible, awful places full of violence and terror, and it is really, really, really bad. But Madripoor seems to be an extremely it looks like a gleaming, idealized city of the future. I mean, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. It seems to be a big first world, modernized skyscraper.
Yeah, it's basically Hong Kong. Except lawless, which is absurd. Yeah,
it's lawless, guys.
I mean, it's got that vast, futuristic-looking bridge that leads into it. Like, where the fuck?
Wow,
that's driving nice
how
cars.
exactly do you get into Madripoor if it's lawless? Do they have like customs, or how do you get in?
Yeah, why are they walking across the bridge?
And remember,
and if you could just walk in and this is a really nice place, why wouldn't everybody just come here and get rich?
Yeah, if you just let people come into your amazing place, regardless of who they are or where they're from, and you don't know anything about them, yeah, things start to go downhill pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and they don't extradite is something Sharon says. Like they don't. That sounds like a policy.
That's a law.
So yeah, the two first points I've got here is clearly not lawless, an extravagant place filled with a desperation for imports and exports. They don't extradite, meaning a system of governance has to exist. They, despite the fact that they deny it, and not to mention a bounty system in place.
Surely people know what this guy looks like, right?
Well, it's another.
They show a photo of him, and he does look similar to Sam quite a bit. So the criticism I would say is, do these people not know who Falcon is?
Yeah, well, I mean, of course there's that, but...
Well, you see, it's lawless, so there's no newspapers or internet service providers, so they don't get, they just don't get filled in.
Service providers, yeah.
Yeah.
Cross it off the list, man.
Wait, which one? The
just whichever ones we've done, so that we can keep track.
Oh, I have. This is the thing. A lot of what you guys have mentioned so far aren't even on my list. It's just more because there's just more problems.
Why can't Sam just be some guy? Why does he have to be Smiling Tiger?
Yeah, why couldn't he just be literally like one of Zemo's thugs?
Can't he just be why can't he just be a dude?
Oh, wait,
that
sorry.
would allow him
to talk to this woman. Yeah.
Sorry, I just said thug. Yeah, that's a no-no wish.
Yeah, I don't get why you would put up the incredible risk of trying to impersonate a high-profile, well-known gang lord dude when he could just be a guy with Zemo.
Especially because him being Smiling Tiger isn't what gets them the meeting,
and it fucks the whole meeting.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why be Smiling Tiger?
It just makes things really difficult for him later on for drama.
Yeah, that was dumb of Zemo.
How did Sharon know that they were there?
What are the odds of her being in Madripoor?
Pretty low.
It's just like, that's incredibly lucky that she's just there.
Mm-hmm. And that she's actually really powerful. Was she just waiting for them to show up with her sniper rifle there just to kill this person?
Yeah.
And is she not concerned about the consequences of killing this person?
The whole, what are the odds of her being here and at this time in many portions of the entire Madripoor scene, it's all horrible. Like, she had to be in the bar at that time. And she had to be ready to kill Selby, then she had to be ready with the sniper to kill the people that came after them again. Yeah. It's insane. I don't know how any of it makes sense.
Also, I don't know if this is like a retroactive one, but if she has that mask, why isn't she wearing it like all the time? Why would she risk being caught as the sniper if she has a piece of tech that can completely conceal her identity? Why isn't she just wearing that every time she goes out, basically?
One for Falcon is that he didn't put his phone on silent. He leaves it on. You have the scene with the phone. It's just like, Sam, you did not shut that thing off or put it on silent. Like, why?
Yeah, you idiot.
I didn't put it together that Sharon and the sniper were the same person. I thought, because I even asked, so where's the sniper? Who's he?
When she gets shot, does a text message just automatically go out saying, I'm dead, kill these people? And how does anybody know who killed her?
I do not know. No one here knows that Bucky Barnes was pardoned.
That's also the thing. We hadn't really even gotten much into Bucky at all. But yeah, this entire show, it plays very, very conveniently with when people are or are not recognized, when they should always be recognized pretty much everywhere. Because in this world, they are super celebs. They are one of the Avengers, essentially, and, the Winter Soldier. Extremely famous and high-profile individuals.
No, they're not.
Oh, fair enough.
Been saying that a lot this stream, but that's how it feels when you watch this show. No, they're not.
It's the Simpsons reference. Nah. It smells. No, it doesn't. Selby thinks that someone having an alias or having not revealed their real name is an impossibility.
and that they must die for it.
In a place where people's in a lawless place full of crime lords and intrigue and probably double crossing and all of these mafia games. Yeah, using an alias. What?
No, you should be using your real name all the time, just like I do.
Just like the guy next to you called the Winter Soldier.
I'd love it if, like, it hangs up, she goes, Sam, and then, like, they raise the guns, and he goes, did you think Smiling Tiger was my name?
Everybody records Bucky killing those people while beating them up, and there are no consequences for it.
Ding. Number 15.
Yeah. Thought so.
We were sure, because they take the time to show us everyone recording him, we were like, oh, that's going to come up, and it's going to be really annoying in the plot. It'll be like, you can't do something because of this.
They didn't even do it.
Nope, it just got dropped.
Yeah, because in episode 4, they have everybody pulling out their phones, you know, at Walker, and it's a big deal. But here, when they pull out their phones, it doesn't matter.
Well, it's because these are the heroes, so it's fine.
Wouldn't they have recorded Zemo with the Winter Soldier?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So they would know that the people, as if they needed more, more to go off of the idea that it was them who broke Zemo out of prison.
They can never go to Germany again.
Well, I was going to say that I feel like we were explicit a little earlier when I said, like, literally Captain fucking America sees them together, so they're done, but the plot doesn't do anything with that. The message they get is, Selby dead, bounty for her killers. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Who are they?
Oh, who?
Yeah.
Who set up the bounty?
I think the list kind of like came close to doubling with the About You guys added. It's just, there is an insane amount of problems in this place. Which pushes us on to Sharon basically explaining something that we get a nice strike to Cap's character, quite a significant one. Basically, in Civil War, she sacrificed everything to give them their weapons and gear back. Which is pretty awesome of her to do. And so I guess she left for Madripoor or something. They didn't contact her or give a shit about her in the 2 years that they were vigilantes. Falcon even cites those 2 years as like, hey, I had it tough too. Like, okay. You guys were a big team though, you know? Like, you were all together. Where was Sharon? Why wasn't Sharon contacted? Why wasn't Sharon brought in? It's not like you don't have normal people on your team. Fucking Black Widow joined them. Like, what the hell? And he basically apologizes for the fact that they forgot her.
The 5 years in between Infinity War and Endgame, like that, all that time, like Cap did nothing after apparently
they
did
just nothing.
Like he just forgot about her. It's like, wow.
Yeah, that's why it's an assassination. It's Civil War all the way to now. Cap has done nothing for Sharon. He fucking forgot about her. It has led her to a life of crime, which, by the way, I think Southpaw was saying to me like, oh, she's been assassinated. And I was like, maybe. If she is sound of mind, then she's been assassinated. If she's been brainwashed, or she's not even Sharon Carter and it's someone wearing a super duper face or something.
Or a
John
Skrull.
Carter.
Yeah, or a Skrull. So we got a lot of options, but yeah, we'll just have to wait until the MCU tells us what the fuck's going on.
That's just, still, it's like, I guess Cap still didn't bail her out or he doesn't care.
Well, yeah, the fact that Falcon confirmed that there was no contact is still terrible. So we can't fix that now. Like, if you were writing after this, you just go, no, Cap did contact me. He just didn't tell you, Falcon. You were an asshole and you didn't find out. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, and so something super fucking awkward happens. And I really don't like this. So Sharon's like, you know, this sucks. You can stay here, I guess. And then Sam's like, we need help with this serum maker guy. Give us help, please. And then she's like, pfft. He goes, help, I can get you pardoned. And then she says, wow, you're bargaining with my life? And he's like, no. Like, I'll get you pardoned. That's like a promise. But I could really use some help, you know? And I can get you pardoned, so... And it's like, you're doing the thing she just said. And then she says something like, I don't trust deals. Oh, no, she says I don't trust favors or something like that. And then he goes, okay, fine, it's a deal. I'll get you pardoned, you give us this help. And I was like, that's the thing, you bargaining with her life.
That's a deal.
It's, well, don't take my word for it one-to-one. The problem I take with it is that Sam basically agrees, in exchange for you giving us help and resources, and for what she does, if you remember all the fights she gets into, I will get you reinstated, which is something that you deserve, right? You see the problem?
Right, you're extorting her for something that you believe that she's entitled to.
And they try and dance around it in the dialogue, is what I'm saying. She's like, I don't trust favors or whatever. And he's like, fine, we will make a deal. You could trust them. Not Power Broker, but, you know, she's good with deals. And I'm just like, that's fucking shit. You just made it so that they did the thing they weren't supposed to do. He shouldn't be playing with their life. It's bullshit.
Also, does he have the power to do that?
Well, he promises it. He reckons he can get it done. And if you remember episode 6, he says, I haven't forgotten my promise. So I guess... And you know, in the after credits scene, she gets her pardon. So I guess he had the power to just get her a pardon.
Has that power?
Well, the fact is, if Bucky can get the fucking pardon, she can. There's no way that she... As we've said, she should have had it already.
Clearly.
She should have had her pardon. She doesn't have it because plot.
He can pardon Sharon, but he can't get a loan.
You have one goal, which is to satisfy Sam's request to earn the pardon to get back into S.H.I.E.L.D. to get access to information that can be useful as your role as the power broker. You're like, okay. Simultaneously, you do not want this guy to come to any harm because he's the most important person in your operation. So what do? Because Sam wants to find him. You're like, okay, well, Sam just wants information. Let's find out what it is. It's like, Sam wants to know where Carly is. It's like, oh, well, this guy, what do you know about Carly? Just talk to him as the power broker, and he'd be like, well, she wanted this, she went here, she does this. Like, okay, put that in a file, and I will get it for Sam and be like, this is all I could pull from everything in Madripoor related to, you know, Carly's visits here and her operations here. And, you know, basically just a file she creates at her will that has all the information she wants to have in it. It's like, if this is helpful, which I hope it is, which it will be because this is how it all works out, she'll get that pardon. But the thing is, you should get the pardon anyway. So it's really weird, this whole thing is. And she loses everything. She loses him, the lab, all of his data. It's like, it's all gone. So no more super serum. And I start to wonder if, like, I guess I'll have to watch it again. Does she care about that or no?
She doesn't seem to care.
They all get into a car, his car, by the way, that he had a car that was available, the door was open, and the keys were in it, and he just drives out of one of these shipment containers with it. It's like, okay. Right then, you're like, did you set this up before? I don't know. But yeah, he's like, get in, everybody. And I was just like, wait, really? This is such a, like, nonsense cartoon now. And then they're like, you just killed someone. He goes, promise I won't do it again. And they're like, all right. It's like, what the fuck is happening? Zemo escaped the same day that Bucky and Sam came to speak to him. And I think Lamar's like, you would think they broke him out, right? He's like, of course they broke him out. I was just like, oh, thank you, Walker. We need like some kind of brain. And so, something really weird happens that kind of allows the rest of this season to work in terms of a couple of its payoffs. Walker then says, for some reason, looks like we're going to have to go off the books. Because they're going to chase Zemo and Falcon and Bucky on their assumed adventure to try and get to Carly because they think those lot have a better thing. And so like, time to go off the books. It's like, why would you go off the books? That's like on the books. That's like fully on the books. You remember that Zemo guy? Like, yeah, of course I know Zemo. Everyone knows Zemo because he was like super famous for everything that he did. It's like, yeah. He broke out. Oh shit, really? It's like, yeah, but the interesting thing is, like a few hours before, Bucky and Falcon, who are on the same kind of mission as us, broke him out. We think they broke him out because he'll have information to do with Carly and the Flag Smashers. And then Rags, you're like, you slam the table and you're like, you guys gotta get on that shit. First of all, to get Zemo back, because holy fuck, he shouldn't be free. Secondly, to imprison Bucky and Falcon, those fuckers, releasing him, what the hell. And thirdly, if they do have a lead on Carly thanks to Zemo, go and get it. We gotta get these flag smash. Instead, Walker's like, nah, the government don't want us to do this. We better go off the books. It's like, what? No. I don't understand. Why would they want you to do this? This is the biggest lead they've ever had. A different crime has been committed, and two of America's heroes are, like, doing something really shady. That, to me, sounds like the thing the GRC want him to look into. But he's got to be off the books so that when he kills the terrorist man, it's seen as a horribly bad thing that he did without the GRC's permission, you know? Then the Flag Smashers burn a bunch of innocent people to death.
Yep.
Hooray. Because they had...
One world, one people, am I right?
One world, one people, charred ones here and there too.
So do they burn them and kill them because they have supplies, or would they have burned and killed them anyway?
I think the point is that they're unfortunate in that they got burned, but it's part of making the message clear that they're serious. Like, we will kill people. That's how important we consider this. I think she said they weren't innocent as well, but she's insane, so I don't trust her.
Yeah, so they're not innocent. That death is the only language these people understand.
Yes, as if to say,
fuck is that?
She's such a moron. If I was on her team and I was like, wait, you want him to understand that we're for real by killing people? She's like, yeah. I'd be like, it's gonna do stuff. It's gonna make us look really, really bad. If we had public support, which apparently we do somehow, I feel like we're gonna start losing it if they find out we burn people to death for no reason.
Also, it's very strange that all her minions and acolytes get kind of cold feet towards the end, but not earlier when they've already killed people.
Well, they could keep going. So someone I picked up when I was rewatching it, I was talking to Rags about it. They keep giving her looks throughout the season, just looks, and I think it's the show's way of being like, we do think what she's doing is evil, viewers. We do. Unfortunately, these aren't characters, so there's no story for them. They give her looks, and then they get exploded. Like,
and then at the very end, they're like, "Oh, maybe this is too far now."
They don't even, not really. She's like, one world, and they all go. They look around. They're like, one world. They go, one people, one people, and then they carry on doing all the evil shit.
The whole thing. When John Walker, Giga Chad is saving the truck full of people, they all jump on him to try and stop him.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, but so I guess they're okay with killing people. Well, it's weird. You're expecting that payoff where they sort of turn on her.
Yeah,
and they're the much more sympathetic terrorist types.
Yes,
but
and that would be perfect when she's attacking Walker as he's trying to pull the van up, and they go to help, and then they stop, and then they pull her away. That would be the payoff.
Yeah.
But they don't. Like I said, they do not have characters, and I think their distrust of her was dropped in later because they realized they needed to condemn her a bit more. She doesn't warn him that this is going to happen. She says, "Put on your seatbelt," and he's like, "Yeah, okay." She goes, "Put on your seatbelt," like, oh shit. And the car, because he's like, "Oh, you're not taking your own car?" And she's like, "No." She's got explosives in her car, and it blows up and it rocks their car. And it's like, okay, Carly, like, I'm gonna allow it for a moment that you killed a bunch of people for no reason at all. Why are you so incompetent? Like, why would you? First of all, if you want him to not know, you time it for way later and you get the fuck out of there, and then you have it explode. You don't explode it while you guys are outside while also not telling him it's going to happen.
There's no way. There's no way that she can hide it because the news later on.
Oh no, I don't mean. What I mean is, like, logistically, if you want it to be that, you know, he needs to not know long enough that he can't stop it, is what I meant, right? Because that might be a worry. What you do, you just have it blow up fucking an hour from now, whatever, half an hour, 10 minutes, just enough to get out, but she has it on like 10 seconds, and she's like, yeah, go to the car, yeah, get your seatbelt on, go. She's like, ooh, that was close. Like, that would have been really bad if we'd been a little longer there. And he's just like, oh my God, you killed everyone. She's like, oh yeah, that too, I guess.
If the show was clearly aware of how fucking crazy and stupid she was, I wouldn't mind someone that, like, ideologically possessed and stupid. You know, I could believe it to a degree. It's still bad, and she does a lot of stupid things, don't get me wrong. But the fact that the show is sympathetic to her makes it so much worse.
The Wakandans are leaving their fucking magic balls on the floor and on random bits of thing for Winter Soldier to pick up. Fucking Friggy said that they were those, and I was like, no, they're not. They wouldn't be that. That would be stupid. They wouldn't do that. Those things are like super technology that are really important with bazillions. They wouldn't just drop them randomly on the fucking floor and hope that he picks them up and realizes that he has to go down a particular street. But no, that's how that's what they did. The show, like, it can't take 1 second without being like, hey, here's something really stupid. You ready? Like, you're gonna want to build this one up. It's a huge moment. Instead, they just showed the moment out of context, and I just have questions now. I'm just like, how did this work? How did you even set this up? This is the first time, and you guys are unaware of how the control even works. Why would staring into a fire while she reads the words make it not work anymore? How does this happen? What is happening? And then it's like, no, the scene's incredible, and I think there's gotta be people in chat right now who are like, are you fucking serious? You're criticizing this scene, it's like the best scene. It's like, guys, it's only Sebastian Stan's acting. That is it in that scene.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
I would honestly think he's phenomenal. I believe him when you watch him. It's fucking great. But that's it.
But that's all we get. It's not set up. It's not
him.
earned. This is a huge payoff that we just skip to. But that's
Imagine
all
if
it
that
takes
was
for a
the
lot
end
of
of his
people. You
movie.
just skip to the payoff, and that's it. Done.
A movie called The White Wolf or something where the ending is this scene. Could you imagine?
Also, a series is exactly the place to explore a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
But they still, even though it's a TV show, they still feel like they have to put in an action scene every 20 minutes.
Well,
like,
it's the same.
Take your time.
I wonder if it's because Mando was such a success, and Mando's format is there is a big action scene every episode, because if there's not, people won't.
There's always 2.
Yeah, 2. Which is funny, because you had a show like Daredevil, which was successful in this format, that had episodes where there was no action at all. It's like, yeah, because it's a fucking TV show. It's not a movie.
By the way, the whole 2 action scenes thing is not more prominent than in episode 4, because the 2 action scenes themselves could have just been 1. Everybody has a big fight. You know, the Flag Smashers, Zemo, our heroes, Walker and Lamar, everyone's a big fight. Kind of ends, it peters out in the first fight, and then the second fight, it's like it restarts, and then we get the big payoff, because it's like, yeah, we can't have the big payoff right at the beginning, wait, so we'll just have a fight. The dialogue throughout this season is fucking dreadful. Falcon's like, hey, you probably shouldn't break out Zemo, because if you remember, I guess you forgot, but Zemo killed the Wakandan king. He also blew up the UN. He kind of, like, destroyed the Avengers team. Do you remember? It's like, I hate you.
That's barely an exaggeration too. The dialogue is really
like that throughout
terrible.
the season, because they don't know how to write. And then she says to Bucky, by the way, Zemo killed the king that chose me to be in, like, the... Just like, I know! Both of you know. And then he's like, because Bucky's a moron, he's like, oh, we kind of need him for this thing that we're doing. And she's like, okay, 8 hours. Like, wait, what do you mean 8 hours? How did you figure that out? What made you say 8?
Why 8 hours? Also, no, Germany gets him back.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with it. First of all, Bucky, tell her what exactly is going on. You are trying to stop the world from being destroyed by crazy terrorists with super serum, and he knows how. Okay? That's step 1. Step 2, he's going back to Germany's prison. I don't know what you guys want. And then if they went, oh, well, we kind of want that, actually. In fact, we're going to take him back to the raft. I think you'd just be like, wait, why the raft?
Why do they care which prison it is exactly? Like, what does it matter what prison is? Do they just want him in prison, period? Because it's like, yeah, they're going to bring him back probably if everything went right.
It's very strange. It's like, oh, okay, that's what you get. Fine. And then if you could just be like, yeah, so, can you guys maybe help us then? Like, work with us against these flag smashers? You guys can nail it. Like, you can rip them to shreds, and then you can take Zemo, because the job will be done. In fact, we know where Carly is, like, soon. It's just give... She's like, no, 8 hours. Like,
oh, well, the plot would be too confused to decide who wins between Carly and the Wakanda lady. The plot wouldn't know who's allowed to win this.
And then the radio announces that because of the burned people, they are now going to do the Patch Act, which is to reinstate borders. Meaning... You guys are fucking idiots, and you shouldn't have burned everybody to death.
But also, did it take 6 months to decide, hey, let's reinstitute borders?
Maybe there's... like I said, they're deliberately vague, so we can do a little bit of inferring here. Maybe it simply means, like, we're going to start cracking down. The borders were always still there, but you guys playing around with them, we're going to come for you now. We're going to make sure these borders are actually up and mean something. Falcon walks in. He's like, "Hey, can anyone help me find Mama Donya? Is it?"
Yeah.
And they all just immediately leave the room. And he sees the logos of the literal terrorist logo is on everything. And he's like, this is strange. I'll just keep looking.
I wonder what could this mean? Yeah.
He's like, "Excuse me, hello, anybody?" And they keep avoiding him. It's like, Falcon, they know who you are.
Go away, black man.
We do not trust you. So what's funny is, as we've been going through this, there's selective awareness of who he is from every location on Earth. Some people have no idea who he is. Some people know exactly who he is. And it will be dependent on whatever they need at the plotline at the time. It's really funny.
Yep.
In this case, they need all of these people to know exactly who he is. And it's made clear when this guy goes, like, he says something like, I know you help people. but he says something like, when people promise to help, I know what it leads to. Nothing. Which is a really stupid thing to fucking say. The GRC promised this house, this group of people, to bring additional teachers and like assorted resources. That was 6 months ago. He says it like, they failed us. 6 months ago was the blip, the return of the blip people. So you're telling me that the GRC would have been formed that like fucking day and been like, okay, we're gonna try and help people. You guys specifically, we're gonna get you teachers. It's like, I'm starting to not trust this guy. I think what happened was the GRC was formed and they were like, we're going to help the world as best we can and provide what we can where we can. And he read into it as, I deserve specific things for this building and I didn't get them. It's been 6 months. In which we need a representative from the GRC to be like, okay, we haven't sent you stuff yet because you're alive.
We're fucking working on it.
Cold water, hot food, shelter. You're able to run a school. Like, you're doing...
I don't even really know. What do you want?
You're doing okay, okay? Dude, you're doing pretty good compared to the people in this world who are dying right now. You're a selfish prick, and you're talking about how you deserve all this shit. And you're like, oh, you know what? When you ask for help, you don't get it. This is like, there are people who need more help than you do. I'm sorry. And the GRC is global, apparently. They are desperately trying to help it. This show does not convince me the Flag Smashers have a brain cell, like, ever. I wonder... Yep. I want someone to talk to them about this. I'd be like, what did they promise when and why? Like, did you call them personally? And you're like, we need some teachers. And the GRC were like, yeah, we'll try. We'll get on it. We will help you as best we can. And then he's like, 6 months, they didn't bring us a teacher. Fuck.
We didn't get a flat screen.
Like, then, more than half the world's population just like snapped back into existence after 5 years. All right, we're running low on resources. We're doing the best we can. Why does no one ever say that in this movie?
I don't know. And so
it's weird. Yeah, it's these simple explanations that they just flat out do not say.
It's bad enough as that. But then you think about how they are aiding and abetting and supporting the fucking Flag Smashers. What the hell? It's like, you know what? I'm cool with you burning people alive because I didn't get that teacher they promised me. It's like, fuck you, man. What the hell is wrong with you?
Motherfuckers have running water, a roof over their fucking head, a place to sleep. But
now you're terrorists and your kids will be dumb. So yeah.
It is
We're purposely withholding supplies because we just don't like your fucking face.
And then because you get it at the end of the film, the story, the GRC people are like, yeah, how do we solve these really complicated problems though? And Falcon's like, do better. This you have to think about that with all of these little instances throughout the season. These guys are like, oh, we need that teacher. Falcon, can you help? And then he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go to the GRC. You need to help them. Like, okay, so we don't have a fucking teacher vending machine. So if you want to go over there and teach them shit yourself, go right ahead. And then some other guy in the room is like, oh, I'm a teacher. It's like, okay, so actually, if we do have a spare teacher, we're probably going to send them to the places that have 0. Seems like you guys are already teaching your kids stuff. So that's great. And, if you were the head of the GRC, you'd fucking quit. You're like, I have had enough of being told that I am terrible at this when I'm trying to help as many people as best I can. Carly, go right ahead. So, as if that wasn't frustrating enough, right? The scene ends with Zemo getting the information he needs because he has a brain, while our two protagonists... Falcon talks to that guy, right? Who says, like, oh, we needed help, we didn't get it. He turns back up to fucking Bucky and says, yeah, this place is a dead end. What?
Oh, well, so you're an idiot.
Yeah, like, he's so stupid.
You're just insanely stupid.
They're both.
That's the problem here.
Both so stupid. This is the place the Flag Smashers hang out. He talks to one person who says, yeah, I don't really like you. I don't really trust people who try to help people because that always leads to nothing. That's like his logic because he's a fucking idiot. And he's just like, okay, bye. And he's like, yep, dead end. They get back home. Falcon has a sit down and says, you know what? Carly has a point. And then Winter Soldier is like, dude, even if she does, look at what she's doing. And then I can't remember if the conversation like ends in a satisfying way or if it kind of just trails off. But like, this was when we were like, oh, Falcon's donezo. He's out. He's not a person anymore. You don't hear about how they fucking blew up everybody. and all the other shit that they're doing. And then, of course, like I said, any rational human being, when he said that GRC promised us X, Y, Z 6 months ago, why wouldn't you be like, dude, I don't think anybody was really getting anything 6 months ago. That's when everyone blipped in. There would have been chaos. Like,
yeah,
I don't think
it was insane. It was nuts. Like, I'm sorry that they weren't able to do what they promised. Clearly, something happened. You should not get the supplies so that you can.
That's the conversation I want to see happen. It's like, hey, you know, if you got that teacher, someone wouldn't have. Isn't that the fucking thing Falcon says in the beginning? Where he's like, one group benefits the other one. Like, can you maybe think about someone other than... Because this is the thing. Everybody believes in this fucking show that they are the bottom of the rung. Like, that guy in the building does, Sam's sister does, Sam himself does. Like, you do get it gets way worse than what you guys are in, right?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
You have no idea. They just don't seem to be aware of that. Like, I'm just picturing, you know, just a really, like, a third world country where a whole bunch of people ported in on a village that's already starving. It's just like, oh god, like, what's gonna happen now? And then, you know, the GRC are desperately sending those people food and teachers to help them, blah, blah, blah. This fucking guy in this place in Latvia is like, you promised me a teacher 6 months ago, I'm gonna support the flag smashers now, lol. It's like, wow. Thanks.
They think we should all be... What do they even want? Do they want one big government or no government? I don't even know.
If ever you feel scared doing something, it's probably because it's right.
I don't think that's
thing.
good advice.
Yeah, so that's really horrible advice.
I don't know what to say.
Any risk is the correct risk to take. Like, you should always take risks, because if you're scared, you're doing it right. It's like, oh, okay.
That's a really,
I get that. Like, I guess the idea they're going for is that doing the right thing is sometimes risky and like
scary,
you know, not easy to do. But like, anytime you're feeling scared, like, really,
it's bafflingly like narrow. It's like, whoa, that just... What do you mean? You've accounted for so many... You know, often people get scared when they're doing the fucking wrong thing. Why would you...
If your heart's racing when you're shoplifting, that means you're doing the right thing.
Before I met you, I didn't think there could be another Captain America. This, ladies and gentlemen, is after she has burned people to death.
You're just like Captain America, the way that you burn those people to death.
I'm just imagining him being in a car with her after that happened, and like, you'd be a great Captain America. While other people are roasting alive.
They consider the shield to be symbolic of good and bad when it's literally got nothing bad attached to it. It's only ever been used for good things. So it's just like frustrating. It's like, yeah, but America though. And you're like, okay, what
Who said America was perfect? That's the thing. Is it's like, did Cap ever say that the country was perfect and without flaw?
He fucking went against the country. Like, what?
Yeah, in Winter Soldier, and plenty of times he went against it when he saw corruption. It's just, I hate what they do to Steve, what they like act like he was like. It's just like, this was not Captain America, though.
Lamar and Walker have caught up with Zemo, Falcon, and Bucky. And so again, we've been over this. They should just be immediately arrested, I guess. But because Walker is off the books, he doesn't have any control here of anything. And they say, yeah, we're going to have to go and meet Carly. He's like, okay, I guess we'll just take him out together. We'll arrest the blah, blah. Again, this is all in a street. We went over this. Just talking about this in front of everybody. It's kind of insane. It's like, that's literally the fucking, the tool of the GRC, the most important, like, political superhero is right there. Talking about how he's going to knock out the flag smashers in this random street. Like, feels weird, man. Like, I don't know.
And they're yelling, too. They're not even whispering. Like, guys, there's a whole bunch of people right there.
I feel like there's going to be loads of people in Latvia that'll be like, you are all famous. Like, whoa, get your camera out.
Walker is wearing Captain America's suit. It's like, that would probably stick out to me.
They could have this scene in the room they were staying at. It did not have to be outside.
Yep.
I don't understand. They wrote themselves into this problem.
Walker is like, right then, the plan will be to take her down by, you know, some kind of pincer perimeter type movement. It's like, no, Walker, the first step is to call the government. You know where the flag smashers are. Call in your backup. We can stop them here and now. It's done. But no, none of that, because he has to be off the books for this whole episode. It's just dumb as fuck. But maybe backup
Even if he was
plan.
off the books, why not just send an anonymous tip?
That too. That fucking too, Rex. That too. Okay, so plan 3 though, if those are both off the table, we'll figure out a perimeter and we'll attack. Like, no, I, the moral center of this show, Falcon, will speak to the villain because I am nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
it'd be great.
Speak to her. Like, what do you mean
speak
to her?
I cannot stand that he thinks he's just gonna like change her mind. Like he'll talk to her, he'll fight the new Captain America quicker than he'll fight the villain. It's insane.
Yeah.
He's like, we gotta talk to her. We gotta, sympathize. We gotta be empathetic.
It is.
I could change this person's mind. This person who's blowing up buildings and is dead set on some new world order is like, I think I could change their mind in a conversation. Give me 5 minutes. I bet I could do it. I think I'm that fucking charismatic.
Well, you see, Rex, who's in VA, so.
She's not even a fucking soldier. What
it's
the fuck?
actually a joke. Like, I know that the creators of this show think that was really clever.
I know.
Like, they're like, you see, it's important that comes into the story. It's relevant. It's going to be mattering toward the blah, blah, blah. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Any of these people here could talk to her. It only requires a human being. That's not on the table. You have to stop her. She is a monster.
If she gets away, she will kill again.
Like, nah, it's fine, though. And like, it's not fine. And he's like, I can talk it down. It's like, what do you propose will happen, Falcon? She's already burned people to death. She's like the leader of this organization. There's loads of expectations. They got public support. You're just gonna talk her into giving up? No, you won't. This is the thing about Falcon. He's a moron. He's like, I'm on my own. It's like, no. You tell her that, hey, I'm not on my own, but we're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk, okay? So that when they eventually come in, because he's on a 10-minute timer, he knows that it shouldn't be a shock. I guess Walker comes in like 1 minute early or something, I don't know. He convinces Bucky, by the way.
Bucky,
you
he's
remember.
like, we should go, and he's like, no, he said 10 minutes. Let's wait 10 minutes. We haven't heard like gunshots or screams for help or anything. He wanted 10 minutes. Let's give him 10 minutes.
And he says to Bucky that your partner might be in trouble, and that convinces Bucky. It's a little bit weird. You would have thought, wait, Bucky, you never thought about that? Everybody liked this when Zemo shoots her. It's absurd that he shoots once and then just stops. It's like, no, keep going. Please keep going. Please keep shooting.
Zemo, you're evil. Please do more.
Yeah, and like he shoots a couple times once she's out of view so that he can't possibly hit her, which is like, yay. And then she does this dive over a table, and it really he just can't deal with it. He's like, table, fuck. I hate tables.
Can't shoot through a table.
Bullets don't go straight through wooden tables like they're paper. Nah, definitely not.
It's just, and he shoots again, and he's just like, what is this contraption? It's a table. What's going on?
This wizardry?
When he smashed it, we were all cheering.
We all went, yes! Thank God!
Because this is the thing, I would easily expect these writers to have him say, you know what, no one can be trusted with the serum, but I can.
But me!
Yeah. But yeah, he smashes it, and it's like, oh, thank God, yes, thank you so much. Not just for the fact that this is in character, but my God, am I done with super soldiers. Please get rid of this shit. Somehow she gets away. Like,
oh, well, because remember, what happens is he's smashing all the stuff instead of shooting her, and then, he gets away, and then fucking shield hits him, and the goddamn, shit.
Well, I just want to make sure everyone understands all of the logistics here, okay? So Zemo arrived and cut her off to shoot her and then fail miserably at killing her. She escapes because one of her cohorts came in through a doorway that she came into in the first place, meaning a place closer to where Falcon and Winter Soldier would be, but they still haven't managed to find this area yet, even though there's been gunfire now, which would totally echo through a place like this. So they go through that door, and that door is where Falcon and Winter Soldier eventually come out of in about 20 seconds from now. So I guess they didn't cross paths with those people, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also they should have been, right behind her from the get-go.
Also, you know what's really easy to track? When somebody is bleeding all over the place. Winter Soldier's gonna see that blood and be like, well, I've got it now. Oof, that really looks like... Oh,
break your face. Like, look at that.
You're never going to be able to talk
Oh
again.
my goodness. Oof.
yeah. So, I was genuinely concerned, like, is he dead? Like, what the hell? Literally, he has an ice pack in the next episode. He's like, ouch, that hurt. Don't do that. So, yeah.
I can still talk, totally.
Yeah, it's fine. Zemo's fine. Don't worry about him. He's gonna be great. And then Walker sees the last vial and takes it for himself. This is the weirdest Walker gets. There's a couple of things that Walker does in this season that are kind of weird, and it's just because the makers wanted him to be evil. He's like, "Oh, do you want to fight, Falcon? Is that it? Do you want to fight me?" It's like, what? What? You know, instead of just being like, "No, we're gonna take Zemo." So he put the shield down, and before we could engage with whatever that was gonna be, you saw where his head was, right, guys? It was around about here. And then he realizes someone across the room has appeared with a spear, and so he quickly moves back before the spear would have taken his fucking head off. Now, what the hell?
You don't know anything that's going on, lady. You just nearly killed the guy.
And look at Walker's face. That is the audience. Like, what? Why
I'm
did
like,
you...
what the fuck? Why are you insane? The kind of international incident that this alone will cause.
Hey, Wakandans just killed Captain America while he was on a mission.
An agent of Wakandan royalty attempted to murder Captain America while on foreign soil. Like, are you fucking
While he was
nuts?
trying to apprehend Zemo, who bombed the UN.
Do you understand that, like, this will get the world to hate you? Like, this is nuts. What are you doing, you dumb bitch?
Is that the face of someone who's like, wait, did I fuck up? Was I supposed to do that?
Yeah, yes. You fucked up really, really bad.
Like, uh-oh.
You made one of the biggest fuck-ups that is ever fucked up.
It's the first day on the job.
Immediately after, these lasses walk in, and I like to believe that they were on a little comm thing, and they're like, take the head off Captain America, and we will come in. And she throws the spear, and they walk in like, oh, you missed him. Okay, well, hey. It's fine. How you doing? So, for anybody in chat who's like, what in the hell is happening? The Dora Milaje almost assassinated Captain America for memes, because really they just want to get Zemo. They're like, hey, we want Zemo. Which is the same reason he was there, by the way. He was like,
that's fucking insane.
He was like, Zemo
just
needs to be in prison.
To each other.
And then it's almost like a comedic fucking sketch. And it's a point to John Walker, is they nearly killed him, and in response he's like, okay, clearly we need to chill out a sec and have a chat.
Yeah.
Which is pretty awesome of him to do, instead of just pulling his gun and being like, fuck all of you, and shoot
And then
them.
he's like, hey, I'm John Walker, and then they don't say anything. And then it's like, oh, cool. Can we put down the pointy sticks, which is what they are?
Yes.
And then for some reason,
the Dora Milaje have jurisdiction wherever the Dora Milaje find themselves to be.
Super villain shit right there.
Yeah, like that is so. This is super villain shit is a good way to phrase it. This is what villains say. Unequivocal.
Yeah.
This is what villains say. This is not something that good people say. Bad people say this.
Yeah, if you say it, like, you need to fucking reconsider a lot about who you are and what you value. Like, unironically, if you were in a military or something and you said this shit, that's almost like disqualifying.
Yeah, that's like people. This has led to wars.
Yes, and it's especially concerning in this context because, like, oh, no. Did you see the other movies? There was a whole thing about this, actually. And I thought part of the theme of this show was to try and shed some not so, I guess, flattering light on imperialism in general. Like, it's kind of like, hey, isn't it bad that people just sort of take stuff that isn't theirs? That was something that shows gun in with. And so these people are just like, yeah, so everything goes according to our will whenever we decide. And so all of us, as, you know, attentive audience members, like, wow, these are clearly the bad guys, even according to the show's sort of thematic undertones and the narrative itself. These are definitely the bad guys. The fucking Marvel Studios official account is like, these guys are badass. Everybody loves them. It's so cool.
Is what the Marvel said. They had the quote, the text over the picture of the Dora Milaje person, and Marvel said, as they should.
As they should.
Completely contradicting multiple movies of their own series specifically.
Yeah, it's funny. You don't even need to look at the real world political implications. It's like in your own movies, you acknowledge that this is like kind of big-headed and wrong. But the interesting thing is you probably have a lot of people say, oh, well, they're Wakanda. They've got like the best tech and they're the most enlightened. It's like, oh, you mean kind of like what America thinks of themselves as well? And like basically any country, that they're like the best? Why the fuck would that be an excuse to do whatever the fuck you want?
It's like, oh, they think so what you're saying is they really think they can?
Yeah, basically, they think they have the means to do it, so that they have the right to, which is literally
because they have sharp sticks.
Police. It's world police.
Can't think of anybody else that feels that way, or would feel that way. The big killer for this is that T'Chaka is one of the main proponents of the Accords, which were all about jurisdiction and accountability, and basically these people, to avenge him, are going against the very thing that he was murdered during. Like, it is absolutely hilarious how fucking bonkers this all is. They have no idea what they're doing. And if you could do this in a better way, like you have, if we are redesigning Walker and he's an asshole, he could start this fight, but I'm about to show you what is one of the most offensive acts in the history of superhero movies. Can you see, everyone, can you see that arm? Everybody look at it. It's moving.
Trigger warning.
That arm is moving. Chat, look out. The arm's coming right for you. Oh, so you can see the hand. Oh no, stop it. Oh
no. And I knew by the framing exactly what would happen. Obviously, the incredibly enlightened Wakandans should know that if someone touches you in a non-threatening way, that is not license for you to start fighting to the death like a bunch of fucking barbarians.
Because you see in the next scene that if he hadn't gotten his shield quick enough, he would have been stabbed through the heart by one of them.
There's so many things. You have to go slow-mo for this, right? Because you kind of brought it up already. But the first thing she does is hits him so hard, like she hits him in the leg, then the face. And this is a vibranium fucking super spear, by the way. And yeah, he flings into it back first into the vibranium spear that's on the fucking wall and slams down. That to me is already enough to be like, oh shit, Walker, are you okay? Like that would have fucked you up, buddy. Insane. Absolutely insane. Remember, she did that because he put his hand on her shoulder. This lady does a retarded spin through the air because she's Palpatine, I guess, and then she's like, time to get you. Immediately goes for the kill.
Helicopter nonsense. She tries to kill him.
Look at that.
An outright act of attempted murder on a guy because he touched your arm.
Now,
literal execution goal right there.
Is it possible to do this move like without wires? Can you be in the air and then somehow spin yourself while you're in the air with nothing? How is that even possible?
Not something a Jedi would teach you.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, this was kind of mind-blowing because I was just like, oh my god, if he hadn't grabbed the shield, he'd be dead. Oh my god.
He'd be dead. And you're meant to be the good guys? John Walker didn't try... They tried to kill him with a spear!
And then...
punch by this time? I don't think he has. I think all he did was touch the shoulder, and then then they go to kill him.
Unironically, if they just grabbed his arm like Captain Marvel did in that deleted scene, it would have been better.
Oh my god. Here's the thing, this is what they are on the inside. They're these horrific, evil, barbaric monsters. The only language they understand is violence and ferocity.
So,
oh god.
So this gets really funny because she does a jumpy jump over the furniture, and this is a team up move. They're gonna throw the spear at her.
Yeah, she throws it over to her and she catches it as she comes down and starts doing the stupid spinny stuff that they like to do.
Yeah, so
like, why do you spin the thing around your neck? Why don't you just stab? Like, you think when people were hunting mammoths, could you imagine them doing these crazy moves, ninja flipped over it?
Yeah, in case you guys couldn't see it, she threw that at this one who was jumping over all the furniture to grab. It's like, you could have just tossed it to her. You didn't have to do this
instead
insane
of throwing
shit.
it like a javelin.
Wow. Oh, what a great place to come back to. Two of the Dora Milaje trying to execute fucking Lamar because...
Yeah. What did Lamar do?
What the hell did he do? Is a great question.
Spin. The funny thing is, there's a freeze frame where she could just stab him in the heart, and she just spins the thing. They just do these stupid spins when it's like, oh, you can kill him if you really want to, which clearly you do.
This scene is absolutely
Let me show you what I mean.
One of the hardest ones to watch.
Get the freeze frame. Yeah.
Man, for a show that's so obsessed with like black people and black characters, they don't give a fuck about Lamar, do they?
No, he's the punching bag black character.
While all of this is happening, fucking Sam and Bucky are like, "Oh, we should help." It's like, "Oh, really? Well, you think so?"
Yeah, because you got Zemo, right? Who's like having a drink and just looking at them, which I like. Yeah, because he's like, these are the people fighting over who gets to put me in prison first. It's like, I don't care, whatever, you guys do you. But of course, loads of killing blows being deflected regularly. And I guess the craziest part to me is, like, as much as you may hate Walker, what the fuck is Lamar? Like, he didn't do anything. He just got attacked.
Oh, and then there's the part where her name is Io, right? She sees John and he looks up at her, and then she reels back, ready to stab him through the throat.
This is the attitude they have. You see how they're just like, eh. Two of their soldiers that have saved their lives are about to die. They do not care. And
yeah, they're fighting for their lives here.
You complain about assassination like throughout, but when does it get to the point where you're like, no, I guess this is in character now. That's where we're at. They've damaged them so much, I guess this is just who they are now. They don't care about their friends dying. Why would they?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that was clear. Really, really lame.
But yeah.
Go ahead.
That's what happens next. She beats down Walker, and she's got the spear pointed at him, and he's not attacking her anymore, and she reels back to stab him through the face. And the only reason that she can't kill him is because Bucky stops her at the last minute. And it's just funny how later on in the scene, she's like, oh, fuck you, Bucky, not letting me kill this guy who did nothing wrong. Like, it's that's so evil. And also, she can't beat him. He's a Winter Soldier.
Yeah, he's insane at this. He's like the best he's arguably, before this series, like the best in the world.
Well, this happens really quick, and I think a lot of people might miss it. This is a shot of one of the Dora Milaje about to execute Lamar. She's about to do it.
And then Falcon, Sam stops him too.
But yeah, just stopped just in time. And I want it to be noted, right? It's really important and good that they stopped this from happening. That's like fucking standard. But they were lucky that the prior like 3 attempts at executions were blocked because they didn't do shit all about them. Which is pretty disappointing. But what can you do? Zemo escapes because everybody in the room is retarded. It's like everybody should care about this, but nobody catches it. This is the thing, the nature of flaws. Like, I'm fine with Zemo. It doesn't do anything for Zemo's character in a bad way that he does this, but it does bad for everyone else. It's like nice.
Because the entire fight is about Zemo, and they just let him go because they're all just fighting because they're idiots. So it's just like, great job, guys. You let him go.
Also, Cap doesn't draw his gun at this point. He's got a free arm on the gun side, but he doesn't draw it. You might wanna when you're at this point, mate.
Yeah, you'd think so.
There wouldn't have been any blood. The spear would have gone through his eyeball, and then she pulls it out, and it would be totally clean. And they wouldn't play ominous music with her standing over his corpse.
And of course, she's like, she says, "Bust, damn you, James," and it's the most I've wanted to punch a character through the fucking screen. Walker has a bit of a what you could call like an audience moment, a meta moment. He's really sad because he got defeated by people who aren't even super soldiers when we were told that this guy is like top tier. So I see it as more, he's like sad at the writers. It's like, why have you done this to me? Walker's like one of the only characters that gets like a close to a proper arc, whether or not this show wanted him to. It makes sense that he keeps losing his fights. He's not Point Man, and he doesn't have his jurisdiction that he would now use the serum. I think that lines up pretty well. It's a pity how we got here, because everything's so fucking stupid. They weren't even super soldiers.
Mm-hmm. Which means that you should have won that, which you would have.
But no one can beat those fuckers. I hate the Tora Malachi. You know he's gonna die, because this scene is basically like, aren't we good friends? We've had a long history, this is good stuff. I like hanging out with you. Smile. You're like, uh-oh. They got the guns out. That gun, by the way, he's not gonna use it throughout this whole scene, except for when he opens doors and walks up staircases. That is the time you use your gun.
Yeah. You don't actually use it to kill the deadly evil terrorists in front of you.
Now, these two are off the books, quote-unquote, no backup, in a hostile area filled with people, by the way, that they know can beat the shit out of them. First question is, what the fuck are you doing, guys? Like, you need backup.
Call in some backup.
Call in some reinforcements, yeah.
Oh, by the way, they leave Lamar with his knife.
That's nice of them.
And how do you think he escapes, guys? It's gonna be a real brain teaser. Cap starts fighting this random dude in this room. It's almost like an arena room, I guess. Now, here we go. I'm gonna have to take copyright off because you have to see this for what it is, okay?
Ooh.
So, Cap's fighting. Kicked into this wall. He's about to throw the shield very angrily. The point that we're given by the scene is, oh, he's taken the serum, because there's no other way he could have done that. Now, he was just kicked into the wall by this guy. Watch what happens. Please work, frames. Like, I'm mad. Here I go, throwing my shield. So, we're scanning across. Oh! What just happened? Almost like we just switched scenes. That's weird. And then...
Oh, that's so bad.
And that's not VLC glitching out, by the way. That's the show.
Oh my god.
A rough cut.
The shield goes into a wall, and again, it's shocking, and then it cuts back to Walker, and he's like, where did the guy go? It's like, yeah, I don't know, Walker, you just fucking transferred
scenes.
In
thin air. Like, he vanished into thin air. He just... Yeah, like, what do you mean, why were you throwing it over there, then?
How did this happen? The guy disappears in the edit. It's insane. Walker's just like, whoa, it's so weird how people can just disappear. I swear to God, Walker's the most aware character I've ever seen in a shitty show. He's like, why are you writing me this way? Why are you making people disappear on me? Like, what's happening?
You just want me to be bad? It doesn't make sense.
No. Is this sorcery or wizardry? I do not know. Possibly both. Yeah, and then the guy just like magically turns back up again and they continue their fight. But I just, that edit is shocking. The guy who did it was ashamed of himself. He knew. He was like, this is terrible. Hopefully no one sees it.
Oh, he definitely knew.
Yeah, and so Bucky's chasing Carly. Falcon's getting in there too. We're getting close to the big payoff. Everyone's got to collect up, you know, for the big flumes. Now this part kind of annoys me. Walker punches this dude through a door, and Falcon sees it. Now remember, you know who the flag smashers are. You know this is a fight. Carly just fucking like rammed into Winter Soldier, by the way. So like this is hostiles now, in the middle of a fight. Cap is walking into the room. Falcon just watches this. He doesn't care. He's just like, what you guys up to? You having a fight?
He likes to watch this guy fight for his life.
It is
do nothing.
Like, this is what I mean. You can't just like point it out as like, oh, this is like a flaw. It's like they make him do this. What are they trying to say about his character? Why do they keep having this happen? But of course, it serves a story purpose. He sees Walker bend a pipe with ease, and even this guy is like, holy shit, Walker's a super duper. And then he gets thrown, and Falcon again does nothing. He's looking at the terrorist on the floor, and he's like, I guess he just fell over. That's weird. And then he watches him run away. Like, I hate Falcon so much. So terrible.
Watches him run away. We're just gonna let him go.
Yeah, well, and it's worse because he's like, "What did you do, Walker?" It's like, are you like unaware of the situation right now? It's like, what? And then Walker has to tell him they've got Lamar. It's like, yeah, Falcon, maybe the situation's really bad and you should be helping your team instead of just going, hey, did you take the serum? How dare you? God, he's so worthless. And so,
Falcon's definitely up there with he's really a contender for like biggest idiot in the MCU at this point. Just the most botched character.
It's probably the greatest assassination of the MCU. I don't know that anyone. Well,
the thing with Wanda, you mean, like in terms of assassination with her character?
The thing with Falcon is that there's so many instances of it instead of it being like one major one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and him and Bucky, they just turn them into buffoons. It's like a different type of assassination, but it's just like I don't know, man. I hate when characters just turn into idiots. Like what were once competent characters, they just turn into clowns. It's like, great job. That's not good.
It's just very indicative of his morality too. Unfortunately, if only it was him missing his shots or failing to get to people on time because he can't fly properly or whatever. And then they pull out a knife, and it's just like they're trying to do more MCU memes. And Walker's like, "Why do they always gotta have knives?" It's like, hee, so funny. You have a fucking gun, but yeah, it's fine. You know, don't use it. Just use the shield. Bucky has a chance to kill one of them, and he chooses not to. I don't know what the show thinks it's saying. Guy with a knife tries to kill Bucky. I'm showing it now. And he manages to disarm him, I think, and throw him over to the floor. Now, he could throw the knife at his head, but he chooses to miss and avoid killing him. And I do not understand what we're doing here. Are we killing each other or not? Because if you remember, when someone dies, it's very dramatic and everybody runs away. So I don't know what's happening.
They just wanted to punch each other. They just wanted to knock each other out. Like, they wanted to have a fight.
I do not know what everybody's up to in this scene. I figured everyone was trying to kill each other because everyone's gonna kill you if you don't try and kill the others, sort of thing. But whatever, I guess. As we're getting up that tension, though, unfortunately, Cap is grabbed and placed into a precarious position where he can't defend himself if someone were to, let's say, stab him in the heart. Unfortunately for him,
the guy who restrains him.
Oh yeah. It's worth remembering the guy who restrains him.
Look at what his face is.
Yeah, just remember that face.
So here it comes. He's kind of fucked here. Like, Carly's gonna get that shot right in. Oh, look, she's skidding over the tail. Here she goes. Oh god, it's all over. Oh, Lamar, the fucking legend, gets right in there, knocks her over. Now that's some good old-fashioned action that tells you everything about characters. I'm sure Walker was very happy to see his best friend save his life. Good stuff. Carly, though, she's a little bit annoyed that happened. So she punches him, and he kind of gets his back broken, dies. The whole room is shocked by this. Kind of weird. When you're watching it, you're like, wait, but you guys kill people all the time, don't you? You were trying to kill them. What was the point of the knives if you weren't trying to kill them? Were you just trying to spook them with the fucking knives? Like, what is this?
Oh no, we killed someone who doesn't matter.
No. So yeah, such a weird scene, and we already knew what was going to happen when we were watching this. Like, I think, when did we call this? It was like, when they were entering the room, it's like, we were like, Lamar's going to die and he's going to go nuts and do something evil. Like, that's just it. The thing is, the show didn't make him do something evil. We're about to get to that. So, yeah, he's like, oh no, Lamar, are you okay? And this sort of allows them to scatter when I don't even know that they would. Feel like if they remember,
kill him now.
Carly is a soulless monster, not just because she's ginger. That's like a bonus. She doesn't want. She isn't sad that Lamar's dead. She's sad that she didn't get to kill Captain America because that's the one that matters. So this is prime opportunity. This is the one where you're like, oh, he goes and checks on his friend. I can fucking kill him easily now. But they all ran away. Now remember, she thinks that, like, what is quintessential to the goal is to kill Captain America. He's like the symbol of everything that's wrong with the world right now. And so this is the prime opportunity. She just runs off. It's like, that's weird. Could it be there is another reason for her to run off? Could it be that they're trying to get everybody away because they need Cap to kill one person in particular, not Carly?
Oh my god.
I don't know, baby. So,
and maybe there was a scene earlier in the movie where that guy, where this one particular person might have said, "Oh, Captain America, I love that guy. What a hero." Captain America. That shield, man, it's great.
Oh yeah,
Captain America, huh? I like him a lot. Would be a shame if I died by Captain America's hand. That'd be lame.
Now we talk about try to figure out like what scenes are coherent or not. You have everybody in them. You think of how they're there, what they're capable of doing, what they want, all that sort of stuff. Now there's two people in here that we haven't really considered yet. We've done it for everyone else: Falcon and Bucky. Now with all of the floopers running away, and they see Walker burst out of a window chasing someone, what do you think they would do as characters? What do you think their next step is?
Oh, I assume they'd help him because he's clearly chasing someone important.
I feel like
maybe they'd ask him what's going on.
Like both Bucky and Falcon would follow him through that window. They'd be like, "That guy is on a rampage. We've got to go, like, not only look out for him if he gets himself in trouble, but also possibly prevent him from doing something accidental that we wouldn't want him to do." Which, by the way, they definitely don't want him to do the thing that he does because they end up trying to fucking kill him because of it. So,
yeah.
What I'm suggesting is, had they followed him, which I think they would have, the scene doesn't play out the way that it does. Unfortunately for us, they are put in a fridge, as a lot of writers tend to do with characters that are going to get in the way.
They just aren't around anymore.
Yeah, the camera doesn't see them, so they're not there. Shut up. That simple. And so, Walker bursts out of the window. It's pretty epic. And unfortunately for the guy who held him prior... Oh, there you go. They're running after someone, question mark. They just run somewhere. I guess they lost whoever they were chasing because they're both morons and they never catch anybody. But
yeah, they never caught him. They just come back empty-handed.
Cap is chasing... I thought, by the way, they cut back to Lamar. I thought that they were going to have it so Lamar didn't die and that whatever Walker does is under the assumption that Lamar died. And then it turns out that he's like, you know, struggling, but he's not actually dead. And so it changes the stakes. But no, I guess they just cut back to let us know this is why he's upset, by the way. It's like, yeah, we know. we were watching it. But yeah, this bit happens. I've always found amusing when you rewatch this scene. This guy picks up, like, I guess, a drinking fountain, like a concrete sort of type one, throws it into Cap, and Cap just blasts it apart. It's like, so he's already still an active threat. He's still trying to kill you. Like, there's no, you can't really,
he's not surrendering or anything.
But then, Cap does the unthinkable. He hits him
like
again.
how he gets him in the back, right? Ow.
Yeah, hits him, and then executes him when he says, "Please, I didn't kill Lamar.
I didn't do it. I just tried to train you so that you got stabbed."
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I tried to kill you.
Yeah, I didn't kill him. I wanted to kill you, idiot. You're like, it's not gonna help your case, man. It's really
and everyone's
not.
going, "Wow, look at Captain America kill that terrorist."
It's everyone. There's like a crowd of like 25 people, and all of them have their phones out at the same time to video it. And it's like,
oh yeah.
How can
if you
fingers on the camera trigger in there.
Yeah. If you couldn't gather what they were saying, this is look at this shot. I fucking hate this shot. Look as the arm falls and the blood is splattered upon it. You're like, shut up.
Nice
so
slow-mo.
Man, it's just like, I know what
he's a fucking terrorist.
He's an evil killer.
He just killed an American soldier. Why do we not care about this?
What the fuck do you think he was doing in Afghanistan?
Amazing.
Like drinking tea with these motherfuckers?
So the best you can say for what the intention of the scene was is that the way he does it so brutally and in public is a bad look, but like killing this guy is clearly the right thing to do.
Yeah,
or
but
like
then the
totally
story
justified.
comes out.
Also,
like, oh yeah, they were just engaged in a life or death battle. This guy just killed Captain America's partner. This guy was an active threat. He just attacked Captain America seconds before.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to interpret this scene is, was this the best response? No. Was this a response that you could see happening though? Yeah. Would people condemn him for it? Not many.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, that would be the big thing.
What would probably be the better option? It's like maybe interrogate him, like he's.
Oh yeah, he should have arrested him. But like, this is the heat of. It's more. It's not unthinkable that this could happen. Nor would people hold it against him that much.
Yeah, you wouldn't get in trouble at all for this.
We don't really have to run this as like a what would happen in real life. It was like we can just judge if this were someone's phone recording and we saw this and then we got the context that we have from the show. What would you guys think of this theoretical American soldier in Latvia doing this?
They killed his friend, and you learn more flag smash.
Well, he's a terrorist.
Yeah.
If someone said, "Do I condemn his actions?" I'd be like, "I think that it's perfectly reasonable for this to have happened. I don't really see how you can judge this man too harshly, considering everything."
Mm-hmm. Like, this was not the absolute best response. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would have. I said, don't do it in public where there's kids around. I mean, be private with it. But I don't really give a shit.
I mean, even to that, I'd be like, I mean,
you don't have the luxury of where
yeah. Before he chops his head off, he drags him into like a toilet and just fucking takes his head
into an alley.
It's just like, shut up.
Mommy, what are they doing with that man? It's like, just presents. Give it presents.
It's not just some soldier though. It's Captain America. People hold him to a higher standard. You mean like how Captain America killed heaps of people?
I thought we went over this already. Cap does this, guys.
Cap killed a lot of people.
Cap killed Nazis.
Rewatch in Avengers when the Hydra guy, or whatever, the mercenary is fighting him, and he tosses him overboard, and the guy screams like "Rah!" as he falls to his death. And he did that in Winter Soldier too, just throwing people out to their deaths. So they get to spend like a couple of minutes falling down to earth, thinking about how their life is about to end. Not a nice way to die, but again, you don't hold it too, because they're trying to kill him. Captain America blew up 3 helicarriers with thousands of people on them. True, and they killed innocent people in the process.
The Triskelion was infinitely worse than anything Walker ever did.
Well, Walker killed one terrorist that he probably should have arrested.
Yeah, in a
instead.
combat scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain America indirectly killed a lot of civilians because he thought it would be a good idea to blow up the helicarriers.
Yeah, because he didn't want. He decided no one should be having the power of those helicarriers, and then in Age of Ultron, he relied on it to save everybody's lives. Like, Cap made a huge mistake in Winter Soldier,
and he was judged harshly for it in Civil War,
which is great. And so don't run this bullshit that Cap never did anything as bad as Walker. It's like, yeah, no, you're right, he did worse. So hey, look at that guy,
and it's not even close.
There you go. I just played the thing. That guy's spine's broken and he's drowned.
Yeah, and of course, the big one, when Tony says we're not reversing time, Cap doesn't put up a fight. He says, "Yep, that's totally fair." And then he abandoned. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. He is super dead.
Plenty of people.
Please show the whole scene. I want you to show the whole scene of how many people died.
I can show it with the copyright up, but you have to squint a little bit to see all of the kills. He's he just knocks that guy. I go, if you can see that guy just he's gone, and he's probably not going to live.
You need to pull up the Age of Ultron one, the opening scene. I need to see the guy getting dragged behind.
Getting dragged is not bad at all. I would,
but hold on, behind a motorbike.
He's getting dragged to the side over dirt. That's not bad at all.
Oh, man, I feel like
I would much rather be the guy. I would not even close. I would rather be dragged than get hit or kicked or punched by him in any way. Not even
wasn't
close.
Surrendering. He didn't have a chance to surrender. He didn't even know what happened to him.
Jumps down to this lot. All right, this is a surprise attack. They don't even know he's coming. Cap has a choice. He can opt to do moves that are going to dismantle, like the Batman way, right? As best you can, you try and dismantle and knock out. Look at this kick he does to this guy who's just turned around. Look how fast he traveled into that fucking barrel.
Someone said Rags hasn't played Red Dead. Oh, yeah, in a completely different circumstance, my answer would be different. Good job, fucking idiot.
Yeah, to clarify, do you guys... I swear, like, if you don't understand what the point is here, you're being, like, willfully obtuse. It isn't bad that Captain America's killing these people. They're bad guys.
Yeah, that's fine. This is a combat zone. There's enemy combatants trying to kill him. It is totally fine that he's killing these people. I expect him to kill these people. Yeah.
The point is that it's really frustrating when a man is condemned for less, like when he shouldn't be condemned at all, and when the hero that everybody says he ain't as good as did the same thing.
Whose tool he's using, whose shield he's using, did way more. They had to devote an entire movie to that.
It's not just civilians that get affected by all of this damage. It's all of the people that opted to fight Hydra on behalf of Cap and believing in him in that Triskelion building. Remember, Falcon almost dies.
There are a lot of people who
Rumlow gets buried. Not that anyone cares.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the things that they talk about in Civil War. There are dead people who would be alive when it was the whole Bucky thing. It's like, well, it's the same thing here. They'd be alive if you'd made a different decision.
And so, if we can wipe out this enormously stupid argument that, hey, you know what? Cap didn't murder anybody unnecessarily. It's like, okay, so good, we're done with that. This is no worse than any of the others. It's just the way it's framed. It's the way the camera moves. It's the way the music plays. It's the shocked faces on the audience. The blood, yeah. You could have done this with many of Cap's kills, and you have to be a willfully ignorant audience member to allow the show to tell you how to feel, instead of feeling about these events how you would feel from absorbing them.
Yep. This is really the big thing to take away from this entire show, was that if you watched it and were like, oh, John Walker's a bad guy, it's like, the reason why you believe that is because you're not treating this like an actual sequence of events where you can make your judgments about what's happening. And when the show is doing a good job, they should be aligned. There should be some sort of alignment between what you're seeing on screen and like how you're meant to be interpreting it. But here it's just, oh, he's a bad guy. Listen to this music. And listen, look, there's blood on his shield. He's a bad guy, right? The main character's treating him like a cunt. He's a bad guy.
No, again, someone said, wasn't the terrorist surrendering? I don't know that he just says, like, don't stop, please, like, standard sort of stuff. This is the thing. When you're, like, literally inches and seconds away from making all of these decisions, I don't know that it should be put upon him, like, morally, that you should have known in those seconds not to execute this man that could easily kill you if the tables were turned.
Example from Saving Private Ryan, right? You have the first one where they surrender. The guy pops up and shoots immediately because it's like the heat of battle. And then you have the second one where the two guys are surrendering and the soldiers have like 10 seconds to make this decision and just kill them because they feel like it. It's clearly one of these is a lot worse than the other.
And to remind you of that Cap kill I was showing earlier, or, well, I mean, it may as well be a kill from Civil War. You saying like, oh, he's surrendered. Look at this dude right here. When a person is literally dazed and wobbling back and forth, having dropped their gun, is that not the equivalent? Should Cap not spare this man now? He's done. He's out of the fight. No, Cap kicks him into the fucking table. And if you said to me, like, shouldn't you condemn him for that? I'd be like, no, this is a fucking
this
war
guy's
zone.
not... Being dazed is not a permanent affliction. If this guy gets undazed at any point, he's going to pick up his gun and he's a deadly threat again.
And now, let's go back to this example. You're like, hey, look, the guy surrendered, Cap. Leave him alone. It's like, what if he fucking tries to kill me in a second later?
Also ridiculous that he doesn't. All of a sudden, he's just like, no, please have mercy. It's like, dude, you're a super soldier. Why aren't you fighting? Why are you all of a sudden, like, just helpless?
Yeah. There's, Cap has quite the body count. If you inspect every single example of every time he's chosen to end someone's life, you're going to find plenty of what you saw with Walker. And so, if you find that too, like, think of Iron Man, too. The amount of people he's killed when he didn't need to.
Oh yeah, remember that town that he was in? Like, I forget the name of it in the first Iron Man movie. Like, he punches a guy up like into a 2-story building and like it explodes when he hits the wall. It's like, yeah, he kills tons of people.
Do you know why that's badass while this is horrible? Because of the music and the camera. Fucking telling you it's awesome.
Framing be everything in terms of how an audience reacts to something.
Yeah, and in Iron Man's case, you might be like, wait, so do you think it was bad in Iron Man's case? So, like, well, I mean, you know, these were terrorists gathering a bunch of innocent people and killing them. I don't really mind Iron Man swiping through them. Like, it's you know, not really that bad in my book, no. There's obviously, like, political elements to it, and that's part of what Iron Man ends up dealing with, or tries to in Civil War, ends up going with, but, yeah, this moment was incredibly controversial, and lots of people discussed whether or not, yes, you should consider him a bad guy or not. And I was very worried at this point that he was going to become the villain for the season. Really didn't want that to happen. Like, Carly teams up with Falcon to beat him or something. It would have been, like, the worst shit ever imaginable. But they pulled it back a little bit, right? But unfortunately, I wish I could skip to when they pulled it back, but something else has to happen first, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, but that would be episode 5.
I hated all of this. This like might be the scene in the entire series that triggered me the most. I was like, God Almighty!
Yeah, I think so.
They full out just assault him and steal the shield, break his arm, and the kangaroo court later on with like the Senate where he just has no say in anything. It's like how is any of this happening? How is he just being
guy tried to kill me seconds before, sir?
Yeah, they're like, give us back our shield. It's like those guys stole it from me and broke my arm. Like, what do you want me to do?
I would argue it's even weirder than that. He says he'd like to give his testimony, like to, like, you know, add to the court, whatever, and the guy in response is like, we already have all the information we need. And it's like, that's not how this works.
Oh, but he just doesn't get to defend himself.
Apparently,
right, okay.
It was really,
it's
really odd. Just like, oh, I'd like to give the context for everything. It's like, shut up, you. Like, oh. All right. So, when you're a writer and you're like, oh man, I can't wait for my action figure Walker to fight action figure Falcon and action figure Bucky, where can I have them fight? It's like, well, currently they're in like a town plaza place with the corpse. They all run to a garage. Okay.
Why didn't he leave? Why didn't he stay in public and try to find a way to leave the country or something like that, or call in reinforcements, or you know?
I would argue he's going to want backup, and he'll probably go back to Lamar's body. I think that's going to be the thing he wants to do. But no, he's traumatized by his having killed a terrorist. I guess you could argue that he's stressed out because of what he believes people might think of him, and he may have failed his job as Captain America or something like that.
I thought it was still getting over Lamar's death.
It's like playing quotes from Lamar while he's like stressed out about how he's Captain America. So I think the show wants us to think that he's thinking about how, and it's flashing back to him killing the guy as well. If I was to ignore the fucking writers that are telling me how he feels, I would say, yeah, it's absolutely that he's trying to deal with Lamar's death as well. Not just, oh my god, I failed being Cap. Damn, because he kind of didn't really, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, he goes into this garage and he like has a little bit of a moment just being sad about what's happened, and then Falcon and Bucky just turn up. I guess they were keeping an eye on him, sort of trailing him and just being like, oh, he went into that place, let's go get him. They keep showing us the blood on the shield, by the way, just in case you didn't know. That's bad.
They keep framing it. It's so noticeable. It was like
so like many times too. Yeah. It's like we like, fucking get it.
Yeah, I got it the first time around. All you needed is that one shot. Stop cutting back to the shield.
Well, I think you need to appreciate that getting blood on the shield. The Cap never did that. This guy did, though. So.
No, Cap absolutely did.
No, go watch the movies. Never a drop of blood on that thing, Fringy. What? You don't know nothing. You didn't even watch the MCU, apparently.
I'm sure that
he
when
got it dirty.
Yeah.
This bit here I consider very important. I'll even say I really like this shot. The guy is clearly hurting. This is not easy for him. Now, the first thought I would have if I was either Falcon or Bucky, so they're watching him, by the way, is, holy shit, he's lost his best friend. That's gotta suck.
You okay?
Yeah, like,
are you all right?
That's the, like, how do you not have that
on our
thought
team?
first?
Person who saved my life? How like are you all right?
Hey, we can fix this. Like, this doesn't have to all fall on you. Like, reassurance of some kind.
Yeah, we're here for you. Also, you did nothing wrong.
Probably toss that in, yeah. Yeah, so, and then he says time to go to work and gets back up, which is the thing that he said when he first put the outfit on in episode 2. Like, he's trying to move past what's happened. It's like, that's kind of nice. You know, there's more to say positively about Walker than there is to say ever about Bucky or Falcon, so I guess I'll just take those wins where I can get them. But yeah, this is what we talked about earlier. He's like, you guys should see a medic, and then Falcon immediately is like, you need to stop, Walker. It's like, what? What's with the attitude? What's happening? And he's just like, we don't want people to be hurt, Walker. Put down the shield, Walker. They're both just like stressed out when Walker's pretty chill, and he's done something that I think is perfectly easy to talk about, you know? Hey, remember when Zemo killed someone and they were like, "Don't do it again, Zemo"? And he's like, "Tee."
Yeah, don't do that again, Zemo. That would be bad if you did that again, please.
But with Walker, they're like, "The show needs to stop, and you need to hand us that shield, boy." It's like, oh my goodness.
Like he's insane, like he's got like a gun in his hand and is like erratic and is like, it's like it's not like that though. He seems perfectly calm and lucid, so it's like I don't know why you guys are freaking out so much.
If anything, he's pretty well adjusted considering Lamar just died. Like, and they don't appreciate that at all, and they don't mention it. And like I said, it really pisses me off that that's the case.
They do him dirty. He's a victim of this show.
Yeah. And then Falcon's like, you know, like I said, it all chills out, it all calms down. It's a bit of a pause, and then you just have, you gotta give us the shield, okay? It's like, no.
Oh God, I would have liked it so much better if they were like, "Come on, we get it. Just calm down. Let's work through this shit. Let's just work together from here on out."
Yeah.
And like, just come to some kind of common ground, please.
Why don't you give us the shield? Just give us the shield. Come on.
And you know what? The funny part is,
in my ear.
Had he handed them it and said, "You know what? Like, I've maybe it's best for now because I'm a little like on edge. Like I just need to calm down." Had that happened, they would have fucking left with the shield and been like, "See you later, Walker." Like that would have been it. They wouldn't have been like, "Okay, dude, come with us. Like you'll be okay. We're gonna look after you." Because they don't give a shit about him. They just want the shield. Because they're selfish little pricks.
Yeah, they're assholes.
And so yeah, he says he's not gonna give him the shield, and so they attack him. It's kind of insane.
They're going to prison, like just assaulting like a U.S. agent, like someone who like the America specifically made into Captain America. I mean, like these guys, they're going away in the slammer for a while.
My face when this fight started.
I knew it was happening, and when it started happening, I was like, God Almighty, you got to be kidding me. They're actually.
Yeah, I was like, Walker, kick their asses.
Oh, I so wanted him to win. I was so wanting him to win, but he just couldn't.
My thing was just leave. Be like, I'm not fighting you. And it's just like, dude, I'm going to run and then go back to the city square, okay? Like, you can... I'm not going to fight.
If you remember, Evan, as part of what I actually like, again, I'm just like, the writers, what are you up to? He says, "Why are you making me do this to Winter Soldier?" And it's like, yeah, why are you guys making him do this? Fuckers.
Like, he doesn't need to. He doesn't want to. He's not aggressive at all. They're the ones who initiate this fight. And it's just... It's so backwards morally.
So annoying. The fight itself, I can't even be asked to break down every single move. I'd rather just go narratively. Except for he tosses fucking Bucky into a wall and it just disables his arm and knocks him out of the fight. Like he accidentally hits some cables.
He can fall out of a plane and he's fucking fine, but he gets thrown into one wall and then he's out until the plot needs him to be back. It's like, okay, fine.
Clearly,
sure,
by the way, Walker throws the shield at Bucky and he can't catch it. It tosses him. Even though it's straightforward throw, which to me I was just like, wait, but you've caught that before when Cap has done this to you. Like what? Weird. I guess Walker throws harder than Cap does. What do you know? And it's a straightforward throw, straight to Bucky, and he just goes, "Whoa!" and flies across. Which, by the way, just makes... If it can take you off your feet with its force, then I guess you can't stop it with your hands, right? Because that'll... Am I understanding physics properly?
I don't know. The physics in this show are garbage, but I think you're right.
Frame by frame. Come on, VLC, you can do it. See, this is good old Bucky. He's like, "Whoa!" He's about to fly into... See that? He hits a cable, I guess. Just your average cable. And it sparks, and then his arm breaks, and he just lies on the ground going, That's it.
Oh,
see it again.
Oh, it's just all right.
We can't miss an opportunity to make him shit. Cannot miss an opportunity to make him terrible. That's all that ever is. And then so this is the thing. He's defeated the Winter Soldier. Now all he's got left is Falcon. It's like, so he's won, right? Like, Falcon's not gonna be able to beat him. He's juiced up, like... Remember, he tested off the charts for everything before he had the serum, and he has the shield. Like, Falcon's done. However... Oh, well, actually, he rips off Falcon's wigs.
Yeah.
That's something that he does.
After screaming, "I'm Captain America."
Yeah, that's one of the several bits of cringe about Walker in this season. There's a little sprinklings of cringe. We just like, stop making him say this shit. Yeah, he's very upset. He rips off the wings, and then I think Bucky gets back into the fight. I guess his arm's working again. Because they do that thing where they just take turns, because it's easier to do choreography when it's not 3 of them. And so they just keep hitting each other until they get him locked into a position where, using the thruster and pushing on the arm, they break his arm and take the shield. And then he tries to fight back and they knock him out, finally. Thank fuck they didn't kill him. I was very gonna be unhappy if that had happened. And what I'm finding from a lot of people just who didn't enjoy this season as a whole, everybody seems to like Walker. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah, because Walker, he feels like he's been victimized by this show. Like he's the unfortunate, victim. Is this the word that keeps coming to mind? This show did him dirty when he did like almost basically all the right things, and this show treated him like shit in a nonsense way. It's very depressing.
And also, like, his whole attitude and approach. I mean, except for when he, later they just have him be dumb, be kind of evil. I feel like he captures the spirit of Captain America better than fucking Falcon does in this show.
Oh, heel versus babyface. Walker was a hero who was abandoned. Yeah, he was...
Like, Falcon does not carry on the legacy of Captain America in any of the ways that matter.
Walker does, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Walker's
exactly.
An idiot. Walker did what was right, even if it was difficult. He was legitimately slow to anger. He had. I mean, the show tries to really make him seem like he's unstable, but outside of the 1 or 2 times they just try to make that be the case, he really isn't.
No, and the fact that he does the truck thing, and then willfully gives up the label to go for something else, to me, just proves he's earned the label. It's like, that should be his. He should be Captain America, but yeah, whatever. Whatever you want to do, show. You do you. This is a really weird moment, by the way, where they win the fight, and Winter Soldier picks up the shield only to drop it next to Falcon and leave. Like, angrily. I'm not quite sure what they're trying to say is happening here. Like, you annoyed at Falcon? Or something? Are you annoyed that you guys had to do this? Because if you remember later, he says to Falcon, what happened with Walker wasn't your fault, which is hilarious, by the way.
That is fucking hilarious, yeah.
Because
I don't know if you guys
instigated the event.
I don't know if you forgot, but there's blood on the shield, guys.
Oh yeah, the Falcon tries to wipe the blood off the shield. Yeah.
Oh, in that case, yeah, it got off easy.
I need some damn Windex.
So.
Get this blood off my shield, my window shield.
Now this is important because we've mostly covered this episode already, which is pretty great because we only have 1 left after that because there's nothing in episode 5. It's like entirely filler. But there's a couple of bits that are really funny. So this
is 5 the boat episode?
Yes, it's the boat episode. We can skip over most of it. It's going to be great. So this building housed the flag smashers, and all of the police are here now, presumably the GRC too, because we get told by Torres that the GRC have taken jurisdiction of this area, which is hilarious. Why would they do that? Oh, because they found the flag smashers. Oh, so if Walker had simply told the GRC, hey, we found the flag smashers, can we be sent here with fucking backup? They would have agreed. They already did this now because apparently it's like a huge international event that he killed a terrorist. Nothing of this makes sense.
Can you imagine? Oh my god.
So...
who wants a world without terrorists? I mean, there'd be nothing to do.
Cap's shield is on the table right there. If you remember later, the people of the GRC are like, hey, Walker, return the shield. It's our property. Apparently nobody here realizes the shield is with Falcon.
Do they think that he hit it up his ass? Like, what do they think it is?
Yeah, people don't know where it is. And how do you not know where it is?
It's the fucking weirdest shit ever. For some reason, Walker didn't tell them who... How... If you are Walker, how do you not tell the GRC? Yeah, so I was attacked by both Captain fucking Falcon and Bucky.
Falcon.
They broke my arm, stole the shield, beat me to a pulp, and like left me for dead. So your beef is with them, not me.
No one cares. Like he's
Nope.
in the Senate and he's unshaven. His face is all screwed up and he's got a broken arm. He's in a sling. It's like, did no one ask him what the hell happened to him?
Yeah, who broke your arm?
Yeah, because in the footage I saw of you killing the terrorist, your arm seemed fine. So what happened?
Yeah, it's like maybe there's a story going on there, but apparently no one cares. And like, give us back our shield. It's like, dude, you can get a search warrant for my house. I don't have the damn thing. So
there's workers moving through this room where the shield's right there. How do you GRC fuckers not know? It's right there. Less than honorable discharge. He won't have any ranks or benefits in retirement.
Yeah, no retirement, none of that, nothing. Because he killed a terrorist in a combat situation.
This whole operation is over because he killed a foreign national. That's how it's framed.
What country was this foreign I thought they weren't like part of a country or something.
Well, this is the thing. The best interpretation you could possibly have in terms of it's like he was there unsanctioned or you know, non-contracted from the GRC, and he killed a person who was a national of a country. So it's like, oh wow, you've really taken every last piece of context away, haven't you? Like, there's nothing left. Good job. Absurd.
But also, man, when he says, "Hey, you know the Dora Milaje nearly killed me," and then what are they going to be like? Oh, you know, whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, yeah.
They basically say something like, you know, as sad as all of this is, at least the person who ended his life got what they deserved, and that's great that that person that did that is dead now, yes? And he's like,
Yep, that's right.
And so it's like, he has to kill Carly. And as much as the dialogue is really shit, at least it's like, okay, fine. So he's motivated his story's not over, he's got to kill Carly, and that's going to be important for a choice he makes later. There's this moment, and I hate it, where she says, how many more lives do we have to lose before they'll, like, allow us to live in this world? It's like, you can't possibly be saying this.
Like, you spoiled little shit.
When will they stop holding us accountable for our actions?
Well, you just want to be like, when will you stop burning people alive? I don't know. It's like, these are questions we just want to have answered.
Now, I feel like this needs to be a little bit of a give and take here, you know?
Isaiah has his reasons, okay? America were really mean to him. As much as that whole history was confusing as hell and didn't really match anything, it's not like they crafted this angry black man who fucking hates America for its racism out of nowhere. That would be ridiculous, and I can't believe you've implied it. Now,
You should have cut this whole plot line out. Just cut the whole fucking thing out.
It's too fucking much to watch. You're just embarrassed on behalf of the people who wrote this. Bucky says that Steve and himself, they didn't know what it meant to hand this shield to a black man.
God, this stupid show.
They got a literal fucking slave apologizing for being white in his whiteness.
I think people want us to mention Iron Patriot, by the way. Yes, we've got over Iron Patriot. Iron Patriot is Iron Man 3. It's when the government made their own little superhero with Rhodey, covered in stars and stripes, called the Iron Patriot. This show kind of wants to ignore that, okay? That gets in the way.
Because they want to ignore all the history of this universe while creating brand new history.
Yeah, they want to say how bad America is and how much they hate black people. I'm like, okay.
The social commentary comes first. Before world building, before characters, before continuity.
Yes. Literally
comes
everything
before
else.
Everything.
The funny thing is that the discussion online, there was this like fucking tornado of, you don't get it, idiots. Being the Iron Patriot doesn't really matter. It's the moniker of Captain America. That is like entirely different from Iron Patriot. Now, hang on. So you think about that.
Somebody left me a comment saying, "Well, now it's the Iron Patriot's not the same as Captain America because Iron Patriot uses like mindless propaganda." Oh well, guess fucking what? So was Captain America.
Captain America is
fucking dumb shit.
The most propagandist of all the MCU heroes. That's his origin. But whatever. Where I was going with this was, that was only episode 5 was out, right? So that's all they had to work with, was arguing it's not about like the stars and stripes. It's about the name Captain America being attached to a black person. It's not Iron, nothing like that. And then literally in his speech in episode 6, he's like, I'm a black man in stars and stripes. It's like, oh. Like, I guess it's more about the stars and stripes, and they really did forget Iron Patriot, which I don't blame them. Everyone likes to forget Iron Man 3 to some degree, but you can't. It's part of the history. Mr. Isaiah, do you know about Obama? Did you know that was a thing?
Well, I guess Obama doesn't exist in the MCU?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, right, because Iron Man 3 set in 2013, and, well, because Obama's been president basically since the MCU began.
Someone wanted me to mention, don't forget Iron Patriot was also given the job of personally protecting the president.
That's, yeah. Again, history doesn't matter.
Sorry, show, you've got no legs to stand on, you're done. It's just like, you're desperate, but you can't. Go and make your own little indie movie about all this bullshit. You can't do it in the MCU. Mr. Nakajima's son died, and he'd really like to know why he died. He says that explicitly. And then Falcon's like, hey, I wonder if there's someone in that book, like a name, like a person, who could be made to feel a bit better. Maybe could be made to feel as though they have closure with information you have. I don't know, maybe. And the audience, like, there's literally a fucking drooling 5-year-old in the audience that's like, wait, Nakajima! I figured it out.
Wait a second.
So during the scene, Falcon tosses the shield 4 times, very, very accurately, including bouncing between like 3 trees before heading back to the exact point he wanted it to.
I was hoping you'd bring that up.
So that's pretty neat, huh? Well, before we get to the thing that you know I'm getting to, isn't it weird that everyone can use the shield perfectly? That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The shield is basically magic at this point. It's just magic.
I thought the canonical reason for Cap is that he's a perfect shot because of the serum.
Yep,
is
that's
that,
what I thought.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
Because that was the only thing that even begins to approach making sense in some way. But
yeah,
apparently anybody can just throw it, and it's perfect. It bounces off things perfectly and comes back, and you can catch it.
It's perfect until you need to do the unironic training montage.
Oh, yeah.
So, what's really funny is, I think we talked about this when I was watching it with you guys, but I was like, do you think initially his montage was supposed to be before this conversation? Or something like that?
I'm thinking maybe, yeah.
And they moved it around.
Or maybe
this
this
more
was
epic.
the end of the montage. Like the montage happens and then this scene happens.
Always.
Where he's out here wrapping up his training and Bucky shows up.
Yeah, or something. But
they were like, hey, remember how we fucking beat up Walker? That was kind of like, I've been thinking about
fucked
it.
Up,
but I think we're the baddies.
I mean, the scene where Bucky's apologizing for his whiteness does seem a bit out of place. The way it is. So I wouldn't.
And yeah,
it probably is like the end of the montage or something, because it just seems out of place.
It would just seem really like a dumbass move. You have him nail it over and over and over again, but then the montage begins with him just doing simple throws and failing. Like, look at this. Look at this throw. It's just like, what are you doing? Why are you fucking that up so much compared to all the other ones you did? What's happening?
Always fade out in a montage. Fast in a montage.
Yeah. So to address it properly,
so inept. It's the most inept editing. Like who the fuck did that?
I don't know. We have the collection of scenes involve him throwing the shield and it either bouncing wrong or him failing to catch it.
Yeah,
him running
gradually.
Him running and getting tired from running. Right. We're talking about all of the initial starts. Him doing press ups and sweating a whole bunch and being like, "Oof, these push ups are hard." And then by the time we get to the end, he's running real good. No stops. He's throwing that shield and catching it.
He's even doing flips.
Yeah, he's flipping.
While he's running.
It is a fucking joke. What were you thinking? This is so embarrassing.
Dude, it was parodied like 50 years. Like South Park was parodying this in the early 2000s.
He does little flips,
man.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What's weird as well is when this started up, we were all sort of laughing at it when we were first watching this. I'm pretty sure I was like, wait, isn't this just standard training for him? Wouldn't he need to do all of these other things anyway? Because he's Falcon? Like, why? It's like, oh, he's doing a lot of jogging now. It's like, what? Why wouldn't he do that anyway? Why is that special?
Now he's back in the fight.
It's just amusing because he doesn't need a training montage. He's already pretty good at fighting people.
Yep.
Yeah, and the plot takes care of the rest.
I just love that he goes from throwing the shield so perfectly to like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh no, I'm throwing it and
Like,
it's doing all kinds of crazy things.
Gotta need a montage.
That's so embarrassing.
Montage.
Montage. Always.
Fade out in a montage.
Batroc is back, and he provides weapons to the stupid flag smashers. And again, this show, it is allergic to making sense. He unloads his arsenal to them in a fucking park. He's just like, hey, by the way, all your weapons. It's like, what? Guys, go inside somewhere. And as a viewer, you might be like, yeah, why did they do this? That seems dumb. It's like, well, because they needed a payoff. They needed the payoff of her activating her phone message thing, and then everyone in the park stands up and starts moving toward her. That was the payoff they wanted, so.
But they could have looked out a window and seen that.
No.
Yes.
No, stop it.
Yeah. Post 9/11 New York, this would totally be normal.
Oh, it's just they're all so
Totally
stupid.
not raise suspicion.
Oh, do you remember as well, the stupid Australian guy is like, wait, we're dealing with criminals now? It's like...
What? You got a criminal looking right at you, you fucking idiot.
It is
You
so
are a
beyond.
criminal.
Like,
Some
how,
people
literally
aren't very
criminal.
good at their jobs in this universe.
how are they this naive? How?
Yeah, that's sort of what I meant earlier by like, I don't understand what they are and aren't opposed to, because she's already killed people at this point, but like, wait a minute. We're working with criminals
Wait,
now?
we're the back. What? Nonsense. Can you think of any New York-based superheroes that would be invested in possibly helping?
Oh, well, yeah, a lot of them.
What about Iron Boy, maybe?
And for those wondering, this takes place 2 months before Far From Home. So, he is in New York City doing stuff. Fortunately, he's
Maybe
not
he's
here.
sleeping.
He must be asleep.
He's on a school trip again.
Someone said Rhodey. That's a good shout as well. You'd think Rhodey might have got involved. Doctor
In fact,
Strange.
you think that Rhodey would be very well. Oh yeah, and Doctor Strange too, maybe.
Oh,
Depends
I have
on what
another
his-
one. What about the police?
No. No. And so immediately takes off her mask and covering to reveal it's Sharon Carter. So, question.
A lot of questions.
If you have a disguise in order to prevent yourself from being captured as you are wanted still in America,
why are you not wearing this all the time? We talked about this earlier. But if you have this tech, you're not a fugitive.
Well, what's
You're
funny
good.
Those masks affect the other movies, man. Winter Soldier introduces them, and it's like, dude, this technology.
Yeah, it's almost like Winter Soldier, man. God damn. Winter
It's flawed
Soldier.
for certain, my friend. I will agree with you there.
no one here is looking for me. Like, wait,
What?
why
Oh,
would
you're
you?
so sure? Are you Sharon?
It's such a confusing. It's like, wait, but why were you wearing it then if you're so sure that no one's looking for you? Shut up. So they gas the room that all of the board members are in, and the idea is to essentially get them to evacuate into vehicles. That's what they want. But there's a flag smasher that turns up before they even do all of that, and Falcon knocks him out. It's like, wait, what was that flag smasher supposed to be doing? Because if the plan is to get them into the vehicles, then all you're doing is just getting in the way, right? Batroc is here and attacks him. So he gets a mini boss fight. And the reason this is happening is because we needed to delay the shit out of Falcon before he can prevent the rest of the episode from happening.
You need the helicopter chase, and you can only have that if the helicopter gets out, because he has no reason to fight Batroc. He can just leave. He could just fly away at any time, but he chooses to fight.
Then we get some really weird shit happening. So they're all heading down the stairs, and they're going to get into vehicles. That's the plan. Now, Sharon and Bucky, as they were walking into the complex, they're like, oh no. And there's this implication that they sort of realize, like, oh, the evacuation's already started, I guess. It's like, oh. And Bucky, like I said, I don't know. I almost want to watch it in slow motion, like the whole episode, because I'm really not sure of what they're trying to tell me. Bucky is like, well, that's one of them, and we get to look at the big dude of the Flag Smashers. He's like a bit of a chongus. And it's like, wait, you know that guy's a Flag Smasher because he's dressed up in like police gear. I was like, did I miss something? I'm like, I feel like I'm missing information because Bucky just points to him. And he's like, yep, that's one of them. I guess he recognizes him from when they've had interactions in some way, shape, or form before.
Even though but we've never seen this guy before.
Well, we've seen him before, but I don't think we've ever seen him in any of the action scenes. He's never been. He's never interacted with Bucky in any way, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, Bucky's just like, yep, that's one of them. It's like, oh, go get him. Like, and then Sharon follows that guy, and he follows the people down some stairs to get to the vehicles. Right? I need you to picture this in your head because this is gonna get really fucking strange. Sharon and Bucky are in the entrance to the building. She follows Fat Guy out of building down the stairs to the vehicles. Bucky is supposed to get down there too. He's supposed to stop the vehicles too. Like, that's part of the evacuation plan. But he doesn't go with her. He goes a different way down there. And if you remember, Sharon is like, wow, Bucky, you had one job, which was to get down here with me, that you went a different way to me to go, because you had to take a phone call from Carly. It is like my brain can't handle it. I'm like, what in the world? What is everyone doing? Where is everyone going? And so the best I can come up with is Bucky was like, I'm going to go down one set of staircase, you go down the other one with the fat guy, okay? And then we'll meet at the bottom. But it's like, why would you do that? What would be the reason for that at all? But then, of course, he gets distracted by being called by Carly. How would that distract you? Why would you even accept the call? Try to save people's lives. And you know what's really cool about mobile phones is you can walk while talking on them. He doesn't do that, though.
I don't think that's true.
And it's so funny as well the way he gets the call. Some woman just walks up to him and goes, "It's Carly." It's like,
oh, so are you a flex? Do I need to kill you?
Yeah, like, are you evil? He doesn't care. He's just like, oh, thanks for the phone. See, as if it's his fucking secretary or something. Thank you very much.
It would have been hilarious if she offered the phone and he just kicked her in the face.
Oh, I would have loved it. And yeah,
picking up and dropping you off.
So, oh, nice. So remember, this job is protect the people that are about to be killed. Oh, by the way, you can have a chat with Carly if you want. No! Protect the people, Bucky, you useless idiot. But yeah, he has a chill chat with her. Look at him. He's just casually walking around like, yeah, how you doing? It's pretty interesting. Hey. Like, you should be rushing, but okay. And then the line that I think blew up a couple of people's brains when she says to Bucky Barnes, have you ever fought for something that's more than just for yourself?
Bucky Barnes, the World War II hero.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Good God, there's so many examples, and it's just like, wow.
Why would you say this to him? Jesus.
So naive. It's like her defining characteristic. It's just
like, I wish he would just be like, look, you're really young. Do you know what World War II is? Like,
have you heard of World War II? Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever seen any memes that talk about Hitler?
Oh, absolutely horrible to listen to. Like, why did they do this? Yeah. So it gets a little bit weirder because he basically misses all of this that happens down here. He's out because he's on a phone call, you know? When you're on a phone call, there's some stuff you're going to miss. I think that's fair. Sharon, on the other hand, she's very much invested in defeating the Flag Smashers. So she follows Chungus down, and she watches as he attaches the locks to the vans and does nothing, when everybody in this area is actually GRC friendly except the Chungus.
Yeah, and they're just right there.
Yep.
I mean, this plan doesn't work if one of them just like sees him.
Yep.
Like, it's crazy. He's just right there in front of everybody, and he puts these devices on, and they lock and make a noise and everything.
Yeah, well, Rags, it's even worse because Sharon's watching him do it and she doesn't do anything. She's like,
Yeah, just say, hey, that guy's putting some shit in that thing.
Yeah, stop him. And then, even if he's a super soldier, it's like, well, they all have guns, so you're going down, Chungus. Bucky misses all of this, and Sharon is like, wow, idiot, you missed all of this. It's like, you didn't do anything. You were here. You just watched it all happen. And he doesn't question that, by the way. He's like, yeah, sorry I missed it. What was the plan? You were gonna both be there and then do stuff? And what's interesting, right, is I thought it might have been an opportunity to show that she's a bit, and we should be careful that this is not the Sharon Carter that we know. And she says, I took care of one of them, and Falcon says, how? And I was like, see, she can lie. She didn't melt him. She did blah, 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 whatever. But she goes, no, she explains, it's like, I used a gas that's like an acid. He's dead. It's like, oh, all right.
And Bucky says, what, like, fuck all? He's just like,
neither
okay,
of them
cool.
neither of them care. Falcon is delayed just an... do you guys remember the shield that can basically... It can tank a helicopter, it can chop off trees, but if it has to battle the infamous chair, well...
Yeah, that chair gets it. That cheap plastic chair, yeah. Convention seating is...
It's such a design.
I know he just kicks the chair too. Like that would hurt like a bitch.
This entire fight was so frustrating to watch. I'm like, Sam, just fly away.
He kicked it at him. He didn't even throw it.
Use your wings and just take him out with your wings instantly. Hit him with your wings.
Dude, watch the trajectory of the shield. That wasn't gonna hit Batroc. That's just going somewhere else. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
That flip he does right before he kicks it is so fucking funny.
Dude, the chair kick looks really funny.
It gets funnier the more I see it.
So stupid.
I do like the idea that shield is strong enough to hit the side of like an Apache helicopter and break the door off, but it's too weak to go through a simple plastic chair.
It is stopped by a chair.
Also, like, how awkward this goes. So you have Falcon throws it, and then like Batroc sees that and reacts by kicking the chair up. It's like you've already run out of time.
Moving out of the way.
It's just too late. The shield's already gonna reach you by the time you go to kick the fucking chair.
No,
but
he's clever. He thinks that the best way to stop the shield is to kick a chair at it while it's in midair.
Still going.
I like this whole. Why did you just move out of the way? It wouldn't look as cool to kick a chair at the shield.
Monkey roll.
I'm dodging. I have iframes.
I was about to say,
dodge.
Kicking chairs at him, like see if it can kill Sam.
Wait, I just realized. Does the chair's not there in when he rolls? You see that the chair's not there, and then it just is.
The chair appeared. The universe could sense that what he needed was a chair. Like the only thing that will save you is a chair. Here, take this chair.
They spawned a chair because he needed one.
They shot it. They're like, wait, what does he do now? He's dead. Oh no, chair. There's a chair there.
If you believe, you will have everything you need. And suddenly a chair appears. And he's like,
Doctor Strange put it there for him. Maybe he's
It's one of those middle school assembly chairs.
You can take it to all of your outdoor and indoor meetings.
I want to see Captain Chair, the man who throws chairs at people. That's his superpower. He runs around and throws chairs at people.
Dude, look at that.
Kicks them
that right angle of his legs. Damn. Nicely done. See, because that is a man's kick right there, okay? To reach that level, oh, such incredible talent. And yeah, it's only once you watch it enough times that you realize it's a magic chair. It's pretty cool, I will say.
Who knew that they had magic? What else are they hoarding here at this place? They were hoarding food and magic chairs.
Isn't it just it looks like there's a can on the floor. You see that? Where the magic chair will be. Do you think it's a Pokeball and it's going to release the chair? Is that how that
do you
works?
think that's like do you think that's a marker that they left for knowing where the
I
chair
like-
is supposed to be.
Where the chair
Oh
will
my
be.
God. Maybe it
So
is.
ghetto.
What is that ball? What is that?
It's the Pokeball that the chair spawned out of. It's like,
Oh
chair,
my
I
god, was he
choose
trying
you.
to summon what he was trying to summon Charizard?
Charizard, yeah.
Charizard.
It's one of those.
No, see look
It's
at the
one of
ball there. Look at the ball. Is that
Now
where his
there's no
foot's
ball.
is that a marker for his
Oh.
foot? Where his foot needs to be?
What the hell is that ball?
His ball!
His foot's right.
It
Now I
just
want to
gets
watch the
funnier.
episode to see if the ball is what's this ball?
That's
That's
so
cool.
Let me
weird.
pull it up.
Because you don't use like balls for actors' marks. You use tape on the ground. if
Yeah,
anything.
but
For
like,
tape.
But also, the
Yeah.
ball is in both shots. It's in the shot where there's no.
Did
Why
they
would you not just
forget?
have the chair there? Yeah, did they forget? They're
well,
like,
you see, I ask all the time, why didn't they just do this thing? And yet, so I don't. What is that ball? And why was his foot so close to it? Like I'm trying to actually think what the ball is. That like a is it like a grenade or something that
A chair
Falcon
grenade.
used? A chair grenade? Like you throw it and it turns into it makes a chair appear?
It's the Green Goblin grenade.
Chair will return in Avengers 5, yes.
I'm
Yeah.
legitimately curious what the fuck that chair is, or what that ball is. I know what chairs are, but what that strange sphere on the ground is.
So I'm really confused because I pulled up a prior shot and the ball is still there. The ball is there throughout.
I'm so
Nobody knows what's happening. Why?
It's there when he finally gets the upper hand on Batroc. The ball is still there.
Oh,
What a
this show is
bizarre
terrible.
fucking moment. Maybe could it be that the secret ball is like one of the chair wheels from the chairs over to the right?
maybe it was Agatha all along.
Yeah, maybe. I think so. Like the wheel of the chairs.
Could be.
Oh, it might have been a chair, but the chairs. Oh, yeah, it might have.
Maybe
yeah,
that's
and
the ball hold. It holds secret magic about how to
Spawn
I don't
chairs?
know, turn everything
Well,
into
is the
balls.
power stone in there?
Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe that was where Hulk returned it. Oh wait, no, it was Steve who returned it.
I really do love the idea of the universe spawned him with chairs. Like, quickly, he's gonna throw the shield at you. Use this. And who knew? Who knew? And see Falcon's face? He's like, you can spawn chairs? That is fucking incredible. Oh. Cinema,
He's a
ladies and
meta
gentlemen.
Damn it.
Cinema.
Yeah.
So, they do a little fight, and Falcon finally... It's funny, because, like, if he had defeated Batroc, like, completely, and then went for the helicopter, you could at least make the argument that he wanted to get rid of him first, for whatever reason. But no, he just knocks him, and then leaves. And it's like, why didn't you do that fucking 10 minutes ago, you ass? So annoying.
Bad at your job.
Oh, by the way, really weird moment from Falcon. When their fight begins, he says something like,
You cost me a lot of money.
oh yeah, because you could have bought some baguettes with it.
Maybe a baguette, a few french fries.
So not only is it a really shit joke, but secondly, it's like, oh, Falcon, you got in for the stereotypes? Feels a little bit weird, but dude, but you know, you do you, I guess. Like, genuinely, I'm more offended by how shit the joke was. I'm just like, can you please work a little bit harder? And it's like, someone said Marvel quips. It's like, have we really gotten to that point now? Like, we're just like, that's just Marvel's attempt at humor. They're like, oh yeah? You're French, fucker. The Flag Smashers drop some concrete blockades in front of these guys' cars. Or trucks, I guess. So the first thing I think I was saying when we were watching this, I was like, reverse, reverse,
Yeah,
reverse,
just
reverse.
hit the brakes and go in reverse because you can't keep going forwards. You definitely don't want to just drive right up to it. That would be really
so
dumb.
dumb if you were to
Especially
do
if you
that.
just drove right up to it and then just stopped and sat there.
Oh.
That would be really dumb if you did that.
So all of the Flag Smashers very slowly make their way to the doors. Now, the armored truck drivers, they got their big brains on. They're like, well, as much as these super soldiers may be able to breach our doors, we have guns. So we'll just aim them right in the door, because this is gonna be easy. Shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, this
they
is
open
easy.
That door.
You wouldn't be able to miss if you were blind. Yeah.
Yep. The door swings open any moment now. There it is. See? Oh no! This guy hadn't gotten his gun out yet.
Oh, that's makes you wonder what you were doing, because you certainly weren't focused on driving.
So, and then he has a clear shot. It's
look
just
at this.
like
Look at
to
this.
right. Look at
that.
He moves his gun forward, right to him. He puts his gun right up to him.
Pull the trigger.
Pull it.
I don't
please take my gun, please.
It's Carly too. If he had shot, that would go right through her throat, and she would suffer and die.
He would have been single-handedly the best character in the MCU.
Yeah.
Carly
he did what like the greatest soldiers ever could, just have a gun.
He just pointed a gun and shot her, and then he's like, well, yeah, he's confused why he's hailed as such a hero, like he did something amazing. It's like, well, yeah, I shot her with my gun. That's why we have him.
Do you guys not do
that?
She was
really dumb. Yeah, surprised she's made it this far, honestly.
And yeah, so they've taken the truck. They're about to leave, but here he is, Bucky, coming to save the day. Does a wheelie and launches himself into, I think that's the Australian one, to start fighting. And I remember when we were watching this, I was like, this is the finale episode. These are the bad guys. He's the good guy. Can he finally be competent? Can he beat them, please? Can he finally punch them and actually like make a difference? And he kind of does. So she wants to set one on fire to get him to go after it while they take the other, right? Is that the idea?
Yeah, like we got to give him people to rescue or something so we get off our kids.
These pesky superheroes. Let's threaten some civilians. We're not the bad guys, by the way. No.
Yeah, burn civilians for a distraction. That ought to work.
So yeah, obviously Bucky's like, holy fuck, there's a fire on the truck, and because Bucky hasn't like been completely assassinated, he actually cares, which is nice. Immediately runs up to it. I thought it was a little bit weird, right? So you've got the truck is on fire, the civilians are screaming, I get it, you want to save them. It's surrounded by like 5 super soldiers. Do you immediately go and try and open the door, or do you think like, I guess
like worthwhile to try and kill the super soldiers?
I feel like you kind of have to, right? But
yeah, because they'll stop you.
They kind of disappear. If you look at the shot, they're just gone.
I mean, it's almost kind of like, you know, the whole put the little mask that drops down on your head first, because if you're dead, you can't help anyone.
Yeah. So, I think we're supposed to believe that they're kind of leaving. Which is like, okay, Bucky's busy with this truck now. So what are we going to do? How are they going to stop the people? What hero can save the day while Bucky is busy? You know what? Lord Jeebus answers that
Spider-Man,
call.
though.
Here he is. John fucking Walker with his own shield, too. And I think he does like a Morgenthau.
Yeah, he does. It's really great.
And then comes the bit. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but she's like,
I didn't mean to kill your friend. I don't want to hurt people that don't matter.
Look, you need to understand, your friend didn't matter.
Oh, well, in that case.
Oh,
well, in that case, go right ahead. Keep killing people.
Yeah, and there's no, like, you know, like how with a lot of dialogue, they like to have villains basically misunderstand you in order to be angry. So if you said something like, you know, too many people are dying, you have to stop, and then they respond with something like, you think my cause doesn't matter? Like, just a deliberate misunderstanding of something. She says, like, Lamar didn't matter, and his response is like, you think he didn't matter? It's like, yeah, that's 1-to-1. He's basically just like, yeah, repeating back what she said, because it's bullshit. It's like, yeah, what the hell?
Well,
we were still worried that because of this show, you could have him, like, still go nuts and, like, tear her apart and then be covered in blood, screaming, saying, I'm Captain America still. He'd be like, let's hope that they do it alright. But, they do pretty okay and good. He has a full-on fight. He honestly, like, tangles with multiple of them at the same time, and he even fights sort of with Bucky, which is nice, too. Walker literally takes on, I think, 3 or 4 of them at once, while Winter Soldier's trying to save the innocent civilians while Carly fucking cackles in the background. It is like, we're very strictly clear on who's the bad and who's the good now. It's
yeah.
You would think so.
And you get this little moment, I'm pretty sure it's very deliberate, where someone says, like, thank you for saving our lives to Bucky, and Bucky's like, whoa. I'm guessing, like, what they're probably going for here is, like, you see, Bucky's being recognized as a hero now. when you have a moment where two very obvious visual things represent a choice, and the character like struggles with it, and then goes and commits to one, it's going to tell you everything about them. Obviously, Walker goes through one. There's a different one that I'm much more interested in, and I find absolutely hilarious from like a storytelling point of view. She looks at Walker, then she looks at the NYPD truck, and she hears screaming. Now, with everything we know about her, what's going through her head right now is, damn it, either I kill the hero or I kill all the innocent people. I can't have both. And it's like, what will she choose, everyone? And it's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This is insane. It's like a stressful moment for her. She has to choose who she's not going to be able to kill. You're like, what the fuck?
She's going to have to choose who she won't be able to kill. She's
It's
like,
so,
oh no.
like, this is what I mean about how she's like
wall.
absolutely reprehensible. She's this horrible. The screaming of innocent people made her go like, "Oh no, I've been too distracted with Walker to kill all the innocent people." Oh, what a stressful environment. Carly crashes the armored truck with hopes of having it fall down the construction site, the 80-foot fucking drop, but it gets caught on a steel beam. Walker sees that. He also sees Carly is right there. He could kill her. Could take his revenge. And he even stresses out a little bit and becomes Cursed John again because VLC. See, he's trying to get rid of the possession that is evil Walker. It's trying to get him. But yeah, he has a resolve. He lifts his head up and he pulls that truck back. He even tosses the shield down.
The best scene in the whole series.
He throws the shield down. He's just like, you know what?
It's the best scene in the whole series.
Yeah.
It's good. It's like I
it's
really
like legit good. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
After episode 4, I really did think they were going to turn him into like Homelander, Captain America. I thought he was going to just be full out evil, and it's like this caught me off guard. I was like, wow, like it seems like you care about him to some extent. It's like you gave him this.
Seriously, we cannot undermine his efforts. Had he not done this, they would have died because Falcon couldn't have made it in time.
Yeah, and he doesn't take any of the credit at all.
No, he
Sam
doesn't.
gets all of it.
He doesn't
And it's
take
just like,
any of the credit.
yeah, that's awesome. It's like,
seriously though, like I like unironically like this scene.
Well, I like John Walker, even though this show is terrible. I like the character. I hope they don't destroy him in future stuff. I hope he keeps doing what he believes is right, fights for truth and justice and the American way. Because what makes this even tougher is he's pulling it up. He's about to get it safe because you can hook it behind one of the prior beams. Unfortunately, fucking goblin people start attacking him.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
Yeah, goblin people.
And these hideous monsters.
What's legendary about John is he holds on with one arm and tries to punch them off with the other. Because this man is not letting go.
Fucking legend.
Yeah.
That is so
hero
awesome.
of the show, man.
And screaming no as he falls down because he can't save them.
Yep. The fuckers pull him off and drag him down.
Yeah.
God,
I meant to feel sad when like they're jumping.
Yeah, it's not like that he didn't win the fight with them. It's that he couldn't save them. It's like that he thinks he let them down. It's like, it's completely humanizing.
He drops the shield, as you mentioned earlier, which it's funny, kind of makes it so that he kind of earns it. You know?
Yes, exactly. It's like
he drops the mantle because he needs to save these people, which is what Captain America would certainly do.
Which I seriously doubt is something the writers meant to convey.
I wonder if that's
because that's the thing is Sam. It's all about the shield for him. He's like, give me back the shield, and he has the shield at the ending. It's like I feel like they meant Walker like realizes he doesn't earn this, and he gives it up because he doesn't deserve the shield or something. But I'm like, dude, he does.
He's got his head underneath this truck.
He's holding it up with his arms, like he's actually supporting it with his arms.
There's
like,
so much. There's so much wrong with this.
We need to have a talk. We need to have a discussion about how like the universe works. Like we're talking basic laws. So if you have, I don't know, let's say you have a, what would be? You have a dumbbell. You have one of those in one hand, and you have one in the other hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle, you have a Twinkie, right? And so you put the Twinkie in between these two big heavy metal discs, and you push one of them towards the other. The Twinkie is gonna get squished. Our boy here, Sam, he is the soft, weak, vulnerable jelly in between two extremely hard metallic objects that are not going to give.
Well,
I was like, the thrusters are pushing his fucking arms into the force of this truck. His arms should be giving out, and he should be basically like the truck should have fallen, and he should be crushed underneath it, basically.
Yeah. So, relating to that what Rags just said, there's someone out there who'd be like, "Oh, Rags, you fail to understand that Twinkie. It's got a vibranium cloth around it, so it's fine."
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, so the vibranium cloth will be perfectly fine. It will be totally reusable. However, the thing that the cloth surrounds is going to be squished like a pancake. It's going to be flattened.
Yeah, this, lads, what we're looking at here, no, not happening.
Yeah.
Sorry, Falcon, you're dead.
This makes no sense. This would not work. Falcon cannot do this.
He's
for
dead.
one, the whole Twinkie example, that works under the assumption that we believe that his thrusters can lift an armored car, which I do not believe. It's like,
I'm not sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that.
Had a chance.
We're talking, this is filled with people, by the way. Remember earlier, we were discussing whether or not he can carry one person, and we have examples of him having done that. We're like, yeah, I think he's carried one person. There's like 10 people in this truck, and then the truck.
And then the truck.
Yeah, and also the truck was falling when
he was in
caught
free
it,
fall,
and
yeah.
he stopped it with his head underneath it. Like,
ouch.
Why is his head like that?
He is.
That's
well, yeah. By the way, what the fuck were you
painful.
thinking doing this, Falcon? Like,
that was, yeah.
he is dead 10 ways from Sunday, as they say. And so, yeah, having all of the pressure going from the thrusters of his back through to the arms, his hands, to the truck, his whole body is getting crushed. This poor man is dead several times over. I feel bad for you, buddy. And then I think as we were watching this, and we were just like, how the fuck? I was just like, this was Walker's scene. I don't even care what Falcon's doing right now. Fuck you. Like, this was Walker's win. You win because you have plot armor, Falcon. Good job, buddy. Walker had to make the sacrifice, like hardcore. Not only just in
you
giving
showed
up what
up
he wanted.
late. He was the one who gave you the time. He set this up for you to win the day. So,
and yeah, for those who are still,
he couldn't have done it if not. Yeah.
Those who are still a little bit like, oh, okay, Iron Man could do it, but he can't. So Iron Man's suit is like a mech suit, and it's what you would call an exoskeleton in a sense, that it's all connected via like plates and you know, pieces that basically exert all of the pressure to rely exclusively on the suit, not the body inside. This is why, like in Iron Man 1, where the car is like sent to him, he can grab it and it forces him to go on one knee, I think, and he's stressed out as fuck, but that's the suit that's carrying it. The little fleshy body inside is basically directing where it wants the suit to go. We already have this in IRL stuff. It wasn't like suits where it just makes you stronger. What's the Call of Duty that first introduced that shit? Where it was like, was it
the exosuits?
Yeah,
in,
that was
Warfare?
an Infinite.
Advanced
Warfare.
Yeah, power armor is like the same idea. That's kind of how it works. Now, if you look at Falcon here, he's got cloth on. That is not an exoskeleton. Not even close.
And he doesn't have super strength.
Vibranium,
and his fingers are bare.
Well,
his fingers
he's got bare
fingers.
fingers.
Yeah, the fingers are bare, yeah. There's no exoskeleton or even cloth. But the thing with the cloth, and I think we covered this, but we'll just do another example just in case. You have your slab of butter, you drop the anvil on it, splat. However, someone's like, well, if I put a vibranium series of cloths over it, what'll happen? It's like, splat. Why wouldn't it be splat? Why do you think anything else would happen? It's vibranium cloth.
Yeah, the cloth is not rigid. It will not support the force. It will not bear that force in place of the muffin or the butter.
Unless it's some
Would you
crazy
use butter?
nanotech suit, maybe.
even like if it was capable of becoming rigid, like some kind of thing where it activates and then it could do that, that would be fair. But like we can tell from the shit we're seeing, that's not the case. It's not happening.
No,
he's dead. And we can just sit here and highlight how fucking dumb this outfit is. By the way, like the all of this space on his face that isn't covered. If you want to argue to me that they made him out of vibranium to protect him from shit, they leave all of this exposed. Why would you want your fingers exposed? If the whole point was
he's got like holes for his ears to stick out of. It's like, why is the helmet designed this way?
I don't know.
But if it don't leave his fingers exposed, then he can't send text messages.
So someone said, "Isn't Black Panther?"
Hey, I have gloves. I have gloves that have the little thingies on the fingers.
Yeah, but you're not fucking picking up armored cars. Like you'll be okay. I think it'll make sense for you to have that. So someone said, "Isn't Black Panther's suit vibranium cloth?" Yes, it is, which means I'm totally fine with it blocking bullets, like John Wick's crazy sci-fi fucking suit does too. But John Wick or Black Panther has more of an excuse because he's a super soldier that he would be able to deal with. For example, if you replace Falcon right now with Cap, and he's doing the exact same thing, I think it's a bit much. But I can be like, all right, yeah, he is a super soldier. I you know, enhanced tisms. It's a lot of weight, that armored car, but okay.
Well, yeah, that's the
that'd be a
problem here,
stretch,
like,
maybe.
As a regular human, Sam can't do shit, like, at all. He can't even impact this vehicle, you know what I mean? Like, it's like if I tried to lift a car, it doesn't matter how strong I am. As a human being, this is impossible.
And, like, they clearly want to argue that it's like, oh, you know, well, it was hard for him. You know, he had some trouble. He was exerting a lot of... He's dead. Stop it. It's like, no, it was really hard.
You can't do this. You can't survive this. This will crush you. This will crumple you up.
His fingers should be pointing in the opposite direction.
Now, the only way this works is if the truck is resting on the backpack.
Yeah, which it's not,
and not
clearly
him.
here.
He cannot be between... Like, his head is the worst place for a head to be in the universe.
He's such a moron. That's the problem. Oh, Falcon.
He looks like an angel.
But that's the thing. He gets his win, and that's what I mean. He didn't earn it. Walker totally earned his. Falcon didn't. He just got paid, you know? He's just like, I'm the hero. He's like, yeah, you're the hero, buddy. And I want to draw attention again to the idea that he's the one who gets all the press, he's the one that gets the speech, and he even gets a nod from Walker, but Walker doesn't do anything for the showboating. He just accepts the fact that he did the right thing.
Because he doesn't care. It's not about the glory.
Mini boosters on the hood would just lift the hood off the top of the...
Yeah, it could do. And yeah, worth adding, Walker didn't give his speech about what he thinks is right politically after saving people's lives. He just saved people's lives.
Oh, yeah, well, he's white. Fuck him.
Well, this is the thing that I've been saying about Steve about this, is that he didn't do this big speeches. He was just supposed to serve as an example. Like, he didn't do what Sam does instead of this episode at the end.
This guy says, yeah, Black Falcon. It's like, what? And then this guy says, nah, man. Nah, that's Captain America. Like, okay, both of you are wrong. It's just Falcon. That's Falcon.
I love how there's an amalgamation of black people just
Look, the black people are congregating. They wish to comment. Yeah, this scene is bizarre to me. So, genuinely, if we were all standing watching this happen, we didn't have any of the context of this actual show, we just saw this happening, we saw Falcon in this suit, and some guy went, it's Black Falcon. I'd be like, well, who the it's Falcon, it's Sam Wilson Falcon. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And some other guy goes, no, that's Captain America. I'd be like, no, it's Falcon. What is with you people? It's just Falcon.
He's got wings, for Christ's sake.
Oh, it's so cringy because it's like just the writers... It's like the writers were like, see, people think it's about race when really it's about I don't know anymore. I'm confused because all of the characters just say shit.
Random black people just grouped up.
They gotta have a common thing.
Oh shit!
It was wonderful. Carly says, "I'm disappointed in you," and then she's like, "I'm disappointed in you. You came to Madripoor, and you were a great student, but then you betrayed me." And then she's like, I didn't want to do what you were doing. I wanted to do my own thing. Like, well, isn't that something? You should come and work for me again.
These characters would know these things and they wouldn't need to say them to each other.
They're not characters, the problem. The writers would probably just like, oh, we should probably explain their history at this point, I guess. Like, I don't know. Does anyone care? But I think what I really liked about this scene is just how fucking dumb this shit is. So, Sharon pulls a gun on Carly to open this scene up, and she's like, drop yours, before Carly's even realized what's happening, right? Typically with that, it's like, I have leverage over you now. If you make any wrong move, I shoot you, like, and I win.
Yeah.
Carly decides, nah, I'm gonna aim my gun at you. And nothing changes.
And Sharon allows this to happen.
Yep, it's just like, okay then. And then Sharon...
I feel with me, the moment she raises her gun, she's dead. I've got bullets in her.
Yeah. And so if she was chill with that, it's like, why'd you even pull the gun on her in the first place? Because she eventually puts the gun down. Sharon does.
Oh,
like,
no.
why'd you pull the gun on her in the first place? You're just gonna... Then it gets even weirder, because Batroc shows up, and he pulls a gun on Carly. Not quite sure why. He says he wants more money from Sharon, and if she doesn't give him the money, he will reveal to the world that she is the power broker. Which has nothing to do with killing Carly.
Yeah,
but he pulls the gun on Carly, and it's really strange. I really don't get why he does it. I've seen this scene like 3 times, and I'm just like, why are you doing that? He's like, I want 4 times what you said you would pay me. And then she says like, well, I'm not okay with extortion, right? And so this happens. Like, try and follow along here, because it's really weird. He's got his gun on Carly. Sharon raises hers to shoot Batroc. She kills him, I think. I can't remember if he's definitely dead, but it doesn't really matter.
I think he's dead. Pretty sure, at least. I don't even know why he's using a gun, man. He should have just brought some chairs down here and started kicking those things around.
Yeah, that'd be funny. He's like, before they're done with their conversation, they hear the sound of like a guy in 4 chairs scraping against the walls and the floor. And he walks in with like 6 chairs. He's holding them all awkward. Just dumps them out on the floor. Gets in a kicking position. All right, now put the gun down.
You make me think of scenarios now that just always involve. He's like a chair arsenal person. Like, you know, when he opens up his big briefcase full of weapons for them, it's just 6 chairs. It's just like, well, these are top of the line. You know, like, what else do you need? It's like,
I will kick them at you.
It's like metal fold-out ones. He just like slaps them and just kicks them along.
He has like little chair grenades. He throws it, loads of chairs just appear and fly around. He was like, oh fuck, like, yeah, these are really expensive, top of the line. So anyway, he's gonna kill Carly. Okay, I don't know why. Sharon kills him. I guess that's because he's trying to extort her. She says, I'm not into extortion, so that makes sense. But then Carly shoots Sharon. Why?
Yeah, she's not the one you need to be worried about. She's the one who's apparently okay with giving up her position of power over you, letting you pull a gun, and then she even put her gun down. And he's the guy you need to worry about. Because he's weirdly pointing one at you for no reason.
Dude, look at this shot. I think he's holding the gun with both arms now. It's kind of a distant shot, but you can see she's raised hers. She's going to shoot him dead. And then Carly's going to raise hers and shoot Sharon. Why? He saved your life, you bitch.
I don't get it.
I'll never understand this stupid show.
It's the only language these people understand.
Stop saying that. Oh, and so when we first watched this, right, you have Sharon is down, bleeding, and the power broker stuff is not something Sam knows about. Sam walks into this room. All he sees is Carly aiming the gun at Sharon while she's bleeding out. I thought, this will be cool. Sam's going to go into a bit of a rage, and he might even kill Carly because she's done something horrible to Sharon. And he's going to have to think about how he and Walker are not very different, and that he shouldn't have been so judgmental. I think I might have been on a bit of a high from enjoying Walker's scene, because that was never going to happen, and I don't know why I thought it.
You fool, you idiots!
Part of it, I think, is this fundamental understanding I have for when your friend is bleeding to death, thanks to some asshole, you want to kind of fuck up that asshole. He sees the love of his life, Carly, having shot Sharon, and he's like, oh my god, I'm even more in love with you. Sharon's so annoying. If only now I can de-radicalize you so that we can make babies. That's gotta be it. I don't see how it could make sense in any other way. And so, yeah, he's like, hey, please be nice. You gotta I think he says, like, how many more people have to die before you stop? Instead of just being like, yeah, so you're insane. You're actually just
you're a
insane.
bad person. We need to discuss your psychopathy.
So I think their fight begins because she goes to shoot Sharon, like, to finish her off, and so Falcon has to tackle her before she can. She would have killed Sharon. And then he keeps trying to kill Falcon, and he keeps saying, I'm not gonna fight you.
Fucking why, you coward.
I'm not gonna fight you. I snatched other people out of helicopters. I blew up Remember the first scene of the series was him blowing and shooting up terrorists with missiles and machine guns and
so this
I know
is
you threatened it.
Why is this show trying to like generate so much empathy for her character? It's like, what has she done to earn any sense of empathy at all? It's just
because the writer agrees with her, just not her methods.
Listen, Emma, she has a point. She has a point. You need to do better, okay? Do better.
I know you threatened my family, but you know, I think you're still cool. So, you know.
Friend wasn't important. He didn't matter. I didn't mean to kill him.
And so she hits him and she says, "Stay down." He goes, "No." And it's so crap compared to Civil War, where it's "stay down, final warning," and he says, "I can do this all day." It's like top tier versus no.
Remember the thing that the guy said that one time?
She is hitting him over and over again, shouting, "Fight back." Now, I don't know about you guys, but those seem like conflicting interests.
You know they do.
So he loses the shield. Unfortunate. And they portray this as like, holy shit, here comes like the big moment. He picks up a gun and aims it at him. Now, if he has a vibranium outfit, that's not going to do anything, right? Assuming she hits him in the outfit.
Well, she can shoot him in the head still.
Well, presumably...
this is a Hollywood show. That's just not possible.
Oh man, Falcon, if only ever you've been in a situation where someone tries to shoot at you while you have your Falcon wings. It's like, nothing I can think of that he can do. So this scene is very high tension, you see, because he's going to get shot and die, right? There's nothing he can do to defend himself. A little bit awkward, because we know he can. But then, you know, he's an idiot, lost his mind, and Sharon managed to crawl across to this side of the fucking room despite having her guts pouring out to finish the job that he should have finished ages ago. Thank fuck.
Yeah, saving his life as well from this psychopath who was literally about to shoot him.
Yeah, Sharon shoots her 3 times, I think. And then happens what I think everyone can pick different parts for what infuriates them the most, but I think I said earlier this is the one that really pissed me off. Carly's gonna die now, thankfully, and he's gonna cradle her until the light leaves her fucking everything, until she goes away. Meanwhile, Sharon is just in the background bleeding, waiting for them to finish their moment. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he just does not care. He could not care less about her. It's like, what?
I can't. It's like, what were you thinking? I feel so bad for Sharon. If someone's like, well, she's a power broker, she's evil. It's like, he doesn't know that. He's just a dumbass.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't know that.
He does know that she's evil, man. Or
he does know how evil Carly is, yes. It's absolutely insane to watch. It's like your friend who has nearly died for you several times, who sacrificed so much of her life for you, just saved your life again, and you're letting her watch her blood pour across the floor. I hate you so much. Such an awful human being. And if there was something to distract him, something really significant, you might be able to make the argument. It's saying goodbye to the worst human being in the MCU. Like, I'm gonna miss you so much, Carly. All those times we spent with you trying to kill me. It's gonna be so sad that they're
all the innocent people. Yeah, all the people that you burned in the trucks and the bomb that you set off.
I could have done better by you.
You could have killed more, and I could have chased you around. It could have been.
I'm sorry I made you threaten. I'm sorry I made you threaten my family.
And you have this look from Sharon that I think sums it up. Watch this. She's like, oh, don't. She's like, oh, they're actually having a moment. I'll just sit here and suffer. It's fine. That is her face. She's looking down at her wound. She's like, yep, I'm gonna have to sit here for a little longer before he realizes. Terrible, 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 terrible.
His character just going up in flames. How does it feel? Such and such. Red letter media.
Yes. I will say, I wasn't hugely invested in Falcon as a character to begin with, but anybody who was, I don't know how you could be now.
I really liked Falcon, man. I love Winter Soldier. I love Civil War, and it's like, you know, he's largely attached to Steve as a character. You kind of like need them to create a dynamic. So I wasn't sure how were they going to continue along, but good God, what they did to his character.
Right?
Well, yeah, I think this season could have elevated him to a character I really like instead of just sort of like, yeah, he's cool.
I hate you.
But now I hate him, yeah.
Yeah, I hate you.
Horrible.
Yeah.
I don't think I hate him. I'm just like, I don't understand why I hate
him.
I hate him.
I hate him.
I hate him.
Like, I get what you mean. It's like, I don't even know that I can hate somebody I don't believe exists in, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't believe that you can exist. Like, I don't believe that you exist.
Yeah, I can hate someone who isn't real.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just, yeah.
No, I know what you mean, Fringy. Like, he just doesn't seem like a real person
like a
at
real
all.
Human being, yeah. Like, I totally agree that he sucks. It's just like, I don't know, man. Like, what a waste as well. Sam could have been like, because I liked him. He just needed more, but then we got more, but it was really crap.
It's time.
And seriously, that judgmental look.
It is time. I can feel it.
That judgmental look, by the way, that Sam gives to Sharon after she dies, he's like, what have you done? It's like, I killed this hideous monster that you could not kill for some reason.
It's insane.
Yeah, I did what you didn't have the balls to do, basically.
And chat, if you can just appreciate this along with us, you get this imagery right here.
It's like Arkham City. It's just like he's bringing the body out, and it's this sad moment, this tragic, misunderstood villain, and it's like, this is what this war, this conflict has led to, all this death. It's like, dude, you did not earn this in the slightest.
Genuinely, like, what the hell were they doing? What the hell?
She's just looking at this shot again. Like, oh my god.
And like the slow-mo walk as the wings turn in and he's carrying her corpse. It's like, I need you to grab her by one foot and just swing her around into the cars. She deserves nothing less. Oh my god.
It's just one of those things where I was just so happy with the results. I was just like, okay, she's dead. I'm like, I'm happy. You can have this little tragic moment with her, but it's like, I don't care. It's like, she's gone.
Just fling her in an ambulance like a fish in a barrel.
Then is the scene.
I fucking hate this scene.
Wow,
I
we already
loathe this scene.
We have talked about it. I don't
fucking
know
garbage.
What else you guys really want to say about it. If there's particular quotes you want to talk more about, it's infuriating to watch. It is literally somebody who has a set of ideas, they have no solutions, and they want to tell you that you're wrong for thinking anything otherwise. That is the scene.
Yes. Yeah, it's blind patronizing, basically. It's just like, you don't have anything good to say. You just want to say, do better. It's like, how? It's like, I don't know, just do better. It's like, good for you, dude. Anyone can say what you're saying.
I think the most egregious thing, because all the shit like, oh, you could change borders with a phone call, all that stuff is stupid and naive. But the part where he goes, you have no concept of how complicated this actually is, and he goes, oh yeah, well maybe that's a good thing. I think that's
yeah, maybe
worst.
I don't have any fucking clue what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But maybe that's good.
Using my fucking brain. What?
That's almost despicable. I hate it so much.
Like honestly,
I cannot believe that they put that into this show for the hero to say at the very end of the triumphant moment.
That's a good point. I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe less knowledge is better.
Yeah. When has knowing things ever benefited humanity?
Well, as I think as you said when we first talked about this scene, Frank, you were like, maybe they're gunning for the principle of, like, I don't have all of these different things complicating my ideal, which needs to stay strong. And I would just be like, Falcon, what do you think their ideals are underneath all of the policies? It's like, they want to help people. Simple as that, man. Like, you're too stupid, I'm sorry. You have no idea, and you admit that. Part of, like, what's so funny about this show is that the writers seem to almost acknowledge the flaws in throughout the show. There's loads of examples of it. I've been trying to use the word lampshading a lot to try and sort of bookmark every time they do it, or at least the ones I noticed. Like, they're aware of how fucking shit this is sometimes, and they'll point it out, but then they'll also be like, man, we're pretty good at this, huh? It's like, yeah, you nailed it.
I was gonna say the show had several different writers, and like the head writer is a complete fucking dumbass, and I think maybe the writers underneath him were meant to make sure they kept him from fucking it up completely. So they were like, all right, let's just put in like a little stuff that like winks to the audience, like, okay, like we know this is stupid, okay, we know this is stupid, but at the same time pandering to the same people that, you know, puts money in their bank account.
I'm pretty sure I said to you guys as well when we were watching, I think episode 5, I was like, we still got time for this show to pull back a little bit, and I think you guys were like, well, no, after what Isaiah has said, you know, it's done. And I was like, no, they might have it, because I said, we know that he's going to end up with the stupid everything. He'll end up being Captain America. He'll probably be on TV, and Isaiah will probably be at home watching it as he says stuff that goes kind of against what Isaiah said. It's literally that, but like, they don't go too far. They're like, you know, everything you want to keep it safe. You're like, no, Isaiah was right about every single thing he said, but also I'm Captain America.
We would never not say Isaiah was wrong. No, that's not our patron saint.
Incredible quotes such as, this woman died to stop you and no one has asked why.
We know why. He was just a fucking retard. Like, oh god, I can't stand it.
Imagine victim blaming the people you just saved.
Insane.
It's your fucking fault that you almost died. You pushed her to it. You fucking jackasses.
And yeah,
I can't believe they made the hero as a naive child as the villain. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
I get a picture of Zemo listen to everything Falcon said, and Falcon asked his opinion. He'd probably be like, yeah, that was speech. Go right ahead. High five. You truly understand what's happening in this world, and you should be like smiling the whole
You're
time.
a very intelligent person. I was right about the Avengers.
Yes.
I was gonna say Falcon saves this woman from being raped, and she yells out, "Oh, that guy's a predator!" And he's like, "Whoa! You ever think about why they're a predator? Like, what's up with all these labels?" Okay.
Yeah. You ever think about why I want to rape you? I could have raped all kinds of women, but I chose you.
It's peak self-indulgence again. We've been across this and other stuff, but just like the writer just jerking himself off. It's like, or herself. I don't actually know who wrote this. But
everything in this show is in this scene.
Yes.
I really do feel that. I think, you know, everything about the world building being awful, the character motivations making no sense, is just in service of this stupid fucking monologue.
Mm-hmm. And loads of people loved it.
They also make this dig. Yeah, they also make this dig at Steve Rogers, like, I'm not here, blonde hair, blue eyes, I'm a black, blah, blah, blah. Like that was the only thing that made the only reason why Steve Rogers was picked is because he was a white boy, and not the fact that he just had, like, he was just so special in his ideals.
If you watch Captain America 1, Erskine's very specific. He doesn't fucking care about the skin color. He's after the character. He wants to find the right person.
He literally picks a scrawny little guy.
Yeah, he's like 5'7" and
he's
like
white.
90 pounds
he's
or whatever.
Smaller than 5'7". He's like 5'2".
But he's white. It's white. You ever think about
he's
that?
Got blonde hair and blue eyes. Yeah, he did have that when he was scrawny. Admittedly,
well, see, and
that's true.
And what's funny is after this whole speech, after everything that we've just been through, Sharon has still not seen a doctor. She's still fucking waiting. It's actually absurd. And like Bucky's like, well, we should go. And then as she leaves, Falcon's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep my promise, by the way, the whole pardon thing. Yup. It's just like, yeah, he still doesn't come through on that. From his POV, she is like the most legendary person in his life, but he doesn't really give a fuck. It's very frustrating. I feel bad for her, even though I know that it's all bullshit because she's evil. You know what I mean? She's done all of the... It's like if she was a sociopath building a really strong look of a friend and not getting appreciated for it. It's frustrating. It's like all this fucking time I put into pretending to be your friend and I'm not even getting the fucking rewards. Like, what the hell is the point?
I actually hate you.
You know I was evil the whole time, Falcon? Yeah, fuck you. It's like, oh. Then Falcon's like, I knew it. And she's like, oh, and you didn't know. You just fucking lying.
I thought we were friends. It's like, on what basis, buddy?
I think the thing that frustrates me most is that the whole movie pretends that Captain America's ideals are relics of a bygone era that doesn't exist anymore. So it's like, okay, then what are the new ideals? And we get this stupid fucking scene. Just do better. Like, really? That's like Captain America's ideals are outdated, and you're gonna replace them with this.
You're like, what are Cap's ideals? It's like, well, freedom, like power to the individual, honesty, justice, and just doing right by a fellow man. What about these guys? Like, better than that. That's their thing.
Do better.
They're like, we're like that, but better. And you're like, that's not really anything, is it? It's like, well, it's better than that. As is categorical at this point. Do better. Like, you guys suck.
Man, that's how you teach people shit. Just tell them to do better. They'll get it.
One last good scene. All right, one last good scene. Zemo gets his victory. He blows up the remaining flag smashes. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Satisfying to watch. He's just sitting reading his books,
satisfying.
And he's like, "Yeah, fuck him."
What kills me is like this person who loaded him up in the truck gave him like a Hail Hydra type thing, like a one world, one whatever, and they were smirking and shit. And then a minute later, they just blew the fuck out.
You'll be really funny.
Terrorist.
Is if Zemo's butler went down there, one of them is like screaming as they're burning, and he's like, "Yeah, not fun, is it? Burning to death.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now how the turntables."
Oh, so unfortunate. I've got all this water here. I've got like...
oh, but I'm so thirsty. Oh my goodness.
It's so stupid. I hate them all. Yeah, and then they just basically say like, Walker's gonna be US agent now.
You're US agent, and that rolls off the tongue. We need a US agent. You're a US agent, buddy.
I hate that name.
Like,
I am US agent. Like, what do they call you for short? Jesus, you go USA? Like, that's not short.
We shall call you USA.
USA.
Ursa.
And yeah, this is a really cobbled together ending that just desperately tries to tie off shit. So Walker's is just like, you're US agent now, and he's like, okay. Bucky's like, I killed your son, bye. Like, well, we done that. I thought it was amusing that he walks past the place and he sees them and he's just drinking. It's like, oh no, he's turned to alcohol after he told him he killed his son.
I thought the same thing. Like, oh, he's just gonna fucking ripped on sake now.
He's like, yeah, what's the point in living? The one friend I had turned out to be the guy who killed my son. It's just like, oh no. They never solved the money problem. It never happened. So it's just like, well, shut the fuck up. We're at the credits. You know, you don't need to bring it up. You're like, all right.
Everyone that was sympathetic to the Flag Smashers cause is still out there.
Yep.
With their grievances. Nothing's really changed.
Their mind.
He changed it. Oh, that's something I didn't mention. The Patch Act, it got like changed or amended or moved or whatever, right?
Yeah, so they made no changes. It's like, oh, no borders. It's like, what?
The fucking Flag Smashers won. They got their way. Absolute nonsense. Why the hell did that happen?
The terrorists won!
You know what? I kind of miss... I kind of miss how not preachy Zack Snyder's Justice League was.
Nah, fuck that.
Hey, I'll agree. I mean? I'll agree. It wasn't preachy.
Why is it so hard to just write a story where the good guys are obviously the good guys?
Why we have to do this?
I'm on board with there being shades of grey. I think the problem is when the content can't tell the difference, when they create something horrible and they're like, woohoo! You're like, no, that's the bad
grey
guy.
area. It's like, oh yeah, that grey area, burning people to death.
Grey. Seems a little not great.
It's like they write grey area and just pretend that it's not. Because all they're good guys. They can't be doing anything bad.
Well,
it's all good, man.
Think about this, right? Bucky and Sam are the heroes, the good, throughout all of this, when they do horrible things regularly that really fucking bother me, and the show's not aware. Walker is the grey... Well, no, he's grey evil in a lot of this, when he's mostly just good guy. Pretty much always just good guy. That's annoying. Carly and the Flag Smashers are considered grey, when they're nothing but evil. They just do evil. That's basically it. So it's just like, wow, you keep missing all of what you're doing. You think you're doing X, but you're doing Y, and it's really annoying because it's completely incompatible. Oh, yeah, and they end with, we kind of went over this earlier, right? But Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Haha. First of all, Captain America is a governmental role, a rank, provided not just taken by anybody. But if we are to agree that it can be earned by anybody, and that it's more than just the shield or the outfit, which I'm happy to agree with, and I think Walker has that title.
Yep.
Falcon, on the other hand, is Falcon. He's Falcon. Enjoy being Falcon. With your little shield and your colors and your stars and stripes, doesn't mean you're Captain America. You might want to be, but not yet.
Also,
we'll have to see how we go.
Also, Bucky is still just the Winter Soldier.
Yep.
He hasn't
moved on
anywhere.
This season was clearly about identity. They clearly bait over and over again that the Winter Soldier is a part of him he's trying to escape and make amends for, and yet they have the balls to be like, yes, Falcon has discovered a new identity, but Bucky has not. Oh. Damn, okay. Some people might call that she's been assassinated. I completely agree if she is Sharon Carter. If she isn't, then yeah.
Well, it's just like if she's a Skrull, then it's like what is being in Madripoor helped her with her position?
I think it's a lot of things, right? Like if where is the real one? Is she just dead? I wouldn't put it past them to do that because it's really stupid.
To kill her?
No, just have the Skrull thing be what it is. They got their secret invasion show to set up, you know?
There he is.
What? Wait, what the fuck? I blinked. Wait, what the
We'll watch it again, it's alright.
Oh my god.
The best ones are the ones that get you by surprise.
I'm
yeah,
trying
one
to
more time. One more time.
I'm trying to get a shot of... Oh, well, yeah, okay, we can just do it again.